Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to another freezing cold blooming day. It's Tuesday, Jan the 17th. They reckon it could go -7 this week now. Just speaking to my friend Rich, who has to drive all the way back to Kent. And he said yesterday, it snowed on his journey back for about 40 minutes. But because it had been raining, the ground was wet and it didn't settle. Because it's only when it's dry that it just settles and then it freezes, and with -7 you could have freezing water patches all over the bloody place. Anyway, if I was you, I would stay in bed today. If you don't need to go out, don't go out. Stay, because it's miserable. I mean, I did go out and do a bit of shopping yesterday. Not a huge amount of shopping, just little bits and pieces. I thought, if the worst comes to worst, I can barricade myself in. I put the heater on and I can sort of sit there and luxuriate, because I've got one of those throws. I advise everybody to get one. I think they're a brilliant idea. You just put it over your lap, curl up on the settee, job done. It's nice. And for elderly people, it's ideal because it's your legs that get cold and your feet as well. So, you know, leave your bed socks on and stuff like that. I know all this is stuff we've been doing for years and years and years, but you have to look after yourself if you're getting on a bit. I mean, I know a lady who used to have a shop in Twickenham called Mrs. Modi, and she doesn't go out because it's a bit dangerous sometimes. You know, the pavements are a bit slippy and stuff like that. And if you're elderly, you know, there is the chance you could fall over. My neighbour Betty is currently in a home. I imagine she's driving her mad. I spoke to one of her daughters the other day because she likes going out and meeting people. She's in her 90s and she still likes going out, but she had a bit of a fall the other day, so they put her in a home based on a weekly basis just to see if she's getting... I reckon she'll be trying to plan her escape even as we sit here. Noreen says we're here in freezing Minehead. Really great acts, because she knows she was going to one of these. She loves these 60s revival shows. And Eddie Mooney sat with us for a while. He said he was told that you'd mentioned him by a relation listening in Portugal, because we talked about him, lead singer of the Fortunes. Small world, isn't it, says Noreen. It's been a great weekend, but cold and wet. And we booked to go to America to see Peter Noone in June. 2 shows in Illinois, because she goes back a long way with Peter Noone. No milk today, my lover's gone away, the company... I love that song. I love all of his... what was the other one? Mrs. Brown, you've got a lovely daughter. And then was another one about fish and chips. Oh, haddock and cod and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Good stuff. Anyway, what have we got for you this morning? You know, some good stories, some middling stories, some stories you think, oh, God, can't we move on from it? But you can't. If it still makes the papers, we have to do it. It's written in my contract. Can't just make news stories up. So when you get somebody who writes in, are you going to mention Harry again? Yeah, because it's in the papers again. Of course we have to mention it. That's like saying we're in the middle of World War II. You're not doing another photo shoot of tanks, are you? Of course we are. We're in the middle of a war. Goodness sake, I mean, honestly, that's what makes me laugh about people who sort of complain about it, because they're generally the sort of people who complain themselves, but they don't realise that they're doing exactly the same as they're accusing everybody else of doing it. They haven't got the intelligence to realise that's how it works. How many more monsters in police uniform are there out there? 1,000, we're told. 1,000 police officers are being investigated for sexual crimes. And when you look at the sexual crimes of this monster of the Met... he told victims they could trust him because he was a firearms officer. I mean, to be honest with you, they missed 9 chances to catch him. I mean, I don't know how incompetent the Met have to be. It's really worrying. You know, there are, in fact, 800 officers being investigated for sexual and domestic abuse. And the Met is in the biggest doggy-doos that it's ever been in. You know, because this bloke joined the Met in 2001... still in his 2-year probationary. He's accused of harassment and assault and becoming the subject of the first of 5 public complaints in 6 years. How do these people actually get into the force in the first place? I haven't quite worked this bit out. He exploited his position as a copper to prey on women. And, I mean, don't they vet people? You know, do they just go, oh, you can come in here now. I like women. Yeah, come on in. Come on. I mean, I thought they went through the police training thing, and for that they would then find out if people were suitable. Well, quite clearly this one and the 1,000 other people, or 900 or whatever it happens, whatever it is, if it's over one more, that's bad. And this one here, you know, he was sort of taken off duties. He was been on a dating site. And women have reported being raped by... And so it just went on. The catalogue just increased and increased and increased. And you think, and there's pages and pages in the newspaper. He boasted that being a PC put him above the law. Well, we know that there are bent coppers. We don't have to be clever to realise this. The amount of times there have been bent coppers out there. But a senior officer arrested after thousands of indecent child porn images were allegedly discovered in a secret room has been found dead. Not surprised with 1,000 images. I don't know how that happened, but he killed himself, they say, under a huge mental strain. I mean, it makes me wonder, you know, with computers nowadays, I've said to you before, if somebody writes abuse and they write it on their computer, you can find them within seconds, because each computer has got a number. You're linked into a database, they can find you very quickly. And that's why it always amazes me, the terminally stupid who write stuff to people. You know, it can be all, I mean, there's stories in the papers which are too horrendous even to be mentioned by us. And you start thinking to yourself, you know, is this the way forward? You can find these people. But, you know, I've seen police officers who do join because they love the power. They love the power. They like the idea of being able to sort of have some sort of thing over people, holding a sort of Damocles over somebody and basically saying, you can't do anything because I'm a policeman. Because I came from a family, my mother worked for the police. She would never believe anything bad about the police. Never believe anything bad about them. She would say, but they're police officers. And I go, yeah, but you do get rotten apples in a barrel, Mum. And she'd go, well, I've never encountered it. And because she worked for the police, she had a great relationship. But they become like a unit by themselves. She had the problem she had was that all the young coppers in the station she was based at used to go and have dinner with her because they couldn't go and have dinner with people they'd met in bars in case they had to arrest them. So they didn't have any friends. A lot of young coppers used to go round to my mum's place on a Friday night or a Saturday night, and she'd cook dinner and all the rest of it, and they'd tell her all their woes. She said it was amazing how many of them seemed to have emotional problems because, you know, they joined the police force. I mean, most of them will tell you they joined the police force because they want to arrest criminals. They want to find criminals. They said, but too often they're finding themselves dealing with domestic violence, people who are drunks, people who are off their head on crack, on smack and all these other bits and pieces. Where it ends, I've got no idea. But if they're investigating more than 1,000, that's a bit of a worry, isn't it? Certainly worries me. Certainly worries me. And there could be even worse people in there. We've had police officers who've murdered before. We've had people like that. Terrible, terrible, terrible. What else we got? Conversion therapy is going to be banned. You know, I don't know if you've ever seen conversion therapy. This is where you get, I remember seeing them some years ago. It's sort of certain churches that claim that they can cure gayness. And they always put somebody up there who goes, I used to be gay and now I'm married. And you think, what a load of cobblers, honestly. Of course you haven't changed like that. Of course you haven't changed. But they generally are part of a church. And they convince you that if you're gay and you're religious, they can change you and they can make you heterosexual. I mean, it's just the biggest load of old whatsits you've ever heard in your entire life. So they're going to ban it, thank God. Love Island is back. I didn't watch it. I tell a lie. I did wake up and see one girl nearly wearing a bikini. You know, it was cut a little bit too. I mean, if the boys had done that, they'd be going, I'm sorry, could you not trim? You know, at least make it look a bit better. You know, that's how it works. And so I did watch it. They are so shallow, these people. And you have to ask yourself the question, if they're all that great looking, why can't they find partners to go with? Because they're all missing something between their ears. It's called brains. They don't have any brains, you know, because my type is, you know, basically anything that moves and has got a pulse. But they can't find anything, you know, which has sort of got any longevity to it. And so they have to go on a reality show to make themselves look like the biggest prats in the entire universe. It's embarrassing. Oh, you're gorgeous looking. And then you look at it and you think, it's not happening, is it, love? You really are quite dull and boring. And so they've said, one of the reviewers today says it's as shallow as a mouse's foot bath. Because that's what it is. I mean, if I can't even get my boys to watch it, you know, I mean, I promise them food, I promise them sweeties, you know, watch it. No, Steve, we will not watch it. You know, it's just, it's of no interest to anybody unless you're one of those sort of desperate people who hides behind net curtains and wears one of those flasher Macs. I can't think. I bet Jack isn't watching it. I bet he's not. He hates it. I told you, he hates it. I knew he would, because I think I'd asked him before and he said he hated it then. It's not his sort of thing at all. He'd rather go round the corner. You know, that's a bit more realistic. Sitting there watching something on the television is not real. You know, I've noticed that One of the Owen children, you know, the one who went out with the fishmonger called Luca. Who's ever heard of a fishmonger called Luca? But anyway, she went out with him for a brief moment because otherwise it made her look a bit sad. And they all have to walk away with boyfriends because then people... But we knew it was all a bit fake. Anyway, she's ditched him. She's found somebody else. Already, she's found somebody... She's only ditched him a few weeks ago, so she's obviously a bit shallow. And what's this one? He's a rapper, isn't he? And he's called... Bugsy Malone. He's called Bugsy Malone. His real name's Aaron. Not surprised he changed it. How embarrassing. What's your name, mate? Bugsy Malone. Yeah, what's your real name? Aaron. Aaron what? I don't know. Mum? You can see it, can't you? No idea. But he's called... there's another one, isn't it, called Rag and Bone. And there's all these different rapper artists. I don't know where they come from. Perhaps there's an agency that just turns them out. They go... Oh, I bought that thing the other day. On Amazon, it's a little astronaut, and you plug him in to a USB socket, and it shines stars on the ceiling in my sitting room. And it's got a remote. It was only like 30 quid. It's really good. I tell you, I was up among the stars yesterday, swimming through there like that, going, this is really good. The Aurora Borealis and all these other things. I liked anything like that. I've got them in the car as well, playing on the ceiling of the car. I think I just need to get a life. Don't you think so? I think so. But anyway... So Noreen off to see Peter Noon from Herman's Hermits. And Waj says, just locked into the spike. He said, I'm staying in bed. Don't worry. Dad's coming back from Pakistan after 2 months holiday. 2 months holiday. That's nice. I don't know what I'd do on a 2-month holiday. Eat yourself to death, I suppose. I don't know where I'd want to go, though. I don't know where I'd want to go. If somebody said you've got a 2-month holiday and you can go anywhere in the world... I don't know where I'd go to. I can't, off the top of my head, I can't think of anywhere. Probably Vegas, because there's so much to do. Or the Maldives, says Freddie. You know, he likes the Maldives. He can't enter because he works here. That's our holiday we're giving away for Make Some Noise. You've got a beachfront villa with an infinity pool, and also you've got one of those hot tubs. You like a hot tub, don't you? See, Jack likes a hot tub. I've put his name forward for next year's Love Island because they're doing stupid yet savable people. And so I thought if we pop him in there, you know, he can go there and then, you know, then he can meet somebody. You know, I'm just trying to be helpful, just trying to be useful, you know, doing my best. Once I've sorted myself out, then we could sort of try and sort poor old Jack out. We'll have to change his wardrobe, though. I think we need to sort of take you out and get somebody to... They do this mystery shopping in some of the, in like Selfridges, and somebody sort of, you go, listen, I just need new outfits, and you go in there, and I think we have to sort of bring you up to date. Well, I think a suit would be nice. Do you not think? I mean, do you not hold the programme in such high esteem that you'd wear a suit or something? Yeah? Or shorts? No, not shorts. No, maybe not. On second thoughts, maybe not Love Island. In fact, actually not anything at all. We'll take a break. It's 4:16.
This is LBC. Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. It is so cold out there this morning. It really is. It's definitely not one of those days where you go out in I bet my postman's got shorts on. He wears shorts every single day. It doesn't matter, come rain, come shine, come wind, come snow, come just about everything, actually. Wasn't Pete Noon, says Cherry and Herman's Hermits? Yeah, he was the lead singer. Excuse me, I'm 68. I know who all the lead singers were. I know who all these people are. Even Eddie Mooney. Even Eddie Mooney. I know who these people are, which is very good. Did you hear Jackie on James's show yesterday? Quality, says Ice Creamy. And no, I heard all about it. I think I heard the end of the conversation, because sometimes I can tell from people's voices what they're going to be like. So some of the people that I've heard who sort of call in overnight, you can, and then they tell you that they're in their 50s or something, and you start thinking, blimey, you sound really old and ancient. And I think there was the one that we're not going to be hearing from ever again because he's leaving the country. He hates everything about it. He hates the country, he hates the government. And I can't remember what his name was now. Was it Sean or something like that? I think he was what, Elliot? Poor old Elliot. But no, I mean, I think his name was Sean. But anyway, he was sort of saying he's not going to stay in the country. But he wouldn't tell us where he was going to go to. I thought anywhere. Who cares? I can't remember if he was from County Durham. He might have been from County Durham. Yeah, is he fairly regularly, is he known? Yeah, he was, well, we won't be hearing from him ever again because he's leaving the country now. Liar. You can just tell, can't you? He doesn't sound as though he's got threepence to rub together, so he couldn't afford to. Where would he go to? Who would want him? Who would want him? Nobody. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Mike in Kings Langley. Did you notice the inventor of the zip fastener? It's also been mentioned in the New Year's Honours list. From now on, he'll be known as Lord of the Flies. You're barred. You're barred. Actually, I can't work out what is better, to have a zip or to have buttons, because I've got jeans with both. And believe you me, buttons are a bit safer. Zips can be quite dangerous. Quite dangerous. As a child, I remember thinking, ow, ow, this is really quite awful. And then I had buttons, and then sometimes you forget to do them up properly. So you kind of leave it, don't you, really? And I sort of gave up on that. Bruno Tonioli is going to replace David Walliams on Britain's Got Talent after beating Alan Carr. I did say at the time, Alan Carr is right for certain things, but he's not right for Britain's Got Talent, because he would stand up and go, well, you know, and I thought it would take away from the contestants. We don't need that kind of thing. Whereas Bruno Tonioli is a bit camp and over the top. But then he's Italian. He can't help it. They're very over-exuberant. It's, you know, the love, you know, the passion and this and that. But unfortunately, it's Britain's Got Talent, so it will be the saddos. They'll be dragging people out going, go on, can you sing? Have you noticed they're all singers? You don't get anybody who comes on and starts juggling, or anybody playing the saxophone, or somebody, you know, it's always people who sing, but then it turns out they can't sing. I get a bit sort of fed up with it, really. But, I mean, I don't mind, actually. I don't mind too much about it. And Shane says, do you remember I said a new TV channel started on Sunday in Sydney? There's a show called Judge Jerry with Jerry Springer, similar to Judge Judy. I didn't realise he was a judge. No, I didn't realise either. Judge Judy, the most successful presenter on American television. She's in her 80s, Judith Sheindlin, and she looks quite old now, because the programmes we were getting, I think, were from a few years ago. But I used to love her. She ruled with a rod of iron. Only she could rule with a rod of iron, and it worked beautifully. And the franchise sold around the world, and so people wanted to watch. And there's been various people who've copied Judge Judy. We got it with sort of Judge Rinder, but of course he was never a judge. Whereas she was a judge. He wasn't. He was just a barrister, I think. And they sort of put him on it. But it was sort of the cheaper version. But Judge Judith Sheindlin, I mean, I forget how many, actually. I mean, I know that if you search for her, she's had about nearly 17 million hits. I mean, I can't even compete with that. Makes my sort of 1 million hits a month look a bit sad, doesn't it, really? But she's very good. I like her a lot, actually. I like the programme. It's very slick, and they've been doing it for such a long time. But when you look at how she's changed, I liked her with big hair. I've got a thing about big hair. I don't like little hair. I like big hair. And you see her, she's obviously had some changes over the years, where sort of people have sort of said, oh, what does she look like now? But she's quit daytime television. I think she's worth about 500 million, just through doing a little show like that, where people apply to go on it. And they treat it as a proper courtroom, and they treat it as it's a case of her decision is final. You might not agree with it, but this is what would happen. So once you've agreed to go on the programme, just because you don't agree with it, you can't do anything about it, because they're going to show it anyway and show you up for the person that you are, really. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So Bruno's got the gig, which is good. He's also a friend of Amanda. And it'll work fine, absolutely fine. I see that Shirley Ballas has had an American smooth and glowing thing. She's had a non-surgical facelift. I like the sound of this. A non-surgical facelift. And it looks very good, actually. So she had 11 months of plasma procedures to rejuvenate her face and neck. Because that's where it shows, isn't it? It shows on your neck. You can see it. So you get a lot of people of a certain, mainly ladies. You don't get it with men so much. They put a scarf around their neck, so it stops you sort of seeing the sagging bit. But it's 5,000 quid. Now I can see loads of you ladies going, she's only 62 though. She's not really old enough to have surgery. But, you know, people have it at all sorts of ages when they sort of decide, you know, if you look in the mirror, Dale spent all his time looking in the mirror. You know, does this look bit? And then he would pull the skin back at the side of his face to see what it looked like. So he'd sort of do that kind of thing. And I remember thinking, so I started doing it at home. And I remember thinking, oh, I look like I've been caught in the headlights of a giant juggernaut. And so I decided maybe not a good idea. And then I thought maybe I'll just have some little bit of an injection. And then I thought, no, I don't want anybody sticking a needle. I've seen the size of the needles. I can't watch needles on television. If there's one of these A&E programmes and they go, and we're just going to put I have to look away. It makes me go all funny. Even having a little thing put into your, which I've had on numerous occasions, they put this tube into your vein on your wrist, and then they clip other different bits and pieces on it. You got this to look forward to. I can't watch the pimple popping programme. I think that is just the most... It's like people embarrassing bodies. They're so embarrassed, they want to go on television and share it with the rest of the world. I mean, the pimple popping thing is just vile. Why would you want a programme like that on the television? Why would you want to watch somebody go... And I've seen... On the they've had all these different sort of doctors and plastic surgeons and cosmetic surgeons who have to deal with sort of people's problems. And, I mean, I was going to ask the boys, actually, what part of themselves would they change? You know, Jack's thinking. It's kind of a difficult question, really, you know. You change your hair. For what? What would you change it for? Would you change it, for longer or shorter or different hair? You'd like to have really long hair? Well, you can buy a wig. You can buy wigs. Yeah, for men. They do wigs for men. I mean, you could try one as sort of just a fun thing for a party. I went in a Rod Stewart wig once to something, and I quite liked it. It was sort of long, and it came around, and I remember thinking, you know, I look pretty cool in it. So you could go and get a wig. In fact, we have a lovely one of my listeners listening, and her dad's business, I presume they still got it, is wig making. And so, you know, all the people in West End shows, mainly 90% of them are wearing wigs because they're so much better than they used to be because they're done on a very thin mesh and, with sort of long hair. Yeah, that's your dream, is it? Why don't you just grow it then? Wouldn't that make sense to grow your hair? I can't hear you. Wait. Well, you just have to wait. You can have extensions put in. Ruth Langsford's just had them put in, so it looks as though she's got lots of full hair. Not so. What they do is they lift up the hair, and then they bond it underneath, and then your own hair comes back over the top, so nobody'd know. Although I did stand in Harrods once in the pet department, and there was a young girl from somewhere up north, and she'd had hair extensions put in, but because the weather was so vile outside, you could see the little clips that really... I wanted to say to her, go back and get it done again properly, love. It looks cheap. But that's what you could have. So you lift up your own hair, and then it pushes up underneath, and then your own hair comes over the top of it. I'm an expert. I'll make you one. I can do one. What colour do you want? What colour do you think you want? You want that colour? Yeah, unfortunately, we don't really know what colour that is, do we? Does it have a name? Dirty blonde. In your dreams. In your dreams, dirty blonde. I've got dirty blonde hair, Steve. But no, everybody does that. Lots of people have it. Cliff Richard, when he did Time at the Dominion Theatre, he had a little ponytail at the back, and that was just sort of put into the hair. You can have it done now, although be careful. If ever you have hair extensions and you've got weak hair, it drags them out from the roots. That's the problem. It puts... all of a sudden, you've got heavy weight on your roots. And I've got very fine hair. What little hair I've got. But it doesn't... It's my hair. I'm quite proud of it, you know. I comb it every so often, about every 3 years. And used to do all sorts of things to it. And then I suddenly realised, what the heck? What is the point of sort of panicking over it? But I can imagine, you know, being... You know, you sort of get to that stage where you sort of think, I'd quite like to, you know, be a rockabilly. And, you know, got all this sort of... This hair you could just toss backwards and forwards. Everybody goes, hey, cool hair. And you go, yeah, isn't it? Because have you noticed that all these rockers now have long hair? If you're going to be in a rock band, you've got to have long hair. You can't have short hair. You look like a prune. You've got to go in there, and they've got to have long hair, da-dum, 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 like that. Gone quite dizzy now. Can't do this all the time, but it's true. That's what they have. You see all these ancient rockers on stage, you know, Bon Jovi, and they've all got hair, and you think, how much is that yours, and how much is that, you know, grown on the back of a yak or something like that? But because you can't go out to a rock gig, unless you've got long hair. And some people are lucky, although I never understand why people grow long hair and then they tie it back in a ponytail. What's the point of that? If you've got it, show it. I'm always the first one there. More of your texts and emails in a moment, including the Jeremy Clarkson debacle. They're not sure whether or not he's going to be dropped by Amazon Prime. He might be, he might not be. He said he apologised, the Sun apologised, everybody's apologised to them, because you need to apologise to them because they're just very insecure. I still can't work out, actually, the Harry thing, you know, how much they hate the press, and yet they've literally manipulated the press all the way through. You know, they like the press. Steve, Kim says, -4 at the moment. Got a fleecy onesie on over the old jammies. Baltic. I won't be keeping me in. No, I mean, to be honest with you, I could happily stay in. I need to get some. I've still got the venison to eat. I've not eaten the venison yet. A friend of mine ate it, and he said you'll like it. It's really good for you. I don't know. Every time I drive through Richmond Park, I always look at the deer and think, I don't know. Too expensive? Probably not. Not too expensive. 4:30 the time, and with the LBC, can't speak now, with the LBC News headlines, Charlotte Morgan.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
You need to get it sorted out. It's unbelievable. The fact it doesn't work, and you've pushed it numerous times. I don't know why it doesn't work, but never mind, we get round to it. Anyway, how are you this morning? Are you good? Are you good? Got to start my shift, Steve. Cab won't start. Too cold, so a cup of tea, back to bed with LBC. Well, I mean, that's about as good as it's going to get, isn't it, really? Do you think so? I think so. LBC, given the choice, what would you rather do? Freeze yourself to death outside? Or sort of listen to LBC. Why don't you listen to LBC? Goodness sake. Steve, your mention of the name Luca reminds me of Suzanne Vega's classic song, Luca. I can't remember if I've heard it, actually. I might have. Luca. I live on the 2nd floor. My name is Luca. I live on the 2nd floor. I live upstairs from you. Yes, I think you've seen me before. I don't think I remember that one. Oh, no, I was thinking the other song. Her name was Lola. She was a showgirl. Do you remember that... I love watching Karens on YouTube. I become addictive to watching these outrageous people in America who behave so badly. This particular woman is the worst ever. There's a guy going into his apartment block. He rents an apartment and he puts his key in the lock and he tries to go in, and there's a woman the other side. What do you want? She says. He said, I'm coming in. She said, no, you're not. I don't know who you are. Who are you? He said, I'm not telling you. I should point out he's black. Okay, so she's there. She's white. She's not letting him in. I don't know who you are. I can't let you in. Move out of the way. He's very calm, to be honest with you. I'd have lost my temper and shoved the door in her face. But anyway, and so this goes, and eventually he manages to get in. So he's got his key. She says, whereabouts do you live? He said, I'm not telling you. Who are you? She said, I live here. He said, you don't own this. And so this goes on for about 15, 20 minutes. She then starts following him down the corridor to the lift. She starts following him and she says, I don't know who you are. I've never seen you before. He said, well, I've never seen you before either, but that doesn't mean that you have the right to stop me going to my apartment. And she keeps going on. She gets in the lift with him and he says, where are you going to? She says, I'm watching you. So I don't know who you are. She thinks he's on the rob. She thinks he's on the rob. I mean, she is more racist than you've ever seen. More racist. More racist than even Lee Ryan, who couldn't be any more racist if he tried. And I'll come round to him in a minute. But it was interesting. And she's there. And in the end, he gets to his floor and she's still following. And she goes, who are you? He goes, who are you? She says, I live here. This is my block. He said, you don't own anything. Anyway, he gets to his flat door and he goes, you've made yourself look extremely stupid. And he reports her for racism. He reports her for racism. And she's made to look like the biggest so-and-so under the sun. It's just, I mean, I've never seen like it. It was just unbelievable. So Luca, the song, I like Suzanne Vega, but I can't remember what her big hit was. So the inspiration for Luca was kids. So Luca is an abused child. She said, in real life, I don't think he was. I think he was just different. And his character is what she based the song on. So there you go. The accompanying music video for Luca was actually shot over 3 days in New York City. And it was Jason Sebone who later played Jackie Aprile Jr. on the series The Sopranos. I don't think I've ever seen The Sopranos. But is that Suzanne Vega's only hit, Luca? Did she have other hit singles? Because I don't really know. She had an album. DNA used one of the tracks on there. So she's got 4 singles. Marlene on the Wall, Left of Centre, Luca and No Cheap Thrill. Perhaps I don't know her music. Perhaps I don't know it. I don't think I do, actually. That's a shame. The original a cappella recording of the song was used as a test for the creation of the MP3 format. Oh, I see, I'm lost already. Completely lost. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm in the wilderness, floundering, I'm afraid. I'm terrible. And yet I'm strangely drawn to sort of singer-songwriters. I quite like them. And I'm also strangely drawn to these videos of these horrible people on top. And they're mainly in America, but my favourite is the people who thieve parcels. Because Amazon will come round and deliver. They leave the parcel on your doorstep. They go away. Somebody's been following the van. They get out, they pick up the parcel, and they take it home and they rob you. So this bloke in America has got the ideal thing to do. He sets up an explosion inside the box. It's got hidden cameras, it's got sirens, and it's got about 3 or 4 pounds worth of glitter in there. So when they open the box, it starts making the noise, and then glitter everywhere. It's fantastic. Some of these people, as they pick up the box which activates it, they fall over and run like heck. It's the best thing you could ever watch, actually. Nearly as good as the man who finds the call centres in India and releases cockroaches. He sends them a parcel, and then he activates a little thing which opens a trapdoor and the cockroaches come out. You've never seen people freak, but these are people who are robbing you blind. They phone you and go, oh, you know, I'm calling you from California. No, they're not. No, he knows exactly where they're calling from. And there's a whole group of them now in America who are exposing all the fraudsters, the people who take your money and don't offer you anything, but they try and pretend that you're due a refund from the Internal Revenue or something like that. And it's so funny because you can hear that they're not from California, but they come up, you know, my name is Martin. And you think, no, it really isn't, I promise you. It's very sweet, but definitely not. Steve, it's cold, says Matthew. -6 in parts of Guildford last night. Did you watch Dancing on Ice? No, it's rubbish. Rubbish. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Really not interested. I mean, where they get the deadbeat people on it from. I only know Patsy Palmer. I saw somebody dancing the other day and I kept thinking, who were they? But I'm supposed to know these things because I'm light-ent. People say to me, what are you, Steve? Are you political? I get light-ent. You know, I think you could be light-ent because you look at Ed Balls. There he was trying to have a personality on the television the other day with Suzanne Reid. And I remember thinking, my God, you were dreary as a politician. You're even more dreary as a presenter. And to think the other one who was on the television, who went on to the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, him I can't stand. Can't stand him. Ice Cream Ian says we're all at a standstill on the M40 southbound, just north of the Oxford services. Why? Don't tell me snow. Don't tell me snow. Oxford services? I don't know. We shall find. Well, you tell me, Ian. You have better access than we do. We haven't got as much access, have we? We need Joanne, but she's not with us for about half an hour, actually. Phil in High Wycombe says I've just had for my breakfast. I'm going to sneeze. I'm going to sneeze. I can just hear. Ridiculous. It's either dust or I'm now allergic to something. But anyway, I've just had for my breakfast a wonderful cheese toastie. Did it in my brand new Tower air fryer. Just tried to get the guide dog out. She won't budge off the bed. Far from stupid. She'll be 11 in June. She loves the home comfort, does my old girl. It's -5 out there. Don't go out. Don't go out. And Jane says, I've just awoken. Had to make a cuppa and finishing off a box of chocolates. Oh, that's fatal, isn't it? Finishing off a box of chocolates. They're there and you think, oh, shall I have some chocolates? And then you kind of think, I'll just have one. It's not physically possible to have one chocolate. You're going to end up having quite a number of them. And that's why everybody goes on diets. Everybody goes on diets in the new year. I mean, why specifically the new year? I've got no idea. It's only as if chocolates were available, isn't it? Sarah from Hertfordshire. She says, Gemma Owen's new fella, Aaron Davis, a.k.a. Bugsy Malone, is also an actor and has starred in 2 Guy Ritchie films. Oh, that's it then, isn't it? Obviously a huge celebrity. The Gentleman, a new release, Operation Fortune, which also stars Jason Statham. Ooh, hold you back. Goodness sake, honestly. Suzanne Vega had a hit with Tom's Diner as well. I don't think you can do a mosh-up to that, can you, really? I don't think Tom's Diner sounds like it'll be a mosh-up kind of thing. And Paul is freezing out there. Well, don't go out there. I mean, it's like going to the doctor and going, it hurts when I do this. Don't do that. Won't hurt. Okay. I wouldn't want to be a cleaning a street person, would you, in this weather? I'd just say, let them look dirty. I wouldn't, seriously. People say the streets are dirty. I say, yeah, and make something of it. You know, had this earlier on with one of the newsreaders out there. He wanted to take me outside for a fight. I was all up for it. I said, I'll see you outside, Dom. I said, don't start threatening me, pal. I know people. He said, I know people as well. I said, yeah, but hairdressers don't count. And it's not quite the same, is it? So Love Island, and here we go. Maya Jama, who obviously isn't really interested in the programme. She's just desperate to get something that gives her a job. And you've got Tanya and Shaq, Olivia and Will. I think Will is the farmer. I think he's the farmer. Anna May and somebody called Harris. Late arrival was Tom. Then you've got Lana and Ron. Oh, dear. I mean, to be honest with you, it's just boring. I mean, it's just not even entertaining. I could understand it if it was interesting. Gemma Owen has found love again, as I say, after she's ditched Luca Bish. And they split up 2 months after they coupled up because it was all fake. They have to go on there. If you're not a couple, you're not going to make any money. And to be honest with you, I don't really know what her talent is. And she said her breakup was that Fishmonger Luca said she found it challenging. Or to have a relationship, dear. How old is she? Oh, she's a ripe old age of 23, so really ancient. Yeah, or having an affair. Oh, it's very challenging. I don't know what to do. Yes, dear. Well, just pretend you're an equestrian rider. OK, that'll go down quite well. Maya Jama basically is famous for who she's bedded. And I think one of them was Stormzy. We know Stormzy. But it's a case of she's, unfortunately the programme should come before she does. To make it past the audition, believe it or not, for Love Island, I didn't know they had auditions. This is where you could fall flat on your face, Jack. They had to pass strict tests for drugs and psychological issues. They can't suffer from extreme nightmares or sleepwalking and had to agree to let their doctors share their health issues. And we've still ended up with this lot. I mean, you could just imagine. Somebody's going to have a breakdown. Somebody's going to have a break. They always do. They always. It's like, when they bring back Big Brother. They'll be putting people on there who seriously should be hospitalised because they can't deal with people who shout obscenities at them. I mean, some of the breakdowns I've seen over the years, and we call this entertainment. I don't. I call it absolutely dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. But people go, oh, it's really good fun, Steve. And you go, what's fun about it? What is fun with watching people, basically not coping with life? How they cope in the real world, God alone knows. There's only like 10 of them in the Big Brother house. But just work on the assumption they're all desperate. Which is interesting. Trucker Joe says, that's Mark Rober. Really is funny. Glitter Bomb it is. Been doing various versions over the years. Morning from a toaster cab. Starting my day in Cornwall. Or they got snow down there? They've got snow down there. But we want Ice Cream Ian to tell us about the roads. Want to know about whether it's where he is, whether it's really, really bad. And I love the mobster that they've caught. 30 years on the run. Took 100 cops to get him. He was dubbed the Ghost. And they found him in a clinic because he's got to go in for rehab. But 30 years. He's already been sentenced to life imprisonment. So he'll be going into prison. And he apparently is the last Godfather. If you saw the film The Godfather with Michael Corleone, this is apparently the similar sort of thing. This guy is Matteo Messina Denaro, nicknamed the Ghost. He filled a cemetery all by himself. That's how many people he had murdered. Well, your time has come, sweet cheeks. They've got you. And you're in a secret place, and basically they'll sort of chuck you in prison, and they'll just leave you there, and you will die in prison. But it amazes me that these people still exist. In his heyday, he used to dress up as a woman to try and defy, because the Godfather, in fact, watch the film, then you'll understand how these Cozy Nostra work. It's all, you go to your Godfather if you're looking for something. Jack's done a wrong to me. I go to my Godfather and he says, see, I take him out and I do this, and and Jack goes, I'm not going out. I'm staying in. It's cold. I'm not going to go out there unless I've got a new fleece, new bit of equipment to wear. It's 14 minutes to 5.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, I'm so excited. I'm so excited to be indoors when it's absolutely freezing cold outside. Mind you, it was bad enough waiting for the car this morning, but we had a good old chat. Steve coming down to Twickenham this summer to see Depeche Mode. Oh, they're never playing Twickenham, are they? Will they sell out Twickenham? Depeche Mode? I don't know whether they would, actually. And blobby snow settling in Cornwall, says Julie. Pyjama and duvet day. Oh, we like a duvet. I must be due a new duvet. I don't know how long they're supposed to last. I bought Siberian Goose, and they're not cheap. I only bought it because Nick Ferrari had one, and he said it's really good. It's for What? It's a very light duvet, so it works for summer and winter, but it kind of envelops you in this sort of cloth of warmness and everything else, and it's really good. But I think it was about £600 for a double. Not cheap. You can get them. I see them on QVC, and they go, you can get the duvet and you can get 2 pillowcases, $29.99. And I always think, can't be much cop at that. It must be synthetic. But no, I quite like mine. But I am due another one, because if you remember, I did cut myself quite badly. Consequently, I would bleed in bed when I was asleep. And because I'm on blood thinners, I bleed for the world. So, one little cut on my finger and I've got blood pouring out all over the place. And it's soaked through the duvet cover and soaked it. And so I need to take the I don't know whether you can get rid of blood stains. I suppose you can, actually. Probably stick them in salt water or something. Or sort of vanish. Freddie's on a freebie, you can tell, So I use Vanish all the time, Steve. Very, very expensive, very good as well. Steve. Apparently Clyde Ankle and the South Norwood hillbillies all have long hair, says Philip. I like the idea of long hair. I'm sort of quite. It's not going to happen, because you won't grow it that long. It'll take too long. And the period because you have to get your hair cut so that when it grows long, it grows in the right areas. Otherwise, you're just going to look ridiculous. You look like a pair of neck curtains on your head. You could end up like an afro, yeah. I mean, but you obviously keep getting it cut shorter, so you obviously don't really want long hair. You do, really. No, you don't know what. You're just very indecisive, aren't you? Do you know what you want to do for a living? Have you worked that bit out yet? Do you want to be a postman? Stay with you? Well, I can think of worse things. Yeah. Jack and I are going to stay together put it this way, when he said for the rest of my career, I don't know what he knows that I don't know. This might be one of these things. He's probably looked at my sort of medical history and gone, he can't go much longer, can he? And the answer is probably not. Probably not. I think about it as well all the time, actually. I don't know why. I think you get to a certain age and you do think about things. You always think, because I read about people in the papers every day, and you think, there's another mum and daughter who died in a car accident the other day. There's a man in the paper today who went through a field with cows in, and we've had these stories before, with his whippets and his wife, and the cows attacked them, and he's dead. And Freddie said earlier on, he said, I wouldn't go. I mean, why would you walk through a field with cows in it? You've read before that cows are dangerous. Have you seen how big they are? I mean, they, one of those, goes for you in a big way. You're in big trouble. I wouldn't risk it. Mike in Finchley says, I'm fed up with the cold big time. How about you and I go and pay our good mutual friend, Charles and Maddie, a visit? Just a 5-hour flight away. Charles Golding used to be our programme controller many years ago. And him and his gorgeous wife, Maddie, live overseas now. And he's a very good religious boy, and Maddie as well. In fact, they met, I think, at a Jewish youth festival, if memory serves me correctly, Mike. But I used to go round for dinner on a Friday night. I was the only person who used to go round on a Friday night. Very nice. Very nice. Very sweet, actually. Very sweet. Wrote a book on rats. I think he coined the phrase, you're never more in London than 6 feet away from a rat. And Jack's quite close. Quite close. Right, here we go. Lorry on Central Reservation, says Ian, M40 southbound near the Oxford Services. I mean, how does a lorry get to be on the Central Reservation? Is that ice? Have you got snow up there? And M40 southbound, Steve, before Junction 9 Bicester and Junction 8A, an accident. There's one of 3 lanes closed. Normal traffic conditions expected between 0600 and 0615. That's according to Twitter. Thank you. See, that's the good thing about LBC. You just ask people, and people tell you things. Should Jack grow his hair? No. It's as simple as that, because he's going to look quite peculiar, actually, with long hair, little chubby face and lots of sort of long hair. I'm trying to think, you can look like one of those groups from the 60s, like the Mamas and the Papas. Yeah, that's what I see him looking like, where people stand there in all these flowered shirts and sing, all the leaves are gone and the sky is grey. I've been for a while. Duncan in Cornwall says it's definitely snowing, about 1 inch. So far, I don't think the roads are gritted. Well, you see, this is where the councils fall down. They're supposed to go out because they read the weather forecast. Marie says weather absolutely foul here. 38 degrees in Melbourne. Wish I was over in London. You're welcome to it. You're welcome to it, because we only want sunshine. Although I don't want that much sunshine. I'm not a sunshine person. When I think how hot it was in the summer, I mean, it was dreadful. I can remember thinking, my plants look quite limp. You know, I plant things out, expecting them to be all stiff, and no, you come out the next morning and the heat would have killed them off. As it is, the cold has killed off a lot of my plants on the patio. We've got winter flowering, cactus, which are quite big. They've gone all limp. And I had about a 5-6 foot geranium, which my next door neighbour was looking after. Beautiful. And it surprised everybody because it went through everything. Look at it now. Dead as a doormat. You couldn't raise the dead with it. It's so disappointing. So we might have to sort that out. Steve, removing bloodstains, white cider vinegar. White cider vinegar. There you go. There's one. I shan't do it. I should get my friend Thomas to do it. He has the dry cleaners. I can't do things like that, honestly. It's like he does all my ironing. Because I can't iron. Well, I mean, I can iron. That's a lie, actually. I can, but I can't be bothered. I look at it as sort of a nice thing to have. Somebody does something for you like that. It's like, I mean, people have cleaners in. I wouldn't have a cleaner in. I can do things like that myself. But anything to do with ironing, I remember, my mum got the ironing board out, and the iron, and she'd be in the sitting room ironing while watching the television, which I thought was quite a good idea. Here's somebody after my own heart. He's an IT consultant called John Jr. And he reckons cutting out tap water has improved his health and well-being. He says it's curbed his anxiety, migraines and eczema, and he buys bottled water and he bathes in it. He spends $4,300 a year. The bill works out at roughly 360 quid a month, or 4,300 a year. He said it's a small price to pay. See, some people say that's okay. I mean, if that's what you want to do, you can do it. I don't know whether it works or whether somebody will say, well, I mean, it's a fallacy, isn't it, really? Bottled water. It's like bathing in milk. Milk's supposed to be quite good for bathing. Yeah, Cleopatra was apparently notorious for bathing in milk. I didn't know her personally. I mean, she used to write, send a Twitter. And and I thought, she bathes in milk. Ass's milk. Had to be ass's milk. It wasn't anything else but ass's milk. I don't know why. Clive says, Steve, on the M6 around junction 16, clear as a bell. Bit colder, -3, but the traffic is calm. All good, Will. All good. Oh, sorry, all good. I'm making up words now myself. Another one, which people telling me it's snowing all over the place, actually. Thank God it's not here. Thank God it's not here. Otherwise, I'd be in such a bad mood if I walked out of here, because I didn't bring an umbrella. I don't know why. Every day I could bring an umbrella, and every day I get in here and I go, oh, goodness, I've forgotten the umbrella again. But every day I take the car out for a little drive, have a little pootle around, just keep the old battery charged up, because in this weather, that's the problem. You have to sort of keep the battery charged up. And if you leave the car idling for ages and you don't take it out for a ride, you come to get in it and it's like, click, click, doesn't do anything at all. So, you have to make sure that you can sort all these things out. Police seize a £200,000 McLaren supercar. OK, nothing unusual in that. It was caught speeding on a motorway at 122 miles an hour. 2 days after the owner bought it. 2 days. And how old is the owner? 18. I'm fascinated to know what sort of 18-year-old can spend £200,000 on a car. I mean, I really am interested in this. It's got a V8 motor. Well, I've got a V8 motor as well. And his is 3.8 litres. See, mine's 6.75. So, hello. But apparently it can do 125 miles in 9.5 seconds. But, he's got no driving experience of driving a car that powerful. It could have ended in a fatality and he would be dead now. A teenager at the wheel of this McLaren, 204 miles an hour. So he was reported to court. The vehicle has been seized. He was also unable to show any insurance. That gives me an indication of where he comes from to afford 200,000 quid. It's a lot, isn't it? For a car, for an 18-year-old, and he's got no insurance, so even more stupid than we imagined. At least if they actually take him sort of off the road, we'll all be much happier, won't we? Keith says, if you watch the renovation of Claridge's, they've dug 5 stories below ground, new penthouse suite, 100,000 a night. No, it's 50,000. I said yesterday it could be 100,000, because that's not a lot of money. The super rich will pay money like that, not me.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to another cold day, January the 17th. It's Tuesday as we sort of race through the month. I quite like it when we race through the month because at the beginning of the year, it started going a bit slow for me. And I remember thinking, what am I doing today? So all I've got to do is go to my godchildren this Saturday, which would be nice. We go for lunch. I'm just hoping it doesn't snow. Because that's the only thing, because they're sort of in the middle of the countryside, down little country lanes. You know the sort of country lanes you get where you can't even see around the corner. You can't see if there's another car coming until it's practically on top of you. So if it does snow, then that's going to put the kibosh on it. So I shall not be going. But I need to go, actually. I've got to get a couple of bits and pieces. Kim says, my sister, Steve, finds that ironing relaxes her. I just don't iron. Relaxes me even more. I know. Sally wants to know, why do men think it's attractive to have a top knot or a man bun? Ladies should also realise that the Croydon facelift, that's where the hair is scraped back, tight in a ponytail, is not the greatest look. I never understand the man buns. I just don't understand that, actually. Really don't understand it. Steve, as there are multiple snow alerts, people have already started panic buying. Of course. That's what we like, actually. Thank you very much indeed. And a zoo's fireworks shows left its animals seriously stressed. South Lake Safari Zoo, Cumbria, put on the displays in the run-up to Christmas, but Freedom for Animals said they were still as loud as a lawnmower. Every animal would have suffered stress. It shows a complete lack of consideration. The zoo has hit back. We have hosted around 30 low-noise displays since 2017 with no issues. Yeah, they've got these no-noise fireworks, so they're just pretty. Whether that frightens animals, I have no idea. Not a clue, I'm afraid. Steve just sat down on the 0502 Thameslink from Purley, 0412 Brighton, as we zoom into the city. I was at Oxford Circus tube station at the weekend. There are about 3 to 4 plainclothes officers waiting the other side of the ticket barriers for people who didn't have a ticket or were using a child's ticket. Apparently the barrier card reader lights up a different colour if it's a child ticket. Saw 3 cooks caught in quick succession. Some have no shame and will leap over the barriers in front of the staff. Oh, they do it at Twickenham. I've seen them doing it. At Richmond, they used to do it. There was a building site over the road in Richmond. They would constantly push through the barriers, 2 or 3 of them. They could get through. And you think, you just want to make sure you can close the doors, get them arrested as quick as possible. But you're right, I didn't know about the changing colour, but a lot of people I've seen are using child tickets. I saw some woman about 4 or 5 weeks ago, and I knew it was a child ticket, and you think, you crook. These people are terrible. I wouldn't even do that. I told you the other day when I went to Robert Dias, and they gave me £10 extra in my change. I should have only had the £5 and the change, but he gave me a £10 of the change, and I gave it back. I said, "You've given me too much." And he went, "Thanks for being honest." And I said, I couldn't live with myself. I know some people say, "Oh, you should have kept it." Should have kept it. But I know I couldn't do that. I'm not that desperate for a £10 note. Not after my tax rebate. So excited. I haven't had a tax rebate for about 25 years. They always say, "Oh, you're going to get a tax rebate." And then you get to my age and they go, "Actually, you've been charged a bit too much." So they gave it back to me. And they gave it back fast. I mean, I couldn't believe it. My brother said, "Oh, it'll take forever to do that." But no, literally, it was less than a week after the accountant said, "You're going to get this back and they'll pay it directly into your bank account." And lo and behold, ta-da! It's exciting, isn't it? I don't know what to spend it on first. I don't know. I get some more hair or something like that. Make myself look interesting. I had a bit of good luck yesterday, Steve. Money's been tight and I found a £10 note tucked away in my phone case. I never knew it was there. Oh, I've done that, Christine. In fact, I've got it at the moment. I'm pretty certain. In my little card, look, there's a £10 note. It's what I call my £10 emergency. It's in case, all of a sudden the Oyster card... But I've got 2 Oyster cards. Got one there and one there. How cool am I? I'm prepared for every eventuality. And I keep them topped up as well. I don't want to get there and it goes beep, beep, or something like that, and they go, sorry, mate, I haven't got any credit on it. So I always... if I've got a bit of spare cash on me, like who hasn't, then I sort of top up the cards. Because you see people getting on the bus, and they put their card on the machine, and it goes beep, beep, beep. And the driver looks at them, and we all look at them, and then they try it, they turn it round, and it goes beep, beep, beep. And they turn it round another way, and it goes beep, beep, beep. And you go, why do you just not accept the fact you haven't got any credit on your card? And they go to the driver, well, I've definitely got credit on there. And he goes, no, you haven't. So they have to get off the bus, the humiliation. I always wave. As they get off the bus and stand there sobbing, I go, bye. Like that, just to make them feel a little bit better about life. So we were talking when you'd gone, Jack, about top knots. Men having little bun, where you get a little bit of hair like yours and you tie it up and put an elastic band around it. No, you wouldn't. Of course you wouldn't. Yeah, but why is it? Explain to me why it's cool. I can't quite work out why anybody looking that stupid, looking like somebody out of the Flintstones, would think it was cool. It doesn't look cool. Doesn't get girls, gets boys. That's what it is. Perhaps it's a new gay thing that I've missed out on. Perhaps it's sort of one of those things they go, I'll wear a top knot. You go, that's so gay. So gay. You go, no, my name's not so gay. My name's Malcolm, and I just thought that then, actually. I was funny and I didn't even know it. It's clever, isn't it, really? TV Biz today, talking about this new E4 show. 1 minute they're thinking about axing E4, then they decided not to axe it, and we were talking about this earlier on, Freddie, because we put his name down, and it's a hookup show for people to go on television and have sex. That's what they want you to do. They've got Naked Attraction and the hit dating show Married at First Sight, and now they want this new one. And, to be honest with you, I don't quite get it, because Naked Attraction is basically people having sex on the first date. Because then they go back and they go, so will you be seeing each other again? And you go, no, I don't think so. Don't think so. I just want to be on television, because my mum's really proud of me. I remember there was a girl on, it wasn't Love Island, it might have been Big Brother, and she was the first person I believe to have sex on television under the duvet. And her mother went in the press and went, I'm so proud of her. And I remember thinking, ugh. Disgusting, really is. What else we got? Josh Widdicombe has no fears about cancel culture, as his material is so benign. He's got a podcast. Everybody's got a podcast. I got a podcast. Have you got a podcast? Freddie hasn't got a podcast. No. Have you got a podcast, Jack? No, not anymore. Did you have one before? Oh, what, a university. Okay, watched by 3 people. And did you get a lot of people listening to your podcast? What was it a podcast about? What was it? Just politics. Right. Yeah. I had my own podcast. 4 people were registered as listening to it. It's difficult to get people listening to podcasts now. I just say my name's Steve Allen, please download it, and then cry. Because I think it works better, actually. But there's so many people doing them nowadays. So many people doing them. But luckily at LBC, we have the global... .com network, and it's fantastic. And if you want to catch up on any of the shows that we have on LBC, if you haven't already got Global Player, this is what you do. Okay, you just go to your app store or visit, which is the easy one, I think, globalplayer.com. Please don't smile. Please don't smile. And once you've got it, you search for Steve Allen, the whole show. If you're listening on Alexa, you just say, Alexa, open Global Player and play Steve Allen, the whole show podcast. Thank you. And Alexa will play the Steve Allen podcast. 1 million hits a month. 1 million hits a month. We're not doing badly. Doing very well on Ian Dale's programme, as you can work out. Keith says, no clouds in Chingford. Well, I don't think they dare. Would. Have you been to Chingford? Good. And he says, I don't think we'll get any snow here. Be careful what you don't wish for. Steve, could be watching Andy Murray winning his match in Melbourne, says Fran, but rather listen to your dulcet tones on this, my 67th birthday. 67, child. 67. God, what it must be like. I'll let you know when I get there. Unbelievable. Keith says, I'll go on this attraction program. I just can't believe that they could actually persuade anybody to go on it. I'm always horrified that they go, okay, you're going to go on this program, you're going to stand in a tube with a coloured light above you, and you're going to take all your clothes off, and then somebody's going to stand there and the cameras are going to come and do a close-up. And you think, why would you want to do that? I can't think of any logical reason under God's sun. It's like, you know, I've seen over the years, because I'm an adult, naturist magazines. It's a lot of people playing tennis and things like that and jumping up and down with their balls, and a lot of people who need ironing. And I just couldn't understand. I mean, nobody, seriously, unless you're on Love Island, looks good naked. We just don't. You know, you stand in front of the mirror and you go, oh, God, what have I done to deserve this body? You know, and there's no answer to it. You just have to learn to live with it. I mean, I'm very lucky. I was blessed with a fantastic body. People say, you know, what do you like to? And so I'm very Amazonian. Very Amazonian. I'm very sort of, you know, any of these sort of butch people you see in the pro, like Wolf and stuff like that. That's me. That's me. About 25, 30 years ago, unfortunately, you know, your body changes. I saw a picture of a friend of mine I used to work with at LBC years and years ago the other day. He put up a tweet on something, and he was considered really, really good looking. And he's now bald. He's completely bald. And some people look good bald, but if you haven't seen somebody for a long while and then you see a picture of them, you go, oh, my goodness, I never thought they'd look like that. Because the ageing process hits different people in different... I'm going to say I'm very lucky. It hasn't touched me at all. I look exactly the same now as I used to when I was 14 and 15 years old. Still wearing the same little pair of shorts. And, you know, a member of the Cubs. Didn't make it to Scouts. Don't know why. I wish I had done, actually. It would have been easier. Somebody says, I enjoy Steve Allen. Well, of course you do, because it's free and you're tight. That's why you enjoy it. Honestly, I love the way people sort of think, what do you want? Sort of send you a chocolate bar or something? Goodness sake, honestly. 5:15, this is where we find out what's going on the roads, because we get the LBC travel every day at this time. And here she is, Joanne Webb.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, and Stella says, do you have a mega cute picture of you when you were a toddler to put on your Twitter? I do have a picture. It's never seeing the light of day. I was absolutely adorable. I don't know how to explain this to you. I was curly-haired, platinum blonde. You can only imagine, can't you, just how fantastic I must have looked. And then gradually, as I got a bit older, the hair sort of darker. I think it does. I think when you're born, a lot of people have hair that is slightly different colour. But I was platinum blonde, and I mean, just the ultimate in cutesy. Unfortunately, it didn't stay with me very long. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You know, I mean, I remember saying to my mother once, I don't know why I asked her, actually, the stupidest thing I've ever said. I said, do you think I'm good looking? She looked at me. She went, are you serious? I went, yes. She went, no, of course you're not. I went into deep depression. Imagine, until that moment, I'd thought I was really good looking, you know, but obviously not. In the eye of the beholder, as they say. What else we got? Oh, Davina McCall says she loves her saggy bits. What saggy bits has she got? The woman who works out. I mean, she says the way she looks at 55 is liberating. Oh dear. I don't think I can remember back at 55 whether I thought it was liberating. I don't know if somebody says, what's your best feature? What would your best feature be? You know, bearing in mind this is a family show, Freddie, and, you know, what do you think your best feature is? Your eyes. Okay. Yeah. Are they, what colour are your eyes? Brown. See, I'm grey-green. But I've seen people who used to put contact lenses in and they would change them to bright blue, or those really odd ones that make you look like a snake, which I didn't like. Blue eyes is the one. Yeah. 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 You got blue eyes, Jack? Yeah, of course he would have, wouldn't he? You can just tell he has to top you every time. Every time, seriously. I don't want to go for fisticuffs, but I tell you, it's getting on my nerves. Yeah. I've seen the programmes on the television. So is that your best feature, your eyes? Your height? There's an interesting one, isn't it? How height are you? Sorry, how height are you? How tall are you? 6'4". Are you really? Good Lord above. I'm 5'10". I feel almost like I'm joining Snow White and 7 other people of restricted stature. I feel quite depressed now. 6'4". I don't believe it. All these people who think they're 6'4". Is that what it says in your passport? It says 6'4". Because I'm 1.8 metres. Oh, right. Well, don't be so smug about it. Don't be so clever. Because now you've alienated both of us. Now we both hate you. Peter Crouch has promised to dress up like Rodney Trotter as a gladiator to spice up his sex life with Abby Clancy. Dear me, I'm not sure about that, actually. I'm not in favour of people dressing up in the bedroom. I don't think it's necessary, actually. You know, all these people that go... I mean, you know, he says, you know, I'm going to dress up as a Viking. I don't really know, actually, whether or not that's good. Speaking on their podcast, he says, you started going to me, why don't you be more like a Viking? And he says, I said, what on earth are you talking about? If I dress up like a Viking, have you seen Only Fools and Horses? Have you seen it when Rodney dressed up as a gladiator? My favourite Only Fools and Horses was where Rodney goes abroad with Del Boy, and they get a discount on the holiday because they pretend that Rodney is only 14. And, of course, he wasn't, so he has to go and join the Groovy Gang. And he goes over there on this holiday programme, and they go, come on, Rodney, we're going to join the Groovy Gang. And he looks at Del like, I'm going to kill you. I'm absolutely going to kill you. And then one of the girls takes a shine to him and all the rest of it because she thinks he's 14 without realising. Steve, currently listening to you on the app live. I'm in the outback. One day of a 3-day drive from Adelaide to Coffs Harbour, 2,000 kilometres. My husband and I emigrated to Australia in 22, but still love listening to you, says Georgina. And at 35 degrees. Can't think of anything worse. It's too much for me. Too much. 35 degrees would be way too much for me. And yet, strangely enough, I grew up in hot countries. Grew up in Hong Kong, grew up in Egypt. You know, it was like boiling, but we didn't think about it because we just went to the beach. In Hong Kong, you did school in the morning, like the French, and then it finished lunchtime, and then you could go off to the beach. So we went off to the beach. So, in fact, you know, if I took my clothes off, I was brown as a little berry, because I spent so much time in the sun. I still wasn't much cop at swimming. At least I made the effort. You know, it was quite nice. That was the first place, actually, Hong Kong, where I ever got peppermint ice cream. There used to be an ice cream shop on the beach, and they did peppermint ice cream. And I'd only ever had vanilla, because I didn't think we had sort of things like that. By the time we came back here, after a few years away, they had all sorts of different flavours, tutti frutti and chocolate and vanilla and strawberry. I don't know why they were always the most popular ones. But no. It was peppermint ice cream, and it was green, and it was absolutely delicious. Howard says, I thought it was snowing in Enfield, then I realised my dandruff is back big time. Just the only thing I never suffered with. Never suffered with dandruff or anything. What? Don't start. Don't start getting on my nerves a little bit. Yeah, when I had a full head. Oh, when I had a full head of hair, there really wasn't anything with a dandruff to cling on to, which was a bit of a shame. But I didn't care. I did used to get a little bit of psoriasis. Most people seem to get some sort of skin complaint nowadays. I think you pick it up from water. I'm quite convinced. I do drink water. In fact, I'm drinking more water now than I've drunk in a long while. I fill up my little bottle every day from the tap, and I do try and get through it. And I sit on the train with it. But yesterday I spent too much time faffing around here, and I missed the bus. And had to go in on a bus which was loaded with horrible people. And then I got to Waterloo and I missed my train, so I had to get another one, which was very disappointing. Steve, I had to get up early today, says Rez, and drag myself to the office in West London. I'm so tempted to jump back into bed, but I think I should show my face. I agree, actually. I definitely agree. You should show your face. I couldn't bear it. Somebody said to me once, you remember when we did the pandemic, and a lot of presenters, not all presenters, but a lot of presenters did it from home. And they said they'd come and fit a box. And I said, the sort of programme I do, I couldn't do it from home. And I liked coming in here. It was great. I never picked up COVID. I came in here every day, and it was great because the building was quite quiet, actually. So I enjoyed it very much. Jill in Ireland says, while sorting out old photos with my visiting granddaughter, I came across a lovely photo of you and I when going to see Blood Brothers on a listener's night out. We do scrub up so beautifully. I tried to send it on here, but it doesn't work. Oh, right. Yes, we did do Blood Brothers. We did Bill Kenwright sorted us out a listener's night for it. Such a good show. Such a good show. A little bit weepy. My best features, Steve, blue eyes and a dimpled chin. On the downside, says Pete, I'm 5'11" tall. You see, 5'11's okay, isn't it? I think 5'11's good. I'm not sure about, blue... Jack's not sure about this. He's very, very finicky about, who he mingles with. But Pool Room Pete, and a dimpled chin. That's always got to go in the middle, hasn't it? A dimpled chin. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see what my lot look like in a few years' time when they age. I shall look forward to that day with great pleasure, actually, going, I'll bump into Jack. He'll be outside the front. He'll go, hello, Steve. And I'll go, hello, who are you, love? Jack. And I go, Jack who? I used to work with you. And I go, did you? Police. Yeah, 22 forever. It's a funny thing, ageing. Steve, it's -5, says Ricky in Kent. I've just got into Kent, -5. Oh dear, that's not so good. And Ian in Thornton Heath. 30 years ago, I had golden skin, a six-pack and shining teeth. Nowadays, I've got blotchy skin, a party 7 and no flaming teeth at all. Oh, dear. And Angela says, Steve, I'm afraid I'm a tech dinosaur. Oh, no. I promise you, you talk about the podcast, aren't you? I really want your podcast, so I will get into the 21st century and get a smartphone. Well, you can do it on your computer. Can you do it on your computer? Yeah, you can do it on the computer. It's easier on the phone, is it? You'll have to change your phone for Global Player. But it'll be worth it, I promise you. There's 8,000 podcasts there to sort of play around with and listen to. I mean, seriously, it'll change your life, promise you. David in London North says, I'm doing the walk from the midterm car park to terminal at Luton Airport, and it's certainly clear and fresh out. It's -4. No chance of shorts and a T-shirt. The M1's clear from Brent Cross through to Luton. Thank you for keeping us sane and semi-sane at this hour every morning. Well, it's only because I'm sitting in a studio with 2 other people, so it's like having, your worst enemies sitting in a studio staring at you. But, we all get on, in a strange kind of showbiz way. We go, yeah, like you, whatever your name is. I never remember anything, actually, so I call everybody Poppet. Steve, you have the very best, says Doreen in Duvets, which is a Siberian down. It should last a minimum of 10 years. Get it cleaned by the dry cleaners if you're regularly bleeding, and it should be fine. Well, I wouldn't say I regularly bleed, but I do because I'm on blood thinners because of the heart. I do. So you think I thought it was the best one. It's Siberian goose, and they go round and they collect the feathers from the nests after they've had their chicks. People go around and physically collect the things, and then they wash them and all the rest of it, and they put them into the duvets. That's why they're so expensive, because they're picked by hand. They did a whole program on the telly, and I remember thinking, I got one of those. They've got these nests. They build these enormous nests because Siberian geese are quite big. So they've got to get all their bottom in and everything else. And then they go around picking all the feathers. It's lovely, isn't it? There you go. You've learned something new today. Will you be buying Boris's new book, says Dave? You are joking, aren't you? It's going to make him a fortune. And Kath says, try being 4'8" and being 40. It's awful. I can't reach cupboards, shelves. I stick out like a sore thumb in photographs. Oh, or don't have photographs done. Warwick Davis told me the worst thing for him was going into a building where they've got revolving doors, he said, but they hit a certain height, he said, so he has to jump up and down so that the magic eye catches him when the door opens. And it made me laugh so much. I felt I shouldn't laugh, but he sort of said, he was telling it as a story. He said, and in our kitchen, he said, we've got boxes by the sink so we can stand on them so we can get into the sink without falling in. But it was this revolving doors, you get these things, but you've got to be a certain height. He said, I stand there, he said, I'm waving my hands about and everything else. He said, doesn't work. Steve, still, says Clive, on the M6 round junction 23, although the signs keep saying the motorway is closed, it isn't, unless that's why it's really quiet. Anyway, heavy fog, so all drivers take care. Please remember to put your lights on for fog. Seriously, it's the best way forward. I hate driving in fog. Frightens the life out of me. There's a green comet out there, says Barry in Camden. Not been here for 50 years when humans were hanging out with Neanderthals. A green comet. Is it 50 years or 50,000 years? It must be 50,000. If you were hanging around with Neanderthals, it can't be, have to be 50,000, wouldn't it? A green comet. It's a bit cool, isn't it? I quite like that. I remember, looking up into the night sky and thinking, God, that's bloody boring, isn't it? But a green comet. All the things they were showing you the other day. Barney, what's his dad's name? Oh, there you go. Look, it's approaching Earth for the first time in 50,000 years. Where is our nearest planet that could be inhabited? Isn't it something like 50 light years away? For you actually to get to the place. And I remember thinking, sorry? 4.2. 4.2, what, years? Light years. All right. Make a big deal about it. Honestly, I only asked a question. So the closest planet, there you go. The closest average distance of 41 million kilometres, which is 25,476,219 miles. Venus It's the closest. Well, I don't think we'll bother. It's going to take you forever, isn't it? What's the point of going there? There's nothing there. Not McDonald's or a Burger King, is there? No, we shan't go. No, definitely not. Can't bother. But I like the idea of a green comet out there, Barry. Thank you for that. Of course, the best place to go and see these places is where you go somewhere where it's pitch black. And then you can look up at the sky and see. You won't see it in London because there's so many lights that are shining up into the night sky. Royal Mail are asking you to continue not to post items overseas while they investigate a cyber attack. And they've got loads of pictures of snow, Muir in Ord and the village of Northaram in West Yorkshire. They're big villages I've never even heard of. And tricky driving in Alnwick in Northumberland, where it's covering the cars. And they've got dangerous ice at minus 15 degrees. So my advice is take care. If you don't have to drive in the snow, don't drive in the snow. Still to come, Jeremy Clarkson has apologised to a publicity-shy pair over vile comments as he tries to save his TV career. That's the big question, isn't it, today? Do you think they'll actually get rid of him from Amazon Prime? I'm not totally convinced. 5:30 is the time.
Racing to finish your HR admin and the pay run. Spending an arm and leg on disjointed software. And now you're missing the football. Oh, you're paying for it. Find out why over 300,000 businesses have automated the difficult parts of employment with Employment Hero. Recruitment, HR, payroll and benefits in one easy-to-use platform, saving you time and money. If you're not using us, you're paying for it. Employment solved. Employment Hero. Search Employment Hero today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Well, it's called ANIC, apparently. It's called ANIC. Thank you, Simon. So I've now been roundly reprimanded for that one, like I'm supposed to know every blooming town in the country or village. ANIC, okay? ANIC. Even though it's spelt Alnwick. I love it. But they say pavements and roads could be turning into ice rinks, and that's when it makes it dangerous to drive, which is very embarrassing. Look at this one. Love Island newcomer Olivia. What do we know about Olivia? Answer, nothing. And she's eyeing up a role on EastEnders after her stint in the villa. No experience. Nothing at all. She said, I actually did doubling for Whitney in one of the New Year episodes, so that would be a very full circle moment. Yeah, but you're on Love Island, love. You're on Love Island. You know, forget anything. You know, she says she would love to join them after previously working as a body double. She's a ring girl. You know, the ring girls, they hold up the sign, round 3, round 4. It doesn't take any intelligence. You've just got to hold your hands above your head, okay, and do a number on it, and you go, number 3, and pose in a bikini. It's the most sexist thing you've ever seen. I thought they got rid of it, actually. I didn't realise it was still about. And apparently, what else we got? Former star Billy Brown reveals wannabes are grilled about their sex lives. Well, I don't know why. I thought the whole thing was based on sex, isn't it? Isn't Love Island based on sex? I thought that was the whole idea. Dating. Oh, right. We're being polite about it. Yeah. Apparently dating. Yeah. Like people this age. I mean, most of them look like they're just about ready to climb into bed anyway. I mean, I just don't see, you know, you're walking about in a bikini all the time. And then the first question they asked them was, so who would you like to team up with? What? I mean, it really is shallow. But there again, they are all a bit shallow. And a war has broken out over Kai Fagin on Love Island. He's a PE teacher and he claims to be 24. Most of people are saying he's never 24. They're saying he's a lot older. And Strictly Come Dancing, Shirley Ballas has done this cosmetic procedure for $5,000. She does look very good. And Strictly champion Hamza Yassin gets back on the dance floor. This is ahead of the UK Arena tour. 1 minute a cameraman on a programme, the next minute now they're thinking of getting him to front a programme. Also on the tour, Tyler West, Will Mellor, Neil Jones, Diane Buswell and Amy Dowden. If only I knew who they all were, it would make life so much easier, wouldn't it? But I don't. Parking on Ice's Ekin Sue has sparked outrage for being too sexy. It just looked a bit trash. That's all it did. People were complaining about it, saying this is a family show. You know, but unfortunately, listen, Holly Wheelerboot, she likes an old bevy. Old Holly likes the old bevies. And old Pip, he likes a few drinks. And they'll be going, yeah, come on, bring it on. Well, Philip won't be. And but Holly be saying, yeah, come on, make it a sex. So she started, this is Ekin Sue, whatever her name is, started crawling across the ice towards my television. I got quite perturbed. Excuse me, back off, love, back off, OK? Rita Ora's got a new tattoo. How wonderful. And Harry Styles is performing at the Brit Awards. He's nominated in 4 categories. So that's going to be on February the 11th. He's up for Artist of the Year. And I should imagine he will get something, because they seem to like him. He's sort of got what people want. Ollie Murs' fiancée, called Amelia Tank. Don't make me say it, please. And she seems quite charming, but she's wearing a sort of a swimming costume, and it's got his face on it. Oh, how weird is that? Posing in the swimsuit, she added a pair of fish flip-flops to complete the look. She's a bodybuilder, and she looked bemused as she posed on their Barbados getaway. Not surprised. Don't you think that's odd? Mind you, Ollie Murs. Slightly peculiar, I think. What was the other one that I quite liked? The cost of living crisis is forcing thousands of workers to ditch the office. See, I thought people would love coming into the office. I thought that's the whole idea. You meet loads of people. You know, you can have a cup of tea, have a chat, watch a bit of television, you know, make some phone calls, go to the canteen. I mean, there is a world of possibilities out there. Even in Alnwick, they'll probably be celebrating going back to work, I should imagine. Can you believe it, Steve? My fan just stopped in my flat, says Shane. Oh, sorry, because it's hot over there, because he's in Australia. So he has a fan. I've got a fan in the bedroom. It's a very good one, actually. I bought it in Costco. It's only small. It looks smaller than most fans, but this one, it just doesn't go side to side. This one curves up and goes round in a figure 8. It's high technology. In Twickenham. Seriously, I mean, you know, people would see it and go, where'd you get that from? And I go, Costco. And it just goes in a figure 8 like that. And I've got a remote control under the pillow. So I can make it go faster or slower. Then I can reverse it. I'll tell you, technology and Steve Allen, they kind of go hand in glove together, which I like. Steve says, Stella, my best feature is my lips. But the downside is I'm only 5'2". All my friends are taller than me, so when I walk with them, I pretend I'm not with them. Oh, I've got a producer like that. I let him go to the studio by himself. It's a lot safer, because people always say, oh, you brought your son to work, you know, and it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Glyn says, you have me doing boom, 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 Green Comet to the Green Giant advert. They don't advertise that anymore, do they? They don't advertise Green Giant because it's sweet corn, which I keep saying to people, you know, sweet corn in the tins and all the rest of it. That's what cornflakes are. Cornflakes are sweet corn. Yeah. Did you not know that? Yeah. What do you think they were? Cornflakes are sweet corn. Sweet corn is turned into cornflakes. It so is. It so is. You check it out, matey. God, Lord, why would I fib to you? See, finally got time to listen to the Ian Dale podcast with you. It was so brilliant. I also learnt recently my great aunt has listened to you since you started, and I never knew. She's now 97, lives on her own, and has a mind as sharp as a tack. She puts that down to getting up early and listening to you, says Dean from Worthing, on the train to London. Yep. Lots of people listen. Doesn't matter how old you are. There's no age limitations on this programme. You're now finding out, aren't you, whether it's corn on the cob turned into... What did you think cornflakes were? I don't know whether you thought they were some... You never thought sweet? No, I know. It's just it's the process that goes by. So you can either buy a tin of Jolly Green Giant, or you can buy the actual kernels. But then if you take them out, you sort of do something with it. I don't know how they do it, and it turns into cornflakes. So there you go, raw cornflakes, and so calorie use, blah 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 blah. Health benefits apparently best avoided if you're diabetic. See, I can't have cornflakes. You would think something as straightforward as that, but there you go. Wait, no. That bit there, it says these are the cornflakes unprocessed and raw. You deep fry them to make them edible. So raw cornflakes are made from sweet corn. I know you wouldn't think so, would you? I used to love cornflakes, but I can't have them now. You could add them to pudding. I used to like the ones made with chocolate. You get a bowl of chocolate which you've melted, then you put the sweet corn in, or Rice Krispies, stir them all around, then put them in cases and let them harden. And they're delicious. Really very nice indeed. But no. Sweet corn. The things we learn, ladies and gentlemen, the things we learn. Dean says, might be a different Dean or the same Dean, I don't know actually. My daughter Ali coming out of hospital today after a successful kidney transplant. Well, that's good news. And apparently you were talking about birds pecking at mortar. Sparrows do it. Sparrows do it as well to get the calcium they need for egg production. Oh, right. Thank you, Rob, very much indeed. Have you seen the new McDonald's ad with the eyebrows? No. They don't use Ronald McDonald anymore, do they? He's sort of moved on. I think he's been retired. He's been retired because I think people found clowns frightening. And you could always tell if it was a different one. You could just tell by looking at the face if it was the one they'd used in loads and loads of things. But everybody's got to have things like that. Even in Alnwick, I should imagine, in the local fish and chip shop, I should imagine there's probably the proprietor standing there dressed as somebody. Can't imagine who, but probably is. Steve, talking about the birds pecking, so we've got that. And I love the idea that poor old Stella is only 5'2". Listen, I had a producer once that was 4'10". Seriously. 4 foot, she was smaller than you. She used to have to wear high heels. She took them off one day. She vanished completely. One minute I was talking to her. The next minute she was off gone. Vanished before your very eyes. She'll know. She knows who she is. She knows. There's all these dogs in the paper today. These are pocket-sized puppies taking the internet by storm. Please don't buy them. Please don't buy them. These are interbred and they're little tiny dogs. They won't live that long. They said they look happy to receiving attention, and you're going to find them all over the... You remember we had little piglets years ago? They called them teacup piglets. Most of them were not teacup piglets. They were just normal little piglets, and they grew and they grew and they grew, and people went, oh, I didn't know. And I love the way that people do that. And, I'll tell you a story in a moment about a programme I was watching with Joanna Lumley the other day, which was very good. Plus Line of Duty's Martin Compston lost out on an acting job because film directors couldn't understand his Scottish accent. I remember the BBC years ago used to put up interviews with Scottish people, and if it was a really broad accent, they would put subtitles underneath. And somebody said, what's that there for? And they said, because nobody will know what he's talking about. They had a crofter, and he was... And up came the subtitles underneath it. I thought they'll probably do the same to my programme as well, actually. Bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? And somebody else is talking about birds pecking, and a lovely picture of a woman holding up a sign praising Adele for getting her through the end of her marriage. She's still packing them out, but by God, it's not cheap to go there. Not cheap to go. She's still performing at Caesar's Palace. I don't know for how much longer, but they were looking at the most horrendous seat prices. I don't know why would you ever want to spend, like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000? I wouldn't. Don't care less who it is. And the Italian actress, as I say, Gina Lollobrigida, has died at the age of 95. She's only on my television 2 days ago. Only on the television 2 days ago with Joanna Lumley, who was looking at some of the top-class jewellers, and she's there. 95 she was. Absolutely amazing. One of the biggest stars of European cinema. Now, there's somebody who sold sex with class. Not like Love Island at all. Completely different. 5:45 is the time. Let's get the LBC travel for you this morning. Get you there nice and quickly with the help of Joanne Webb.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Apparently, Alnwick Castle is... I mean, they've got a castle as well. Of course they have. It's Hogwarts in the Harry Potter films. Is it? I thought that was just made up. I didn't think there was actually a castle that they used. I thought that was... so here it is. Is that Hogwarts? One of Britain's most iconic they're recruiting. There you go, Jack. There you go. You could dress up as one of those people in Hogwarts. I don't know what people they have in them. But does it say that they've done it? Oh, it's the Percy family. The history of it. You can travel. See, I like castles. Alnwick Castle has been home to the Percy family for over 700 years. And it's the Duke and Duchess and their 4 children. And there you go. Alnwick Castle. There you go. It featured as Hogwarts in the first 2 Harry Potter films, as well as appearing in Downton Abbey, Transformers, The Last Knight, Elizabeth, Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, among others. No stranger to film crews. This is Alnwick Castle, by the way. And then they've also got all these lovely carriages. They've got these carriages. They say they've got an extraordinary and unusual survival of a collection of archive remaining in a property owned by the same family for over 700 years. So they've obviously worked it out, because to keep some of these places going costs a fortune. It really does. It's not only a private family home, but it's a large business enterprise. They've got all sorts of things: forestry, minerals, leisure, heritage, tourism, and you can rent property there. They've got 100,000 acres. Well, that's enough, isn't it? And they also say they've got a number of historical assets, including Sion House in London, down the road from me. I did a documentary on Sion House, and the Albury estate, probably around Abury or something in Surrey, as well as fine art and treasures. It must be lovely to live in some of these places. I watch them on the television all the time, so big fan of that. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. And Steve, so it's actually, only in the first 2 Harry Potters, though. Kim says, and popcorn, Steve, smashing wee vegetable, very adaptable. See, I like popcorn, but I don't know if it's good for you. I can't work out whether popcorn is. If it's got salt or sugar, or the best one's the one who've got toffee. Have you had the toffee ones? Oh, goodness sake, I tell you, that's about as good as it gets. You open the packet, sometimes I'll be standing in a queue in a supermarket and it'll be right next to me. And, my hands have got minds of their own. And then the queue moves forward a couple of paces. I'm going to miss it, so I grab it quickly. A couple of packs of that. I'm eating one in the car just driving home. Delicious toffee popcorn. I wouldn't even like to imagine what the calories are. And you've got to watch the calories. I know that people. I've got a great story for you on my Little Bit Extra about a so-called bloke who sort of tells you, oh, eat what I eat and all the rest of it, and he's fallen off the wagon. So basically, it's another one of these things where they make loads of money at your expense by telling you this is the way to eat, this is what you have to do your exercise, and then they completely go back on it and go back on booze and puddings and everything else. So it makes a complete mockery of it. Drives me mad, actually. Don't forget, I don't know if I mentioned it on this particular programme, you can send a message to me. You just say, Alexa. This is if you're listening via an Alexa smart speaker. You just say, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. And it will do it auto. It's very clever. I mean, even I can't fathom it out, but there again, I'm completely balmy. Steve, the BBC used to subtitle Rabsy Nesbitt. It was very funny, says Tony, especially the sweary bits. I don't think I ever watched Rabsy Nesbitt. Pamela says, very funny, there are no climate protesters hanging from gantries. Of course, it's always -7 degrees. You don't think that Mummy and Daddy are going to allow them to come out by themselves? No. They have to leave, Twin Towers, the house that they were living in at the time, and then they have to go to a gantry, then they have to climb up it. I wonder how long it takes before somebody recognises that there's somebody up on the gantry. Do you think they drive underneath and go, I'm sure I saw somebody up on the... I mean, why don't we just leave them there? It makes it so much easier. But that's why. It's the weather, Pamela. You have answered yourself. And another one here. So a lot of people talk about subtitles on television programmes, which I quite like, actually. They were so funny. So funny, because sometimes the subtitles didn't quite match what somebody was saying. They would sort of cut it down a little bit, which always used to amuse me. A Yorkshire pudding war has broken out over a firm's latest vegan offering. The Real Yorkshire Pudding Company is selling a meat and dairy-free toad in the hole. But apparently the meat eaters reckon the firm should change its name, as the vegan version can't be the real deal. So it's not really Yorkshire pudding and sausages, is it? It's a real Yorkshire pudding is made with milk and eggs and cooked in lard. And Paul Graham Wilson fumed, why do vegans and vegetarians feel the need to appropriate the name of meat-based foodstuffs? I don't know. Well, why do they have sausages that look like sausages? And then they go, they're vegan. And you go, well, make them look like something else. Apparently that's the way it works. The company bosses say, we adore Yorkshire. That's why we've made these toads with tip-top ingredients, including top-quality flour and meat-free sausage. You say, how can you have a meat-free sausage? It's a sausage. Perhaps it's a meat-free something else, but it certainly isn't a sausage. But apparently somebody tried them, Manny Mimpin, and raved they're lush. I suppose it's what you get used to, isn't it, really? I mean, I could sometimes eat vegetables that I wouldn't normally eat. I mean, I had cabbage the other day. I know it doesn't seem that exciting, but I was going around Marks and Spencer's, and they have a little sort of round plastic... they're going to be getting rid of those, aren't they? All these different plastic dishes will be out shortly when they get rid of those, and plastic knives and forks, although they don't have those in M&S. They don't have the plastic knives and forks. They're made out of a reconstituted wood or paper or something like that. And it was sort of, it's just different cabbages, obviously with a little bit of cream in it, because I suddenly realised cream is the saviour of all meals. If you do a stew or anything, just a swirl of cream in it, I'll tell you, you'll be as happy as anything, I promise you. It's lovely. Do you know how much we took out of cash machines last year? As a whole, we all go to a cash machine probably once a week. How much have we taken out in a year? Would you believe £83 billion taken out of cash machines? Have you ever been to a cash machine and you put the card in and you put your number in and then you type in how much money you want to take out and it goes... and then it stops, and then you hear something moving inside. I think it's the man who lives there. And then it goes, and then your card comes back again. They go, I'm terribly sorry, there's no money in the machine, because it's obviously got 2 lots either side, which I quite liked, actually, but I haven't used one for a little while. I'm trying to be good. I'm trying to be good and sort of save money. Don't know why. There's no logical reason why I'm saving it. My brother keeps saying, you don't need to spend so much, do you? I know what he's thinking about. He's thinking about the inheritance. You know, don't run the car into the ground, for goodness sake. Be a nightmare. Steve, how did we used to manage viewings or listeners before digital, says Ashley. Oh, don't ask me. I've got no idea. No idea. There's a system that they've got for working out audience figures, and we're apparently very popular. That's all I can tell you. Very popular. And when I worked in the Safeways years and years ago, we called Linda McCartney's sausages Linda's Fingers, says Mark in Shoreham. Yeah, I think she was the first celeb who pioneered the vegetarian range, and it's still going today, as far as I know. And Matt in Wrexham says, are you suggesting global warming protesters only like it when it's warm out? Oh, we haven't seen any out in this cold weather, have we? Have you noticed any? I haven't seen any, unless, of course, you've got different glasses on today, in which case you might have seen them. Phil in High Wycombe, he says, you can do Yorkshire puddings in the air fry. They crisp up really well. You can put sweet in as well, can't you? You don't have to have savoury in a Yorkshire pudding. My dad used to put jam in them. So I thought I don't remember that. My brother swears to God that he used to put sort of jam in them. I suppose you could. I mean, I quite liked eating them anyway, just by themselves. And you could they do a really big one in some of the supermarkets, which is filled with mincemeat and bits of, and that's quite nice as well, actually. Quite nice. Oh, look, Stacey Solomon has promised a new series of Sort Your Life Out will help Brits save cash. She has to say that, because otherwise they'll drop the programme. You know, if it doesn't get an audience. She's got plenty of tips on how to make the most of the stuff you already have around the house. Yeah. To be honest with you, I'm not in favour of these sort of programmes on the television. I find it a bit patronising. It's like when Anthea Turner used to do a programme telling you how to fold towels. You know, and I remember thinking to myself, why don't you go away and do it for yourself? You know, as you're telling people, patronise them, going, this is how you fold a towel. You know, you have to hold it like this, and I mean, goodness sake, honestly, it's not complicated, is it? Even I can manage it, which is good. Ruth is listening in New York City. I mean, you are starved of decent radio out in New York City. It must be the only place in America you drive, if you drive North Coast, South Coast, West Coast, whatever it is. Every time you go through another town, more radio stations come online. They've got radio stations all over the place. Really, they've got a lot. A friend of mine works on one. I think he does about 5 different versions for different radio stations. Apparently the cornflakes was originally a medication. It was a super cereal, supposed to be really healthy, if only. And that's what you built its reputation was sort of built on. Oh, right. I never knew that. I never knew. There was all sorts of things which I mean, Coca-Cola was medicinal, wasn't it? I believe when it first came out. I haven't had that for ages either. Mainly because you can't, it's just got sugar in. I know you can get these sugar-free versions. They never taste the same to me. And somebody said, oh, they've made them really good now. And I thought, yeah, perhaps I should learn to drink drinks neat, like whiskey. People drink whiskey neat, but not for me. We'll take a short break for the news at 6 o'clock. Then we'll come back to more of your texts and emails. We shall... Oh, I still haven't done the Meghan Markle and Harry story about how they're not accepting the apology. Which is sort of Clarkson's grovelling sorry to Harry and Meghan. They've decided they don't want it. But there again, Harry just looks miserable all the time. You know, they've got 135 million in the bank. You think something would make him happy, but apparently not at the moment. But Clarkson has said sorry, and he admits TV bosses were furious with him. Well, they didn't drop his column, did they, in The Sun? So obviously it was only after it all built up that they then decided. I think even in Anik they'd have known about that, wouldn't they? Goodness sake, there's a place we're going to visit later on today, just for the Harry Potter connection.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new ENY1, with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the ENY1. Oh, a hole-in-one. Yes! Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
So amazing, ladies and gentlemen, how many conflicting stories there are, about cornflakes. I mean, some of them are repeatable. Some of them are not repeatable. Somebody said it was the Seventh-day Adventists who made them. Somebody said it was Kellogg's, Mr. Kellogg. There was a film about Mr. Kellogg, and I can't remember what it was, and I'm sure that he had some very strange ideas about things. I mean, Jack and him would not have got on at all well. Absolutely not. Mind you, Darren Lewis, writing in the Mirror today, talks about Lee Ryan. You remember Lee Ryan? This is the man who left his brain at home the other day when he was on a flight. He was drunk. How he even got onto the plane is a miracle in the first place. But anyway, in court, his defence was quite something. He says, "My band member is black. I've had black girlfriends and mixed race girlfriends." Oh, there's more, writes Darren Lewis. One flight crew member claimed Ryan had asked if she knew who he was. And there's even a bit of his police interview where he wished he could ring the attendant he'd propositioned and offer her some blue tickets for the next tour. Which is interesting, isn't it? And because that'll do it, writes Darren. Have a front row seat to watch me sing. That'll wipe the tears away. I mean, the man's an idiot. He's made stupid comments in the Sun because unfortunately he can't engage his brain before he opens his mouth. It's embarrassing. He is at 39. Young enough to know better, but as his comments laying bare his entitlement suggest, he is in a world of his own. It's a shame, really, isn't it? Well, not really, because as I say, he's made mistakes before, and that's the way it goes. Dan says, "Carry on at your convenience." Oh, Boggs and Company, wasn't it? Which is very good, with Kenneth Williams and Sargent. Very good, very good. You get to see Kenneth Williams' bottom in Sargent, and. Oh, wait a minute. I've lost the thing. Actually, wait a minute. He says, "I'm now listening to you. Experienced M&S fresh custard last night with the vanilla bits in, and their take on the mini McDonald's." Oh, there is a mini McDonald's. This sounds exciting, doesn't it? I like this. Wait, I've now lost your blooming thing. I lose all these things. 1 minute they're there, the next minute they disappear. So I should come back to it. But I did know they did a mini McDonald's. That sounds very attractive. Very attractive. I shall come back to you a little bit later on once I've found where these different bits and pieces go to. Because sometimes on my phone I get them up on something and you sort of look at it and you think, well, where's that gone? They just vanish. I seem to touch things unintentionally, it has to be said, and they don't appear again. For some sort of strange, inexplicable reason. But you're eating all the wrong stuff. Honestly, you're worse than I am, because that custard, I think I've seen it's a custard tart. So it's got pastry with a custard in, which I think sort of goes a bit hard. And it's very nice, very nice. Mind you, I haven't had a McDonald's fruit pie for ages. They're quite nice, aren't they? They're a little bit. We could go for something like that. Yeah, you've got to be careful with the heat. They had to put on it, warning, filling hot. In fact, filling, take roof of your mouth off if you're not careful, because it's deep fried. So you can imagine how hot it gets. This mafia boss of bosses is captured after 30 years on the run. He'll be so cross today, won't he? And he's in a secret place, so now we can actually get to him. And but I remember in September 21, there was a man, a Brit from Liverpool, who was arrested in a restaurant in The Hague in the Netherlands after he was mistakenly identified as Denaro, released a few days later. But 100 police officers there. And very interesting. He was in a clinic, I think, getting some treatment for cancer. He's only 60. He looks so much older than 60. He's now being held at a secret location. And he was considered the Cosa Nostra's top boss, thought to be running a criminal empire whilst on the run. But there will be somebody, because he's the son of Don Ciccio, once the mafia's head honcho in the Trapani region of Sicily. I don't know why they all came from Sicily. I remember watching The Godfather, and even their own people they didn't seem to trust, and it all seemed like sort of a lending operation. I need some. This man didn't pay me the right money. You've done right. You've come to me. I can sort this out for you. Bang, and people sort of ended up dying and losing their lives. But this one, he's been on the run for 30 years. He's managed to get away with it so far, and then arrested, taken away by police. Shouldn't imagine he'll be seeing the light of day for a very, very long time. And so anyway, so here these McDonald's mini apple pie bites. Oh, what? They're in Marks and Spencer. Apple pie bites. He said, very nice. He said the healing process is still going. Slow walk into town later for a coffee for me. Nice having coffee with my brother Matt yesterday, and Danny in Gales. Oh, Gales is very popular. Very popular place. Very, very popular. Even in cold weather, people sit outside it. But I like the idea. Apple bites sound quite nice. That might be my sort of food of choice for today. Another one says, do you remember the reporter Fife Robertson? I certainly do. Fife Robertson. He had a wonderful Scottish accent. Always used to start by saying, I'm standing here outside, wherever he was. It was never needed. But yes, I remember him very well. In fact, he turned up on my television the other day. And Pete, the pool man, servicing your pools, whatever the weather, says, I've 10 outdoor pools to service today, Steve. The joy. Roll on the summer. We like the summer, don't we? Well, we like the summer as long as we don't get too many hot days. I don't want hot days. I think that's going to drive me absolutely crackers, as long as it's sort of mixed. Steve, from Kate in a very chilly New Forest, didn't I hear in the Lee Ryan transcript that he blamed the BA staff in the lounge for giving him more port? He drank a bottle. But I don't know. I'm not sure whether they gave it to him. Whatever it was, he shouldn't have been allowed on the plane in the first place. And he wanted an upgrade. Well, you don't get on the plane and then ask for an upgrade. You ask for the upgrade whilst you're checking in. But, I mean, he isn't known as being the most brightest penny in the box. Iceland are bringing out packs of thick quarter-pounder hash browns. Oh, Lord. Well, that sounds a bit too much, doesn't it? Perfect for a homemade breakfast muffin. They're £1/4 pound of a hash brown. Oh, I don't know. No, don't. No. Can't bear to think about stuff like that. And here she is, the world's most beautiful actress, chased by Howard Hughes, feuded with Sophia Loren and became a sculptor and a journalist, and literally was on the television the other day with Joanna Lumley. She was at a super jewellery shop in Rome. I think it could have been Bulgari and things like that. And she was 95 and she was sitting there looking, as glamorous as ever. Then blow me down. A few days later, she dies. I don't know when that film was actually recorded, but whatever it was. I mean, she starred with Sinatra, who she didn't like, actually. She didn't like him. Zero sense of humour, she said. There was always rumours, weren't there, about Sinatra, that he was a member of the mafia as well. And that's how his career moved on. There was a very good book written by Kitty Kelly years ago. She used to do what they call the exposure book. She would go into everything, talk to friends, do everything. And she claimed that the only reason his career took off, apart from that he could sing very well, was he was a member of the mafia. And I mean, nobody ever questioned it. People just took it for granted. He was a member of the mafia. And that was it. But of co-star Rock Hudson, she says, this is Gina Lollobrigida, I knew he was gay when he didn't fall in love with me. Well, it might just not have fancied you, but I mean, you're right, he was gay. She was nobody's plaything. She says marriages are boring and almost like funerals, but she went out with all sorts of people. In fact, when she was 79, she went out with a guy called Javier, who was 30 years younger, which ended in a bit of a legal spat. She had a go at all sorts of things, including politicians. She used to target politicians so you could learn more about politics. She also worked for UNICEF, and she sold her jewellery to raise millions for stem cell research. So even at 95, she looked pretty good. Pretty good. Steve, needs to be done. This is the drop of custard for these things here. So we have them to last a couple of days. Gales is the best. The staff at our local one are amazing, and friends know how much I love their coffee. So using gift cards, I got another one over Christmas, mushroom quiche and spinach and feta rolls. See, feta rolls, no, but mushroom quiche I could go for. That's Freddie's favourite thing. Mushroom, you only have to mention mushrooms, he's there. Seriously, mushrooms, he goes. He can almost see them in his mind's eye, so that sounds particularly delicious. Bad news for a British ballet dancer. He was among the victims of that horror Nepal air crash. It was confirmed last night. Ruan Crichton died at the age of 34, along with 70 other passengers and crew in this Yeti Airlines disaster on Sunday. It was flying from Kathmandu to Pokhara, the gateway to the Annapurna Circuit hiking trail, when it crashed into a deep gorge. Ruan, who came from Brentwood, performed with the Slovak and Finnish national ballets. Shame, isn't it, really? I always get frightened about these aircraft, but apparently it's the safest form of travel. they say, after you just read something like that, and you kind of worry about it, don't you, a little bit? And another one here. This is there's somebody who's a scientist who's complaining that he's been given repetitive strain injury or something, and he wants money. There's always money. Apparently, it's the in thing now. Have you ever tried making crispy chicken breast strips coated with cornflakes? Yes, I've heard about that. And yes, you crush them up, you put them in a bag, and then you dip the chicken into egg, and then you put it into the cornflakes, and you cook it like that. Apparently, McDonald's apple pie and a dollop of vanilla McFlurry will fill you with delight. It's filling me with delight even thinking about it, actually. And Stefan says, did you try the McDonald's Christmas pie? No. I should imagine it was exactly the same as the fruit pie. Did you try it? It was good. I thought it might be. So it was just like a mincemeat inside the... Really? Oh, how lovely. Oh, see, I think things like that, they should keep going forever, don't you? Steve, Lee Ryan took things too far when it's port out starboard home, but not a whole bottle. I've never ever heard of somebody drinking a whole bottle of it. I think that is pushing it a little bit. Soap newcomer reveals brother Ted's tips before her stream debut. They always do this, don't they? You know, they'll put somebody into Albert Square or whatever, or Coronation Street, and they go, have you got any stories? And she go, well, you know, my brother gave me tips and all, and so that warrants 2 pages for somebody who could be killed off quite quickly. 6:15 is the time. Let's get those news headlines with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. A lot of people telling me they've been watching Traitors, which is the American version. They put it over here, actually. But somebody said the contestants aren't as authentic as on the UK version. Yeah. And safest form of travel, Steve. I'm taking the Queen, the 747, from Maastricht to Hong Kong today. Lots of tea in LBC, says JJ. 747. That's a nice flight, isn't it? I've not been to Hong Kong. I'd love to go back to Hong Kong at some point. At some point, I would like to go back to Hong Kong. And Shane says, do you remember the singer from Australia, Renee Geyer? I don't know, actually. It doesn't ring a bell with me. Who sang Heading in the Right Direction and Stares and Whispers. I don't know who it is, actually, which doesn't really help me, does it, I'm afraid. So there she is. Wait a minute. Renee Geyer was an Australian singer, has been regarded as one of the finest experiments of, it's jazz, soul and R&B. And she's just died, aged 69. In fact, she's just died today, the 17th. So over there, obviously, a few hours back. But she had loads of hits. It was also discovered she had lung cancer. And she died of complications from hip surgery. God, there's always complications. Oh, you're going for surgery nowadays, and there's complications. You know, this has got to... Oh, look at that snowing there. See, that's what I call a lot of snow coming down. And if it's just literally straight down, then it settles, provided the ground is dry. Amazing, isn't it? They did warn us about this, so I don't know why we're surprised. We always get surprised. And let's have a quick look. I disagree with you, says Jane. Oh, well, there you go. There's a first. And it says, if you want a budget, people need to look after their money. Then they should be using cash better than tapping on all the time using the card. Well, you know, some people like using the card, provided you're adult enough and you can do it. I mean, I wouldn't like to suggest all the people who just stick it on the card are idiots. You know, I do use cash most of the time. I have started using the card, mainly because I can check it on my phone immediately. In fact, the moment I put it on the card, within less than 15 seconds, it flashes up. You've just spent £35 in Waitrose. And I can see it on the thing. It's so clever. I've become very, very in touch with technical stuff, you know, like to do that. So I can see at any one moment, you know, how much money I've got in the bank, how much money I've got in my savings account, how much money I've got in an account that I don't touch and haven't touched for years, and how much money I've got to spend before we get paid again. So I'm keeping a tab on it, but I do prefer, given the choice, cash. I think I know where I am with cash. And another one here. Dee says, not message a show for a while. Sausage is the shape, not what it's filled with. No, there is no shape called sausage, as far as I know. And you get chicken sausages, says Dee, who's vegan. Well, yeah, but it isn't a shape, a sausage. It's what it's called. It's a sausage. Okay, not a shape. Square, round, all sorts of bits and pieces. They are shapes sausage. I mean, if you say to somebody sausage, people know what it is. It's going to look like a little firework, isn't it? But you get different sorts of sausages. Big sausages, small sausages, fat sausages, little thin sausages. You know, the fat ones are the best. You know, you get little fat sausages. And I had them yesterday, actually, because I'd been and bought them in Marks and Spencer's. And they were little fat sausages. Only about an inch. Quite enough as far as I was concerned. So I stuck them in a frying pan, turned up full heat. They're already cooked, and you just whiz them around a little bit. And then you just pop it in your mouth. You know, and that kind of works for people nowadays. People like that. But definitely, you know, budgeting is good. A lot of people don't budget. But you have to. You have to. Best thing in a roast dinner is a Yorkshire. Yeah, well, in fact, even for Christmas dinner, a Yorkshire pudding. I don't know when we started doing that one. That was a new one for me. Having, you know, Yorkshire pudding. But I mean, now we've had it. I love them. Absolutely love them. But no, little sausages. They come in all sorts of shapes and sizes, including I like the Cumberland sausage. The round ones, they're actually quite good. And you get all sorts of different things. And they do a really enormous one. You know, if you go down to the German sausage shop in London, they do a really huge sausage. I mean, to be honest, it's like 12 inches long. I mean, seriously. That's what you call a good... Because if you like a sausage and it's only small, you know, then you get a bigger sausage, it lasts better. But I want to know why, when you get the sausages, which you get at the Christmas markets and stuff like that, the roll that they put it in is half the size of the sausage. It hangs over each end, so you've got to eat each end of the blooming thing before you can actually get to the... You know, why they just don't buy bigger rolls, I've got no idea. Nothing worse than having 12 inches just hanging over the end. It looks ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So, toad in the hole, although one of the carnivores has tried it and said it's not too bad. He says, to me, a carnivore, a vegan toad in the hole sounds as much fun as having root canal work undertaken by a blind dentist. If you can try and work that one out for yourself. Love Island's back. Shallow as a mouse's footbath. And Jeremy Clarkson, they say, how they know this because there's been no statement. Jeremy Clarkson set to be dropped by Amazon Prime Video after his comments about the Duchess of Sussex. But I mean, you see, he wrote it. And as we said at the time, and I think Nick Ferrari said it, and just about everybody said it, this would have been checked. They don't just let him write something and they print it in the paper. This would have been checked. There would have been, you know, sub-editors and everything else saying this is what he's talking about this week. And they printed it. And then after all the furore, because that's what he's employed for. He's employed to sort of, you know, stir it up a bit. Perhaps on this one he went a bit too far. And yesterday he revealed he'd written to the Duke and Duchess of Sussex to apologise and admitted that Amazon executives were incandescent about the controversy. And a report by the Bible Variety, which is the Showbiz Bible, claimed Amazon would stop working with him. Well, I wouldn't guarantee that. He brings in a lot. You know, there'll be people who agree with him. That's the worst thing. But Amazon last night, you see, this is where Variety might have got it completely wrong, said that they wouldn't say whether they were going to part ways with Clarkson. But apparently a planned press conference for the second series of Clarkson's Farm, due to happen today, was cancelled last night. But that could be anything. Could be anything. Anyway, the Sussexes have issued a statement denying that Mr. Clarkson had directly apologised to Meghan. And, as I say, who do you believe? I don't know. I've got no idea. It's just one of those things. Somebody writes something in a column, and the next minute people go up in arms. But the paper printed it, so they obviously didn't think there was anything the matter with it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have printed it, would they? Much rather people concentrate on how big your sausage is if you're putting it into a roll. I mean, that's a far more important thing as opposed to worrying what Clarkson has written about somebody. Craig Brown, writing in the Mail today, wants to know where Harry got frostbite. Well, we know where he got it. He got it on his willy. Oh, I see. Oh, right. Where did he get it? Oh, I don't know. I mean, perhaps he was standing out having a wee somewhere, because I've never heard of people standing there in their clothes and they get frostbite on it. You know, not as far as I know. I mean, I'd have to check around with people. Also, the armed police, who managed to find this suspect over the church shooting that left a girl of 7 fighting for her life. I mean, seriously, they didn't half move fast. Very fast. I'm assuming that the car must have passed various CCTVs, and that's where they actually got it from. But they haven't disclosed any possible motive for Saturday's drive-by shooting. Just seems ridiculous. Absolutely. And just so awful. But he was pinned to the ground in Childs Hill in North London. I've never even heard of Childs Hill. Repairs to public facilities can be slow, but users of a train station have been waiting 35 years for the lift to be fixed. There used to be, just down the road from here, is it down the road from here? Yeah, just past Fleet Street, there's a station, an underground station that's closed. They open it up on special days so you can go and have a look, because they've got a lift which took you to the platform, a huge lift. And so they would pack in 50, 60 people into this lift, and there'd be somebody in there who would operate it, and they would take you. You could have used the stairs, but it's a lot of stairs, and they've got this huge lift, and you go in there, and it's really interesting. But only when they decide to open the station up as a tourist thing. I'll tell you when they do it next time round, and you will want to go to it, because they've got all these telephone boxes all linked together, and they've used them in various films. Look at the time. Can't believe the time. 6:30 already. Let's get the news headlines, shall we, with Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, 25 to 7. If you've just joined us, you're late. We start at 4. We expect you to be here at 4. I know it's freezing cold. I know that nobody wants to go to work. No, I mean, you see people walking along there sort of huddled over, and they've got their hat on or they've got their gloves on. And I've never found gloves any use whatsoever to me, unless you can get heated gloves, which I'm pretty certain you must be able to, but I've never found them. Perhaps I should start looking on Amazon for heated gloves. I've got a heated scarf and things like that, but I don't have heated gloves. So I think I might have a look today for heated, because my hands get cold anyway. Whether it's the diabetes, I've got no idea. But I've just decided I definitely want heated gloves, because I put them on. It didn't make any difference to me at all. Steve, as an inveterate meat eater, I must report that Linda McCartney's vegetarian pies are absolutely delicious, says Stephen Dorset. I eat one every week covered with English mustard on my no meat day. I think everybody should do a no meat day. Everybody should do a no meat day. I mean, when I've eaten vegetarian, it's been absolutely delicious. Absolutely delicious. It's just finding, the places that serve non-meat dishes, because I could quite probably easily sort of, change quite quickly. Ever had a Yorkshire sandwich, Steve? Oh, no, that sounds particularly nice, actually. Yorkshire pudding sliced in half horizontally, filled with a thick slab of roast beef smothered in onion gravy. Well, that sounds quite nice. Go for that this morning. The boys are just on sandwiches, so it's not quite the same. But roast beef with horseradish sauce, is particularly one of my favourite. You know why? Because it's one of the very few sandwiches that they do in M&S that's on white bread. Most of their sandwiches are on brown bread. And I'm not the biggest fan of brown. I know people say it's supposed to be better for you, but I'm never quite good, actually, on things like that. Young Pete, the pool man. I love the idea. He's got 10 pools to service today. 10 pools. Seriously. And it was Steve. Years ago, Mum, Dad and I went over to Edinburgh, says Kim, for a wee day trip. Mum and I wanted to go to Holyrood Palace to improve our history knowledge. Dad said, I'm not interested while you two are in there. I'll go and have a look around Greyfriars Bobby's turf. Turns out it was the Greyfriars Bobby pub that Dad was interested in, because I'm reliably informed that Greyfriars Bobby was not real. I'm led to believe that it was just a story. The story was of this man who had a dog, and when he died, the dog went and sat by his grave. Disney made a film about it. They made a film, but somebody then said to me some years later, it's not true. And I said, oh, don't say that, because there is a statue. But they say now that the legend was nothing more than a Victorian hoax cooked up by money-grabbing businessmen. They say that lovable Bobby was, in fact, 2 different dogs, neither of which belonged to John Gray. And so they have to separate the fact from the fiction. I mean, I wanted to believe it was true, but when I read that, I was slightly disappointed, because there's a statue to Greyfriars Bobby, this little cute dog who sat by his master's grave after he'd been buried and didn't want to sort of come. And I thought that was quite sweet. They made a very nice little film, Disney did, about it, which I think I bought on DVD some years ago, which is very nice indeed. A lot of people talking about Lee Ryan. Try mittens instead of gloves, says Derek. Yeah, but you can't do anything with mittens on, can you? You can't do anything, really. You can't use your telephone. So you have to take your mitten off to use it. And also, I think I'm going to look stupid in mittens. Mittens are for, people, less like me. I think I just want... Yeah, all right. Big deal about it. Such bullying. Yeah, whatever. Because mittens, there's no separate fingers, but you can get gloves that have got little bits on this. You can use your telephone while you've got them on. Because me, at the moment, I have to take the gloves off. I've got some Gant gloves. They're very nice, but they're not warm. Mittens that are fingerless gloves. Well, that's just stupid. Why would anybody want fingerless gloves? Oh, I know. Yes, yeah. Well, they're called half gloves, so they're cut off there, aren't they? So your finger is poking up the top, so you can use them. Right. Well, that's just ridiculous. You might as well not bother. You might as well just hold a piece of wool in your hands and sort of go, that's it. That's my glove. Honestly, you try and get things sorted out. Steve, have you been to the second underground station at Charing Cross, used for filming movies, and they audition buskers who want to play at the underground station? I haven't heard a busker at an underground station for years. They don't tell me they still operate down there, do they? One in Leicester Square. Really? I never understood it. I mean, I think people had it because of the echo. It was quite good. But years ago, you got buskers all over the place. But I mean, I used to like the one-man bands. Like the one they had in Mary Poppins, where he plays the drum and the cymbal and, plays the little squeeze box and all the rest. But those you don't see very often. Steve, Mildred's on St Martin's Lane does really good vegan food. You'll be amazed. Tastes like texture like chicken, but it's not. Thank you. So that now you know. Now you know. Another one here. You can get hand warmer pouches. I've got hand warmers, but they've got petrol in them. I was slightly worried about things like that. I've got little hand warmers. You thought, well, actually, I've got feet warmers. I should have bought the hand warmers as well at Costco. And they do a box of them. It's a little packet, and you shake it, and it heats up, and you stick it in your glove. But again, it's even more complicated. The phone rings. You've got to take the thing out. You've got to make sure the packet doesn't drop on the ground. It just becomes an inconvenience. Why I'm not warm all the time, I've got no idea. Happy birthday today to Michelle Obama. Michelle Obama, the former lawyer and US First Lady, said last year she hates how she looks all the time, and no matter of what, she is a lofty 5'11". She says of marriage, she has admitted there were occasions when she wanted to push Barack out of the window. She was also voted America's most admired woman. I thought she was great. I thought she'd have made a great president. I really do. I always wanted her to stand for it. 1990, Tom Cruise and his wife Mimi Rogers were set to divorce. Apparently, furious row. She was jealous of his female admirers. I've seen him. He's not all that. He's okay. He's not tall. He's not a tall person. Beatle John Lennon, back in 1970, said it's just a laugh when he heard that police had raided his lithograph exhibition in London and seized 8 prints under the Obscene Publication Act. They depict John and Yoko in stages of their relationship, including their sex life. Well, there was the Two Virgins album that came out, and they had to sell it in a brown sleeve because it was them standing on the front, stark naked. And it was just called The Two Virgins, or I think it was the White Album. It's either the White Album or the Two Virgins, whatever it was. It had pictures of them naked on it, and they went, "Oh, you can't sell that in record shops." And you think, "Oh, for goodness' sake!" They used to have love-ins. They did everything else, but apparently there were lots of other things that that they did. But then she looked after him, didn't she? She was the one who saw him in an art gallery, and then she gave him a card because they were all doing the wacky backy at the time, I think, and it just said "breathe" on it. Then they started going out, and it was quite interesting. Although, I remember hearing her sing once. Ghastly, absolutely the worst thing ever. Seriously, I've never heard anybody more out of tune in my entire life. Although we got Britain's Got Talent coming back again. Also, born on this day in 1957, died in 2017. This was somebody that came as a big surprise to me, actually. He was the brother of Janice Long, and this is Keith Chegwin. Keith Chegwin died. He was very young, although he did have a cameo in the sitcom Extras. Creator Ricky Gervais says one scene holds the records for the most takes. It took 4 hours to film it. He said we couldn't stop laughing. So, and I remember actually what it was. I'm not going to propose to go into it now, but it's well worth getting extras from. But he also did Cheggers Plays Pop, which was a very good kids program on the television. You used to go, 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 go. And all the lights would flash. And it was really good, actually. It was very good indeed. But he left us far too soon. Far too soon. Do you know what the phrase break the ice means? Oh, you know what that means? No, you don't know what it means. It means to break off a conflict or start a friendship. Trade ships used to have the way cleared by smaller vessels from the receiving country so they didn't get stuck in the ice. The gesture showed affiliation between the two territories. So you'd always have a little icebreaker which would go there and break the ice up, because something like Shackleton's ship, it got caught by the ice, and the ice, as it closed in around it, literally crushed it, and then it sank. And they've recently found it again. Whether they bring it up, I've got no idea. Apparently, they've still got, medically-wise, this hacking cough. You haven't got hacking coughs, have you? No, I didn't think so. But apparently it's making everybody feel rotten. And they want to know what's behind it, because many have been struck down by these winter ailments, from a severe cold to coronavirus. I must be really lucky this year. I've got nothing. I've had no sore throat. I've had no coughs. I've had no wheezes. I've had no COVID. I've had just nothing at all. Perhaps I'm not living. Perhaps I'm not here. But I haven't had any of these things. And the hacking cough, you do hear people, if you hear it on the train, move. Because invariably people don't put their hands over their mouth because they're just rude. You know, they don't. I expect somebody to go like that, you know, do it discreetly. You know, it's what you have to do. Because somebody said to me a short while ago, they said, I heard you coughing in the studio. What about the microphone? And you go, well, I don't think the microphone's coughing. I don't think so. But if it doesn't look well, I'll have it taken out and serviced. But as far as I know at the moment, it's absolutely fine. 7:15. Latest news headlines on LBC with Simon Conway.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
What a day. What a day. Honestly, I can't believe it. Nearly Christmas. Not too long to go. It'd be great if it was, wouldn't it? Oh, well, sure, we'll have something just before then, actually. Steve, I'm just getting over that hacking cough, says Jill. It's awful. It gives you an itchy throat and makes you feel so ill. I've had the itchy throat before now. You know, when you sit down, I haven't had this for a couple of years, but I got you sit there and you go, and it was so frustrating. So frustrating. But at the moment, I'm good. Well, that's what I think I'm good. I don't know, actually. Steve, my husband is cold all the time since he had a stent 4 years ago. I've asked other friends with stents, says Karen, and they're the same. Well, I mean, I've got stents in. You know, I've got 8 stents, 2 lots of 4. And best thing I ever had done. Seriously, the best thing I ever had done. Having angina, which is where the blood can't force its way through the arteries, was a nightmare. You seriously think I'm going to go now? This is going to be the big problem. So I don't think it's to do with stents, because everything's fizzing around and going very well. Treat yourself, Steve, says Miriam, to USB heated gloves. I think I'm going to have to, actually. I think you can probably buy them on... this is what I'm going to be looking at on the train this morning. I could just tell, or on the bus, because I like doing things like that. Steve, don't go with Mike Reid. Well, I think he did it as well. I think he did it after Keith Chegwin. I'm pretty certain Mike Reid did it. I'm pretty certain. I remember Mike Reid very well indeed. Very well. Very well indeed. So a lot of people are saying treat yourself to some gloves. Can't be that expensive, can they? And we shall find out who did that. Go. Johnny in Watford says, can you wish Emily a very happy 4th birthday today from Mummy, Simona, Johnny and brother Bobby. 4 years old. You imagine the thrill of being 4, Emily. How exciting is that? Are you married? You know, you have to ask. You don't know nowadays. Because all little children, when they go to school, they have a friend. They always have a friend at school. They hold hands. We've got lots of little nursery schools around our way, and they take the children out, I think, twice a day for a walk, and they're all chained together. They're either in a little cart, which they sit on with another cart behind, which looks like a little toy train, or they're holding what looks like a yoke that you'd put on animals, and they're chained to it. So they've all got to hold it. So, I mean, it was so cute. I promise you. Walking down the road, you see them. And I remember the first time I saw them, I remember saying, gee, I must take a picture of that and put it on my Twitter. And somebody said, I don't think you can do that. And, of course, they're absolutely right. You can't just take pictures of somebody else's children and put them up. But they just look so cute. And they've all dressed up. In the summer and the winter, they've got their little fluorescent jackets on, little tiny jackets, and they've all got their gloves on and their little bobble hats and stuff like that. And, of course, they have to stay awake. And so when they go back, then they'll have a little drink and then they have a little lie down and all the rest. It's so cute. How parents afford it, I have no idea. And Steve, Amazon are making lots of redundancies right now, says Tony. Yeah, not only are they making redundancies, they're also opening up a new factory, which is going to be employing loads of people. They announced the redundancies a short while ago. Whether or not Whether or not Clarkson is next, I've got no idea. They've said they haven't made a decision, and I think it will just go away. That's what I mean. I could be completely wrong on that. I'm just guessing. So, we'll wait and see, actually. There's a lovely piece. If you're one of those people who snore and you're in a relationship, there's somebody who's written in to the doctor saying, I snore loudly. But it's not sleep apnea. 20 years ago, I tried septoplasty surgery and that helped, but I crashed my bike and ruined my nose, so the snoring came back. I was offered another operation, but was told it was painful and might not work. Has anything changed in the snoring department? I'm 58, 5'8", 11 stone and really quite fit, and I cycle 15 miles a day. Now, it's interesting, snoring is caused by obstructive sleep apnea when the tissue in the throat temporarily collapses during sleep. And there was this thing that came out some time ago. It was like an implant into the palate which vibrates to give you the snoring, and you could have that done. There are newer procedures such as radiofrequency ablation, which uses heat rather than a scalpel to reduce the volume of the soft palate. So there are things out there. Apparently snoring is common, affecting more than 40% of men, but as long as sleep apnea has been ruled out, you may well be advised to accept the situation. See, it used to be so a tennis ball into your pyjamas or something, so, people would sort of turn you over on your side and things like that. Mr. Neil says, if you find the heated gloves link, could you send it to me, please? He says, my hands are never warm and my plates of meat. He said, I had a week at Centre Parks last week. Nowhere there takes cash. Only Mr. Neil. I'll let you know if I find the heated gloves. I'm not sure whether or not somewhere like Lakeland would do them. They do all sorts of other bits, but it's the hands, isn't it? It's such a pain when you your hands are cold and you think, I don't really want cold hands anymore. I mean, feet I can cope with. You can stamp your feet, but you can't stamp your hands. It doesn't kind of work like that at all. The Guardian are talking about Mel C. I didn't get round to it, actually. I keep hearing her voice on adverts on the television. I know it's her because she's got one of those really lovely voices for doing adverts, and it seems she's advertising, I think, a supermarket, but she's also making her debut at Sadler's Wells, which is very interesting. I mean, she never seems to stop working, bless her heart, and I like her. We interviewed her ages ago, but I didn't have the heart to tell her that the person who was driving the programme forgot to push record. So we did the whole interview, and I said, oh, thanks very much indeed, and she left the building. And I came back upstairs, and the person driving it said, it didn't record. I went, oh, no. I didn't have the heart to say anything to her. I felt so awful about the whole thing. Happened to me when I interviewed a guy called Harry Nielsen years ago, who had a very big hit single called Without You. Oh, I can forget this evening as your face and you were... And I interviewed him in a hotel in London. And again, I did the same thing. I forgot to lift up the pause button. I pushed record and play in the pause button, meaning to lift it, and I forgot to do it. Did the whole interview, came all the way back here, went, oh, gosh. I said, oh, golly gosh, I didn't do that. So I had to go back. On that one, I could actually go back and do it again. And the same with Johnny Nash. I was just plagued with all these different things where I kept making silly mistakes. All the papers talking about Gina Lollobrigida, the true star of Italian cinema, glamorous in the extreme. I'm trying to find, but I don't think I've got enough time to... I shall never find it, actually. Mel C going into opera. I love this idea, actually. She's going to make her debut at Sadler's Wells. To be honest with you, I think she'll probably smash it. Although one of the newspapers, one of the reporters was saying Cheryl's going into a play in the West End about ghosts. And somebody said, one of the reporters who's got his own column said, if anybody goes to see it, can you let me know what it's like? And I thought, well, why don't you go and see it? I'm sure if you asked, they would let you have a couple of free tickets. Lots of people talking about veganism, actually, which is very good in the papers today. You know, people saying, oh, it's healthier, it's this, it's that. I think people make up their own mind. People, make up their own mind. It's fantastic. So, Sporty Spice, can she make the leap into modern dance? Morning, nice to have your company. Freezing cold again. I can't begin to tell you how cold it is this morning. It's a case of, can you slip over on the ice? Are the pavements gritted? I was on a station yesterday and they had gritted the platform, which I thought was very good, well ahead of it. 2 more days of train misery they booked in February. I think the 1st and the 3rd or something like that. The hospital, which has asked families, could you come and help out on the ward? I see no reason why not. Why can't people do that? I mean, they're not going to allow you to administer injections and enemas and things like that. But, you know, you can go and help out and make tea for people. That could be quite a good idea. The BBC Old Timers return for the 40th anniversary. I was down at Waterloo Station, and they've got all these cameras set up. And it turned out, I was talking to my friend down there, and he said, oh, it's the Green Goddess. And I thought, blimey, they're bringing her back as well. So they brought her back. It was like about 20 or 30 people down there. Talk about waste of money. It's only just assembling a bunch of pensioners onto a sofa and just sort of saying, here they are. And who wasn't there? Well, I didn't notice Selina Scott. I did look at the photographs in all the papers. Not once is Selina Scott mentioned. I thought she was an integral part of breakfast television, but obviously not, I'm afraid. So whether or not she was busy or she just didn't want to do it, I can't think of any other reason. Or she didn't like working with Frank Boff or something, but he wasn't there quite clearly because he's dead. Ken Bruce is going to leave the BBC, which I'm quite grateful for, because he's done 45 years. This is my 44th year. So I've only got to go another year and a half, and I'm ahead of him in terms of how long you've been on a station. He reckons that he wants to try something new, and he said also the BBC don't encourage elderly people, because if you remember, they got rid of Vanessa Feltz, they got rid of Paul O'Grady, they got rid of Steve Wright, they got rid of loads of people, and you could put it down to their age, because they all seem to fit into that age category. Whereas, as far as I'm concerned, if somebody is still pulling the numbers and they're still managing to pull an audience, doesn't matter what time of the day you're actually doing it, then you keep them. You know, to get rid of people. We had it years ago, didn't we, with somebody from Country File, Miriam, I think her name was, and she sort of said, you know, why would they drop me because I'm a certain age? And it's true. Why would they want to do something like that? Especially since some of the geriatrics at the BBC are still putting out television programmes. And yet, for some reason, radio seems to be different, and so they get rid of loads of people, and they bring in people who aren't really experienced in radio terms at all. They're basically novices, and they put them on there because they think they're going to pull a younger audience. Well, they can't. Radio 2 is designed for geriatrics. It's not designed for anybody else. Why would young people want to listen to Radio 2? Heavens above, that's why we've got all our radio stations. You know, but far more exciting out in the commercial world, as I like to call it. You know, you have to work a bit harder. At the BBC, you know, people have become a little bit precious. You know, they've been there a bit of a while, and they've got snootiness about them. Anyway, I've been on the BBC for ages and ages. You go, so? But Ken's already found another job to go to. And as usual, the BBC hierarchy have gone, oh, he's a marvellous person, a bloody good programme and all this kind of stuff. And he's got a loyal audience. That, you know, I mean, if Terry Wogan had still been alive, he'd have been pensioned off as well. That's what they do. They sort of put people on there. Gradually, it's called asset stripping. They'll end up losing all of these things. Steve, it's 34 degrees in Sydney. My fan packed up yesterday. My flat is hot. And I'm waiting on a new fan from Amazon. Oh, wow. So I'm going to be going up to the shopping centre and sit in the air-conditioned. That's a brilliant idea. I'm all in favour of that. I mean, I do love air conditioning. I do have air conditioning in the car. Although yesterday, I tweeted about it. It was a case of I got on the train and there was no heat. I put my hand on the heating thing that runs along the side against the window. Stone cold. We set off on the journey, and what does the idiot driver do? He puts on the air conditioning. We are now sitting there frozen to death. What an idiot. I get on the bus. You know, in the middle of summer, there's heating on the bus. And you think, well, this is stupid. In the middle of winter, no heating at all. In fact, the bus I was on yesterday, it misted up inside because there was no heating on. Why they can't put heating on, I've got no idea. It doesn't cost any extra. But to have it not on the train and to have the air conditioning on was possibly one of the stupidest drivers it's ever been my misfortune to drive with. I need to have a word, actually, with that old the militant bloke who drags them all out on strike and say, well, can you get them to sort out the heating on the train? Elderly people probably could have died on my line the other day. Paul in Exeter says, Radio 2 is known as Radio Quiet. Oh, right. I've never heard it. I've no idea. I assumed there were a lot of sort of elderly people on it, but then certain people like different things. You know, people listen to my programme for different reasons, mainly because it's upbeat at this time of the morning. You know, if you're one of those people who sort of wakes up early and you go, oh, there's nothing on the radio, and then you hear this programme, you're kind of there. You're kind of there. It's brilliant. A-Team on today. Freddie is taking time off. He's going to the university where he graduated, and they do this thing where they all sit down with their mortarboards on. You've seen the pictures on the, you know, television, and then they all get called up and they're given their awards or whatever it is or something, I don't know. And then they all throw their mortarboards in the air and somebody takes a picture of it. And I was talking to Jack about it earlier, and he said you have to go and rent the mortarboard and your cape and all the rest of it, or whatever, the gown, and it costs 50 quid. I said, they're on a bit of a winner, aren't they, with this thing? Because these universities are turning people out left, right and centre. And it was quite good, actually. It was quite good, I think. So Freddie's got 2 days off for that. 1 day to actually do the thing and the other day to sober up. And then we'll sort of bring him back in again. So we've got Dan back. Dan, who sort of left us to go on to bigger things. Much bigger things. And, no. But he was on daytime, so it kind of gave him a bit of breathing space. But he did find it difficult the first few he did, because when you've worked overnights for a long while, and then you go on to daytime and you're doing a 9 till 5, you've got to get up about 7, get yourself ready, get into work. Toby Anstis got on a train yesterday, which broke down. He was fuming. He kept writing tweets, you know, to TfL going, can you get this bloody train moving? I'm going to be late. And it turns out he was late for the beginning of his radio programme, because he comes in by train, because he lives out about sort of Chiswick way. And I felt really sorry for him, because you're so frustrated. He said, can't you just push us into a station and we get another blooming train or do something? They sat there for more than an hour. You imagine? I'd have frozen to death. It was bad enough on my train anyway, without having to worry about not getting home. At least I was sort of, at least I was going home as opposed to coming into work. If you're coming into work, you must get really panicky. Really, really panicky. What else we got? Is Clarkson out of lifelines at ITV? No, absolutely not. Why do the papers print lies? Kevin Ligo has already said he's not losing his job on that programme he does, which he took over from Mr. Tarrant on. What's it called? Can't remember what it's called now. And Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? He's not being dropped from that. And Amazon have not said that they're dropping him at all. They might have cancelled a press conference, mainly because they're probably going, is it going to make any difference? No, sod it. Who cares? Who cares? What, because he upset one woman? One woman who? It doesn't make any difference. You know, he might have read it out about, I don't know, can't think of anybody actually. Joan of Arc or something like that. It doesn't make any difference. It's one person. You lose your job over that? Tell him to stick it. Don't just stick it. He's employed by the Sun newspaper to be controversial. He's not employed to be a mamby-pamby, stick your head in the ground, you know, kind of situation. So he's not out of lifelines at all. He won't lose his job through this. What I said yesterday, I'm sticking to it today, actually. The Royal Mail adverts, they're talking about their stamps expiring at the end of January. They're not telling you the truth. 6 months you've got, if you've got the old stamps without the barcode, excuse me. Greta Thunberg, apparently, has been arrested at a protest. Who funds her? Is she funded by someone? I mean, I haven't given any money recently, but I wonder really whether or not, you know, people go, oh, that's all right because that's all good publicity. But it doesn't seem to be good publicity. She's just a child, really, very young, and so she's not really sort of anybody to worry about. She's not going to change anything as far as I know. A drunken flyer, will tell you who he is. Was so drunk he throttled an air hostess in between Lee Ryan, plank of the First Order, and a drunken flyer. He's a crane driver. Well, he doesn't drive a crane. He just sits in the cabin at the top, staring out into the wild blue yonder, praying he doesn't fall over. And he was so drunk he tried to throttle an air hostess. Well, I think that's prison, as far as I'm concerned. I think that's absolutely disgraceful. The man has been charged over the Arsenal goalie attack. Another prat. Where do they get these people from? Where do they get them from? What is the matter with these people? You can't believe that somebody would do something. I mean, I sit back sometimes in amazement and think, are they a bit thick? And the answer is, aren't they ever? Aren't they ever? They really are thick and dim. And a so-called glamour model claims she had a wild night on the shots with Harry. Boring. Who could it possibly be? Dreary old Nicola McLean. She'll hate the picture of the paper today. Your roots need doing, love. God knows what he saw in you. I can't imagine. But luckily it was only just a night. Any more than that, and he'd have been struggling to actually have a conversation. Have you heard her? You want to check out Nicola McLean on YouTube on Big Brother. The foul-mouthed language that comes out of her mouth is the most disgusting I've ever heard. Really is. A Staffy dog had its ear bitten by Princess Anne's pet terrier. Not the first time Princess Anne's dog has attacked another dog. It also happened some years ago. It attacked one of the Queen's corgis. Perhaps Princess Anne doesn't realise that you've got to keep... I mean, she could go to prison. As if. You know, you can't have dogs out of control. Because we had that woman the other day walking dogs, attacked by a dog, and it killed her. I mean, I personally can't think of any more awful end to your life than being bitten to pieces by a dog. We've heard of babies being attacked, but this is a grown woman. I think she was 28 or something like that. And it turns out when they went back to this person's house, they had another 7 of these pieces of dog which attack people. You don't get bad dogs. I have to point this out. As it was pointed out to me some years ago, you get bad owners. You can imagine what sort of people would have a dog that would attack somebody. I think you can all picture them now. So the sweet treats in the office are like passive smoking. What a load of old codswallop. What an outrageous thing to say. I mean, I've been supplying treats to this office for years. Years. You know, it's always Satsumas, the healthy side of it. And there's always, it could be sweeties, could be biscuits. Yeah, it's balanced. You know, I mean, some of the sweeties have got strawberry in, so again, part of your 5 a day. Some have got toffee, part of your 5 a day. All part of the 5 a day. We love it. We absolutely love it. So if you think I'm stopping because of some stupid article in the Times, thank you very much indeed. Where did it come from? It can only have come from some person. It says here, Jeb, who's a professor of diet and population health at Oxford University. Well, in God's name that is. And a member of the Times Health Commission said it was not enough to rely on the extraordinary efforts of personal willpower needed to avoid overeating in a society. It isn't overeating. You know, people at one time used to go into a pub. If I choose to leave Satsumas, you mind your own business. Keep your beaky nose out, love, all right? If I choose to leave sweets out there as a treat, a little bit of a gift from somebody, you know, who, you know, people, they come to rely on me. I have them queuing up outside my studio door every day. Steve. Seriously, every day it becomes it. And I say, wait, I'll put these Satsumas and the sweets out there very short. Oh, please, Steve, please, can you do it soon? Yeah, you know, a bit like passive smoking. What a load of old cobblers, honestly. Yeah, they hate it. Seriously, Dan will tell you. I don't even need to make this up at all. He'll tell you people get really upset when the sweet bowl gets empty. So I used to bring in 3 boxes of sweets, but I've cut back. I just do 2 boxes of the sweets from M&S. And they're all soft centres. There's some hard centres and things like that. And the boys and girls like it in the office. It's a treat. It's a treat. They're all very young, and it's quite nice to say. And also, I put out about 40 Satsumas, something like that, 30 or 40. And once they've gone, there's nearly a riot in the office. Seriously. A riot. You know, people send stuff in to me, and I re-gift in the office. And today we were particularly thrilled because we were sent in. You'll have to wait till after this.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company, Nice 18 minutes past 4. Here we go, first stupid one of the day. Will you stop drinking tea whilst on air? Oh, go away, you boring little nobody. Honestly, have you ever seen people wine tasting? Do you know what they do? They slurp it. Have you seen them drinking tea when they do tea tasting? Obviously, you're not really educated enough to know that, so I'm just telling you that's how it works now. Did you see the snow today, says Waj? No, not round here. We haven't got any round here. We've had none. At home, we haven't had any. The ground is bone dry. Cold, but bone dry. Lovely. Love every minute of it. And have you ever tried putting Rolos on the freezer? No, I haven't, actually, no. And somebody says, and dare you to leave out a packet of Rothmans. I wouldn't even know how much a packet of Rothmans cost. I wouldn't have the faintest idea. And because I don't smoke and haven't done for years and years and years, I wouldn't dream of bringing out cigarettes at all. In fact, actually, there's not that many people on my team smoke. Really, they occasionally, some of them might have one cigarette or something like that. But that's about it. You know, we are clean, healthy living, which is very good. And guards operate the heating and aircon, not idiot drivers. Oh, right. So the guards are up. No, they don't. Just making it up, aren't you? I love the way people make stuff up. So the guard operates the heating, does he? Well, I'd have had to go with this woman yesterday who's going, hello, I'm your guard. Oh, you can find me on the platform. I thought, yeah. I did think for a moment, actually, that they might have controlled the heating. And then I thought, no, that would come under the train driver. It's all those controls right behind him. You know, the heating for the train. Why would you rely on the guard? All they have to do is say, the next station. One of them, she loved the sound of her own voice. She loved the sound of her own voice. She couldn't wait to tell you where she was going to be at the station. I'm in car 4. You know, if you've got anything, as if you're going to wander back through the train to try and find the guard. Seriously. And somebody else says, how are you this freezing morning? Says Leanne. Good. Very, very good. Listen, I don't start the jet. Look what we got. Look. Got sent in. Oh, I forgot to tell you, didn't I? I said, you know, we leave chocolates and things out there, and and the Satsumas. But then today we got something completely unusual. What did we get? Pork scratchings. We've had them before. This is the Snaffling Pig, and they've done a big jar for Valentine's Day. It took us ages to open the jar. Seriously, and you have to come and take these, Jack, because if you leave them in here, I'm just going to eat the blooming things. Because it turns out that Dan is a big fan of pork scratchings, and especially with a beer, yes. But unfortunately, we don't have the beer. And then we got these other ones as well. I shall tell Jack about. Just bear with me. So look, we got those. Do you know? You feel that they're not even heavy. Nothing to them.
That is so light.
Yeah, but also look, chorizo bites.
Wow.
Would you like those?
Yeah.
Have chorizo
Great.
bites.
Yeah.
We've also got some more chorizo bites. And then we got pork crackling, black pepper and sea salt. And we got, this is an unusual one, plant jerky. We had bacon jerky, didn't we, which I gave to Dan. And we got plant jerky.
You really do treat us, Steve.
I didn't pay for them. If I'd paid for them, you wouldn't be getting them. I'd have taken them home. But yeah, I bet you anything, Dan will start eating those in the jar. They go really quickly, don't they? Do you know really pork? I know it seems a stupid question. Is it? Well, whatever it is, it's aerated pork. But they've done it in a gift box for Valentine's Day. They say it says more about you than chocolates, flowers, and cheap bubbly. And I have to be honest, I have eaten 2 little packets of them already, which was a bit naughty. You know, you can't wipe the smile off Jack's face. He's never had some. He doesn't bother buying food anymore. He's given up doing supermarket shopping. And people say, do you not eat? And you go, no, Steve will be feeding me later. That's the way it goes. So he's had one sandwich already. He had pastrami. Had you ever had pastrami? I don't think you'd ever had pastrami before. It's nice, isn't it? It is very good, actually. I think so. How do they make pork scratchings? They fry the pork skin taken from the pig's shank, which is top of the pig's hind leg. Scratchings are cooked once, meaning they're harder and crunchier than their porky cousins. Well, they were particularly delicious this morning. But I tell you, they last 5 minutes in this place. I didn't realise that so many people knew what pork scratchings were. But they are particularly... I mean, you've got to be careful, you know, because they are particularly nice. And we like things like that because we're healthy. We're very healthy people. We like we might even go for a jog later or something like... No, we won't. There's no chance going for a jog. Absolutely. Steve, remember the sound of you gargling your tea after that comment? Oh, stupid people, honestly. Who could be doing with idiots? You know, you get an idiot right, you go, I wish you wouldn't slurp your tea. Go listen to something else. Seriously, my audience is so huge, you know, it's only the sad people who go, oh, I'm going to complain. And another one here. You may be interested to know in the Christmas Radio Times, the Radio Pages described Steve Allen 4 till 7 as musings. I get no end of support from the Radio Times. The Catholic Herald did a huge piece on me. Huge piece, sort of saying, if you really want entertainment in the more... Listen to this bloke. If you've never heard him before, boost my numbers up, I tell you. That means more money and a bigger contract. I'm not stupid. I know the value of publicity. You know, I know what good publicity is, and I know what bad publicity is. And sometimes bad publicity works in your favour. As long as they spell your name right, who cares? Who cares? Do you know, I've got one more piece. I deliberately gave them the pork cracklings next door so they could sort of play around with pork scratchings. And I've left one piece left. It's going to be savoured for my next break at past, which is very nice. Steve, if people pop a sheet or a large towel across their windscreens in the evening, it saves a lot of ice scraping in the morning. don't put anything on my windscreen. I did have a slight frosty covering on the thing, but literally I get in the car, start it up. Within 1 minute, the heater is up to full blast furnace and it melts very quickly on the windscreen. I don't know whether it's got something special in it. I really don't know. Steve, was it really 30 years ago that Dale started Supermarket Sweep? Got no idea. I mean, to be honest with you, I can't remember any of these sort of things. I'm really sort of out on a limb. I can't remember things from last week. And you ask me something normally 20, 30 years ago, and I'll remember it. Dave in Plymouth says, did you hear the sex noise sabotage in the start of last night's football? Gary Lineker did well to keep going. That's what his ex-wife said. That's what she said about him. He does very well to keep going because it was a prank. That's what it was, apparently. Funny prank. And then Dan said to me, have I ever been pranked? And I said, I didn't think so. I have pranked people in the past, but I've never actually been pranked myself. Mate, well, I don't think so. Unless somebody's going to come back and go, do you remember that thing? So, that was a prank. But I don't think I've ever done anything. I've never had anything like that which has sort of caught me out. I don't think so. But there again, somebody who's listened to the programme for an awful long time might say, yes, you were pranked because... I did get caught out some years ago, but I'm not going to repeat what it was because it was one of those rude letter things. And I didn't twig to it straight away because I'd never heard of it. And so I sort of kind of left it to one... You know what it was? I'll tell you in the break. No. I can't even hint at it because everybody listening will be going, oh, that one. And I didn't know actually. But it was a phone hidden behind the set. And apparently it was a sex tape or something like that. Gary Lineker, who's not been out with a woman in donkey's years, ever since the last one got rid of him, didn't realise what it was. The BBC just was so terribly sorry. But I was telling Dan, there was a radio station a short while ago, and they had a camera in the studio and people could log in online, and the presenter was watching porn. Gay porn. Gay porn on out of all the porn to watch, gay porn, and he was sort of caught out. I don't think he lasted very long actually. I think, Steve, the BBC radio policy is now Radio 1 for children and teenagers. Well, it used to make me laugh actually years ago. Radio 1 used to have their road shows. If they did it in London, they got nobody turning up to them because everybody was listening to commercial radio. The only time they scored was when they went out of town and they went to a place like Harrogate or something like that. And you get this peculiar bunch of people on the beach. Radio 2 for the 20s and 30-somethings. If you're 40 and above, sod off. They don't want you. If the controller of Radio 2 ran a commercial station, she'd have been out on her ear a long time ago. I don't even know who it is, actually. It's a woman, though, isn't it? It is a woman. And she was the one, I think, who decided to get rid of various people. So, Steve Wright went, all these other people. Whereas I thought, actually, like a good cheese, good radio presenters just get better and better and better. If I listen back to programmes of mine, which I would never do because I never listen to my programmes back again, as is patently obvious. Why would you want to listen back to a programme that you've done? It's radio. It's radio. You can't, correct anything. You do something on the radio and you go, that was the show for today. I don't need to do anything else about it. I just sort of do it. And then they say, did you hear your programme yesterday? I went, of course I didn't. Why would I? It's a radio I did it. I don't want to re-listen to it again. That would just be stupid. But no, commercial radio, far more beneficial. And that's why so many people, desert the BBC. Good old auntie, she really is like your elderly aunt. Not keeping up with the times. But to just put younger people on thinking you can change the demographic of a radio station is just ludicrous. That's not how it works. Steve, I've just returned from 8 hours at A&E. Thankfully I'm okay. Your downloads kept me company. There you go. 8,000 of them I've got. All free. And it's very good for you. Very, very good for you. And remember the Smith's Cheese Moments, triangular crisps filled with real cheese. Never heard of them. I can't think of anything worse. I'm not really a huge crisp fan. I mean, I like things like Whatsits, but literally one bag a month would be enough for me. But when they send in the pork scratchings, I kind of fall for it because they're so easy to eat. Cheese-flavoured Moments. Walkers have answered the question for you. Are they coming back? And the answer is no. They used to be made in Leicester. And so I don't think it's going to happen. So people go, oh, can you bring them back for me? There's not enough of you to warrant it, I don't think. So not coming back, is it? There you go. It's the way it goes. It's the way it goes. You know, sometimes I don't even remember those, actually. Steve, lovely Scott. Lovely Scott. He says, I think most of London is up listening to you. Last week I had 3 strangers, a London cabbie, a lady in Waitrose and a member of the audience at the Palladium Panto all tell me you always say lovely things about Barbara and I. I take great pleasure in telling them that I've known you for 25 years. He says, and you yourself go back even further, Barbara and yourself. Always great to have you there as I battle my old age insomnia. This is lovely Barbara's husband, Scott. And I first met him, I think I first met him, when it was Dale's This Is Your Life, which they did at Teddington Studios, and Barbara and Scott were there. And I'd only seen pictures of Scott. The trouble is, I couldn't hang around with him. Sickeningly good looking. Seriously, sickeningly good looking. And I remember Barbara told me, when she worked with him in Panto, and she went head over heels. You know, sometimes you meet somebody, and it just happens. You fall in love with somebody, and it doesn't matter who it is or where they're from or if they're, you know, the wrong class or they live in the wrong street or they live in Pimlico. It doesn't matter. You know, it could be anywhere at all. And so they worked in Panto, and it just happened. And everybody wrote them off. I've always said this. Everybody in the papers, look at the age difference, and yet it got better and stronger with age. It really did. And then in her later years, he was there for her every day. You know, just over and above. Such a lovely couple. Such a lovely couple. I've been round to their house on a couple of occasions, and they were just nice. Just nice. So I'm always glad that he bumps into people, and they always say he's always speaking nice about Barbara. Because I always feel quite proud to tell people who I knew. You know, people that I used to sort of hang around with, and sort of you would go out, and because I took Barbara out on occasion, mainly because Scott is not really showbiz. Even though he was in Panto, if ever she needed to go to the Lady Rattlings, I took her, because that's, you know, she got to travel in the car, which was quite good, actually, even though they've got a very nice car. Should we get the news? Because I'm late. I'm always, but it doesn't matter. Dan knows what I'm like. No point in pinning any hopes on Steve Allen hitting the right time. The LBC headlines this morning, Charlotte Morgan.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Ice Cream Ian's back with us. I love the idea on a freezing cold day when it's like minus 500 degrees. Obviously, the gross exaggeration. And he goes, you know, I'm back again. So we have requested, Ian, I don't know if it's going to be possible today, strawberries and cream or vanilla. Because they're both utterly delicious. Both utterly delicious. Those little Haagen-Dazs little tubs that we get. And it's funny, isn't it? Even when it's ice cut, my hands were so cold yesterday. And by the way, Neil, I did look for gloves that are centrally heated. You know, you plug them in. They were like 70, 80 quid for a pair of gloves that you put your hands in and they heat up. And then I found something else. It's like a block, a little round thing, and that heats up, and then you hold it in your hand and it's got heat in it. And that I quite like. But I'm not spending 70 quid on a pair of gloves that you plug into your USB port. I think that's just ridiculous. But I did leave the heating on all day yesterday and I went out for shopping. I thought, I'm blowed if I'm going to come back and, you know, and freeze to death. And I was talking to Dan about it, and he's frightened to put the heating on. It's too expensive. It's just that he wants to because it's too cold. I mean, it really is. We want to move in with Jack so that he has the heating on full blast every day. It's up to 50 degrees. It's fantastic. He doesn't worry about the bill. It's not his house. The heating not work. Oh, God, I don't know how you cope with heating not working. Oh, no. Oh, dear. So you've got no heating at all? Oh, Jack. You see, have you got an oven? Is it gas or is it electric? And the oven is electric? Yeah, you see, if it was gas, I would recommend that you light the oven and leave the door open. Because it's, I mean, I don't know how people coped in this weather. I mean, I seriously couldn't. I've got this, because I don't use the gas anymore, because I'm determined not to give them my money. They can go stick it as far as I'm concerned. And so I thought, I bought this tower heater in Costco a few years back. and it's proven to be really cost effective. And when I went down to see my godchildren, in fact, goes back a couple of years, they've got exactly the same tower heater that I've got, and it's really good. It really is good. It's not very expensive to run, and it either does low heat or high heat, which takes it up to about 20 degrees. And you just have it in the room, and it oscillates as well, so you get a waft of hot air. I mean, it's really good. Really good. I forget what I paid for it. I don't know. It could have been about 60 quid, 70 quid, something like that. Whatever it was very good. Yeah. No, it's definitely... Which one is it? I mean, they've got ones with sort of... Oh, look at that. Oh, I like that one there. Mon House. It's got like flames in it, but it's not really, it's only pretend. But that's not mine. Yeah, you see, I think anything that's about 60 quid is good, but do check that that you get something that's not going to cost you an arm and a leg. Because I wouldn't like to recommend anything at all on the programme if I thought you were going to go bankrupt over it. But these Herschel Havana 800 ones, they're about 149 quid. And I've never seen that one before. But there's loads of them about. But do check what their running costs are, these tower heat. But mine's absolutely brilliant. And that's all I've got in the whole place. Just this one thing. And if I left it on, it would probably heat through the flat. But I don't. I climb into bed. The duvet is fantastic. Oh, you see, look, that looks a bit like my one. There you go, 2,000 watt ceramic heater. That one there, £59. Tip over protect. If it tips over, it turns itself off. Pro Breeze, that is 2,000 watt, 4 heat settings, portable tower heater for home and office. Well, I thought though that looks very similar to mine actually. That looks very, very similar, except mine's got sort of buttons on the top of it as opposed to sort of turning knob thing. But still good. But I can't imagine coping without. You must go to bed in gloves. Seriously, I'm at Long John's. I think that was too much information. I don't think we need that much information on the programme, but, we normally get that from Jack, and then he'd sort of show you the colours that they're available in and things like that, which takes it too far. But it's a case of this. You can imagine if you feel the cold at your age, I don't know what it must be like for pensioners who are out there who get hypothermia, but they don't know they've got hypothermia. So I always say to them, if you've got a heater, bloody well put it on. Let somebody else worry about it. They can't cut you off. They're not legally allowed to. So, you sort of worry about it when we, paying the bills and everything else. They'll make every, opportunity that they can to accommodate you. But I'm not bloody well freezing in this weather, thank you. Paul says, Costco do a box of hand warmers, little bags of heat. Yes, I've had those before. It's a little paper bag, and you get a box of 48, and you shake it, and it feels like it's got sort of, I don't know, little bits of grit in it, and it heats up, so you slip it in your glove. But you can't do anything. You can't answer your telephone because you're going to take the bloody glove off and take the little heater thing out. But have you ever interviewed Ray Winston? Says Mark. Yeah, a few times. And Chris says, how about Charlotte Morgan? How about she witters on for half an hour and you read the news? That way it won't be late. I don't think that's the deal. That's not how it works, is it? I mean, I can read news as it happens. That's how I started my career at LBC, reading the news. Very good I was too, actually. Even though I say so myself, I was a very good speed reader. And that's why the news desk used to love me, because they could give me 5 minutes worth of news and I could get it into 3 minutes, which was very good. And another one here says that you've slurped again. I'm going to continue doing it. I have no intention of stopping, so there's no good writing in because you're just wasting your time and money. It says, I could understand if it was Yorkshire tea, but it isn't. I expect more from somebody down south. What do you mean down south? What are you talking about? We're not down south. We're in Bridlington. God in heaven, some people are so dumb. So dumb. No, we've been in Bridlington for ages. Where do you think we're coming from? Honestly, I love the way people go, but you're coming from London. You go, no, we're not. We're a national radio station. I'm in Bridlington. I'm looking out on the pier at the moment. God in heaven. Another one that says, anything electrical is normally very expensive to run, so 2,000 watts is like having 20. Well, I'm telling you, Sean, it's cheap. It's cheap. I have it on loads of times. And my Lecky bill, because my place is all electric, apart from the gas, which I had for the heating. But no, it's not very expensive at all. Some of them are. Convector heaters are very expensive to run, but this tower thing is not very expensive to run. You can get all sorts of things. So I'm not buying into that one, I'm afraid. Not buying that one. Steve, the BBC have totally lost the plot, Steve Wright, Paul O'Grady and Ken Bruce have all gone. Well, to be fair, I don't know how many of them left of their own accord. I think Paul O'Grady came back to discover that there was now going to be 2 people doing his programme. And I think he thought, like I would have said, it's basically a case of, it's constructive dismissal. It's a case of let's make it uncomfortable for you, make you feel a bit bad. So they get rid of Steve Wright, who put so much effort into it and was very good at crafting and stuff like that. And they thought he had fantastic figures. I love the way people think they can reinvent the wheel, which you can't. And Ken Bruce, as I say, I'm quite glad he's gone. Because it now means that, another year, and I'll have overtaken him as being the longest. I think I'm the longest serving commercial radio presenter at the moment. I think so. I'm pretty certain. And, 43 years coming up in my 44th year. That's quite for the same station. For the same station. It's not like different stations. That's like the same station. And I think I'm there. I'm pretty certain. Steve. Another one here. A lot of people talking about more strikes. And they've got more train strikes coming up, which I think are coming up in February. So we might actually get to the end of January without having to worry too much about it. Cheese moments are very similar to cheesy footballs that come out at Christmas, says Rob. Yeah, 2 more strike days. 24 hours, Wednesday the 1st and Friday the 3rd of February. While RMT train driver members from 14 operators will do likewise. Well, that's all right. I can cope with that. 1st and the 3rd. It's a bit of an inconvenience, having to get the buses and then do this and do that. And but it can be done. It can be done. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, I love it when people moan about slurping your tea. I know, I love it as well. It just goes to show what shallow people they must be. Oh, I can't believe it. I think I might blow my nose on air in a minute, just to really push it. And I might cough and splutter. I do that to maintain my seats on the train. If you start coughing like that when you stop at Clapham Junction, nobody comes anywhere near you. It's fantastic. I always go, not very well. It's great. It always works a treat, actually. I don't mind them standing up near me. Margaret, I'm not going to tell you the name of the heater that I use. I'm definitely not. Because different people have got, different things. It might work for me, but it might not work for somebody else. And somebody says, you just reminded me, I've left my heater on at home. Well, we leave central heating on at home. Why should you not worry about it? They've all got inbuilt safety features and things like that. You can't sell them now unless they've got the kite mark on. So that's why. I think I might today go and get some hand work. My hands just get really cold, actually. I don't know why. I don't have any illness as far as I know. But then somebody the other day said they're diabetic and their hands get cold. My feet get cold in bed, but my thighs, I can't begin to tell you. If I put my legs together, when you really put your legs together, the heat off both my legs, it's like a little inferno. Seriously. Sometimes I have to lift up the duvet and go, it gets so hot. It's like... They do. It's funny that, isn't it? I think it's the duvet. I think it wraps itself around my legs. But they do get hot. My legs are like little radiators. And I don't necessarily rub them together. Sometimes I do slide one leg up and down the other one, but that's another story. And I sort of do it. And I sort of think, I'm doing it now. Even through my jeans, my legs are quite warm. Yet the rest of me, freezing blooming cold. But not as cold as the boys. Steve, I hope you're well. I am well, actually. Thank you for asking. I wonder why people always ask me things like that. Do I sound ill? Oh, look, I've missed the time. Oh, I'm hopeless on these times this morning. It's Dan. Listen, I was doing fine up until yesterday. Thank you very much indeed. Now it's Dan's fault. 14 minutes to 5.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Nice to have your company this morning. And Martin says he's going to... No, it's not our building. It's nothing to do with us. Definitely not. Don't know why people ever think that, actually. Hot water bottles are cheap. I've got one. And I love one on my feet. I've got to be careful. I can't have anything too hot on my feet. So if I prefer to wear socks in bed. Not bed socks, just normal socks. Much easier. And... another one here. Oh, she's back again. Slurping tea whilst presenting to the public is unprofessional. Well, go listen to something else, dear. Don't waste your own time. You can't be that much of an idiot, surely. Steve, Chris says, Chris is in Watton, or is it Watton? I don't know. We had a pronunciation problem the other day with somewhere. We had to be corrected by our head of... Was it Alnwick? Or it was... Oh, I can't remember what it was called. Alnwick. Yeah, it was very, whatever it was, they used it in the Harry Potter film, which is good. So hot water bottles are cheap, but you can't keep them on your feet if you're a diabetic. You know, so you can just sort of do it any other way, but except not that. You need a cover on a hot water bottle, like, you know, maybe a knitted thing or something like that. See, warm head, freezing hands and feet, fingers and toes turn white. Raynaud's, well, they don't turn white. They're still beautifully coloured and very nice indeed. It's just that they get cold. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I don't put the heating on, and I have a duvet on the sofa and wear a jumper over PJs if I have to. Well, I mean, these two haven't got any heating on at all. They've got nothing, which I don't know how they survive. And one of them's in a basement flat, and you know how cold they get. What else do you get in basement flats? Rats. You get rats. And where do they come up through? The toilet. They come up through the toilet in basement flats in London. If you're near the river, you're bound to get rats at some point. So they always say, leave the lid down at night. Don't do any surprises, do you? Imagine a rat turns up. Because the only water in the toilet is in the U-bend. It's just a little tiny bit of water. I used to think the whole pipe was water, but it's not. It's just that little bit in the middle. In Australia, yeah, they worry about snakes. Yes. Well, spiders are a terrible problem in Australia. I mean, I wouldn't be able to identify spiders. And also jellyfish, big problem in Australia, the box jellyfish. I can remember the Scottish comedian Billy Connolly doing gags about Australia. He said, you know what they've got over there? He said, you've got box jellyfish. He said, now they're gift wrapping them. And I remember thinking, yeah, they're so dangerous, actually. 84850. Ashley says, if the Steve Allen show didn't have a slurp, all of us spikers would be bombarding you with messages asking if you're okay. Oh, I know. Anyway, you think they're a bit stupid and simple, but they can't help it. It's not their problem. What else we got? I bought 2 heaters last year. Both arrived damaged. You see, yes. I mean, I don't buy loads of heaters. I've got a fan, which is an upright fan as well, which is a tower fan, and that swivels backwards and forwards. And I've got one in the bedroom, which looks like an aeroplane propeller. It's about the size of it. You put this thing on, I tell you, it takes pictures off the walls. It's so big, but very good. Very, very nice indeed. Another one, Brian. Oh, he was the hot water bottle man. If you go over Richmond Bridge towards Twickenham and turn first left, there's a house for sale at 2.5 million, cheap for that area. Yeah, I don't like that area. I had a friend who lived down there in flats because they were on the Riverside complex, which used to be where the ice rink was. But 2.5, it's far too cheap, 2.5 million. I wouldn't buy a house at 2.5 million. What do you think, I'm going to suffer? Absolutely not. I've seen the house I want. It's over 7 million. And it's nice. Very big. It's also got its own swimming pool, heated, in the back garden. Well, that's down at the Riverside in Twickenham. 7.5 million they're looking for. I'm just short of a little bit at the moment. I'm short of about 7.4 million at the moment. I can get the rest of it. I can't get the 7.4 million, but it doesn't matter. It's quite nice. I like the idea of dreaming. I'm very big into dreaming. And I love that. Have you tried M&S British outdoor bred pork crackling straws? I didn't like those. I did try them, actually. Yeah. And somebody says, I might be wrong, but hasn't Steve Wright still got one show? Yes, I believe so. That's kind of to sort of keep him happy, I should imagine. Imagine if they get rid of people for a certain age. See ya. Bye. Get to a certain age. I don't think it makes any difference to say, as long as you're producing the goods for them. That's what it comes down to. In commercial radio, BBC don't need to worry about things like that. It really makes no difference. And, nowadays, if you've got the audience figures and you do well and you can raise money for charity and stuff like that, job done. Simple as that. And also, if you look reasonably okay. You know, I'm not saying you have to be desperately unattractive, but traditionally radio presenters are not good looking. They're really not good looking. What are we looking at? Oh, I can tell. Oh, right, you're unsure. Oh, I love it. I've just lost it now. Where is it? Have you seen the cola bottles with the lid attached? I have. I've tried 3 times to open them. I've spilt the drink every time, and the bottles are hard to close again. I've seen them. You unscrew the thing, and the lid just goes to one side. I've got some fruit in cognac, which I bought in Marks and Spencer. I can't get the lid off. I bought 2 of them. One is apricots in amaretto or something, and the other one is cherries. And I've got pears and other bits and pieces, all in booze. And I'm just looking at them in the kitchen thinking, why can't I get the lid off? Because I don't want to rip the lid off, because otherwise I'm going to spill all this syrup all over the place. And I didn't really want to do that. So I thought I'd be a little bit more careful with it. So they're all talking about, she must have an agent, Maya Jama. Why we all love Love Island's Maya. I mean, to be honest with you, as far as I'm concerned, she's a presenter on a programme which is supposed to be about the people on it, not about the presenter. She must be desperately insecure, or she's got a blooming good agent. I did watch... It wasn't Ibiza Weekender, it was something, it wasn't Magaluf, it was something like that. And it was full of the most boring people under the sun. Really awful. Reps who, you know, if they were in the real world, they'd never get a job. And there's a bloke called Jordan who obviously fancies his chances with just about every girl on every single programme. And a bloke called David who seems to run it, who's gay, and who tried to make a name for himself on a few karaoke shows in this country, and that finished up, thank God. It was just absolutely dreadful. But it's not Ibiza Weekender, it's called something else. And it's just basically people going out sort of to get sex. That's all it comes down to. And they're staying in this ghastly complex. Looks not loving relationships. No, just basically, I mean, the reps are sort of after all the blokes on there. And you think, and that's it. And one of the girls going, oh, I don't think he fancies me, but I still like him. And this is about another rep. And I'm thinking, it's so tacky. Princess Anne could be in hot water after her English Bull Terrier attacked a dog during a royal family pheasant shoot. As I say, not the first time one of her dogs is attacked. The last time was attacking one of the Queen's corgis. Not so good. Excuse me, not so good. So here's more on Maya Jama. I mean, you've never seen anybody so over-made up in your life. Boobies out, all the usual kind of things. But she is just a presenter. But they say the real winner of Love Island is the presenter. 3 stunning outfits worth £6,000. Well, that'd be freebies. She can't afford things like that. It's freebies. That's what it is. Relations between Noel and Liam Gallagher have thawed, sparking speculation an Oasis reunion might be on. How many times have I heard this? I've heard it loads and loads of times, and nothing has actually come to fruition. They keep going, oh, they're going to get back together again and turn out music and do it. And you think, who cares? By the time they actually get back together, they'll be pushed on stage in wheelchairs. They'll be so old. It was bad enough seeing Take That at the Royal Variety Performance some years ago when they were trying to recreate their dances from a long time ago. I mean, you could hear the bones creaking from where I was sitting, and I was in the Royal Circle. So here are all the other people leaving radio. Perhaps they've got an agenda at the BBC. And the reason I mention it is because I own it. I buy a licence. So I feel I'm duty-bound to be able to say anything I like about it. Craig Charles had his show cancelled. He's 58. He said they couldn't give me any other reason other than they just wanted to change. Simon Mayo walked away from it for commercial radio. Took him long enough to realise that that's where, of course, it's all happening. Paul O'Grady quit, saying he was unhappy with an internal shake-up, which left him doing presenting duties every 13 weeks with the comedian Rob Beckett, who's not a radio presenter. I don't know why. Graham Norton, 59, moved after 10 years, saying he'd been tired of coming under fire each year when they revealed the stars' salaries. Vanessa Feltz announced she was stepping down, saying she'd made the decision to catch up on her beauty sleep. Well, I don't think there's enough years in the month, either, for that one. Steve Wright walked away from his after 24 years, says his boss had wanted to do something different in the afternoon. Scott Mills would certainly be described as something different. Whether it appeals to the Radio 2 audience, I've got no idea. Really no idea. And there she is, poor old Greta Thunberg, being arrested. She was removed from Germany's Karlsruhe to coal mine. She's among hundreds protesting. Did you see the pictures on the internet? It was fantastic. There's this coal mine. It's all mud. And all the riot policemen kept getting stuck in the mud because they're wearing Wellingtons and they couldn't get their feet out. So the protesters were going up to them and just pushing them over into the mud. Best thing I've ever seen. Very exciting. They're very butch, those German police. Very butch, you know, they just come round and they sort of... Anyway, they carted her off. I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, but it was that shit, that one there. Cops getting stuck in the mud. It was like sort of a Tom and Jerry thing. You know, you push one and they all go down like a pack of cards. Great stuff. Great stuff. That was, they were protesting. Got to protest. You know, if it doesn't work, then go and do something else. But, I don't... Should we do the news? Let's do the news. I'll be back with you in 3.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome along to Wednesday. Welcome to, it's another freezing cold day, which actually is great if you don't have any heating at home, because it won't make any difference whether you're inside or outside or you leave the door open. And after my disaster on the train with no heating and the air conditioning on, I mean, rank stupidity, really. I've never had anything like it in my life. Sophia says, open the lids on the fruit jars, stab them with a sharp knife. I've done that before. That releases the pressure that they built up. You're right. That was the only thing I didn't try, because it's one of those jars where you pull a handle at the side and it flips open, but mine doesn't flip open. So I'm going to try the pushing a pair of scissors through it, actually. Paul and Fiona from Barnes, they're on a boat, hot and steamy and 35 degrees. Ugh, God, that sounds awful. Hot and steamy. See, I don't do hot and steamy. I was watching Bradley Walsh and his son Barney the other day, and they were sitting in this, they were doing a coach ride through somewhere. They're driving this Winnebago, huge thing, and their air conditioning bust. And they're sitting there, and you could see the sweat rolling off their faces. It looked a nightmare. And I remember what it was like last summer when we all got the same sort of stuff, didn't we? And it was just not very good. It was Kavos Weekender. That was the programme. It's just full of the most awful people. Awful, but thankfully, the big bloke Dave, the gay one who appears to run the group, he's stuck in bed with something, so I'm assuming it's COVID. I can't think of any other reason why he'd be in there. But they sort of took a few of these people and put them on sort of really naff, cheap shows, and they just turned out not to have any talent at all, which is a shame. And Mark in Romford says, I'm stunned. Oh, right. You and Ken Bruce have not been recognised in the New Year's list for services to radio. Yes, I mean, to be honest with you, I can't understand how it works either. I suppose you have to be nominated. Gary says you sound 50 years younger than your actual age. That's a bit depressing, isn't it? What? So I sound 18. I don't think I sound 18. I thought I sounded quite butch, actually. I wanted to sound butch when I first started. Somebody said, have you got a tape from when you first started on LBC? I said, I have. It's never going to hear the light of day, I'm telling you now. Definitely not. It's Steve Allen reading the news. So little clips of it. Somebody had it, I think, a short while ago. Little clips of Steve Allen being butch reading the news. And then I got my own programme. And things changed dramatically, which made it an awful lot easier. And somebody says, I'll be slurping later as Rington's delivering later today, says Ian in Newark. That's right, Alnwick, as Carl said, it's pronounced Alnwick. It's got a castle and it's got a poison garden on its grounds. I used to live close by. They used it in the first 2 Harry Potter films. And they've used it for Downton and loads of other bits and pieces. So thank you. I got bit, says Shane, by a redback spider once. Made me sick. I had to go to hospital. You see, I'm a bit frightened by spiders. Little bit frightened, because I don't know what's not dangerous and what's dangerous and things like that. Melanie C says the Spice Girls won't be playing Glastonbury this year, despite months of teasing that they could. She said, it's the question I hate the most, because the answer is as disappointing to me as it is to the Spice Girls. We'd love to do Glasgow, it just doesn't fit in with the current plan with the girls. It's not bad news, though. She said, we do want to get back on stage, everything's up in the air. Oh, right. I saw, actually, the funny thing is, I was looking back today, I was explaining to Jack, I was sort of watching things, and I was watching the Spice Girls opening concert at Wembley, and it was sort of, it was quite dramatic, blah, blah, blah. And then I watched Bros back in 1916, I think, 2016, and it was boring in the extreme. It really was. You've got, there were only 2 of them and they've got a backing band. And Matt plays the same riff. He's the same riff because his fingers don't move on the fret, on the guitar. So he tried to pretend he played guitar and it was a bit dreary. And then it was just naff. It looked dated. You know, you've got to sort of try and give them something. You know, look at the Spice Girls. Look at Westlife when they did something. I think they all appeared in tubes on the stage, and other people rose out of the stage. Bros, just sort of, you know, there were loads of bits and pieces at the beginning just to get the fan excited. And the rest of it was just boring. And then, of course, unfortunately, Matt can't dance for toffee, as we know. So he just jumps up and down. And that was about the extent of it. You know, you'd done the same if you'd put him with Zebedee from Magic Roundabout on a spring and they'd let him loose over the stage. It would be easier. Steve, have you seen when so-called environmentalists march, how much litter they leave behind? Oh, have you seen the London Marathon? The litter. We used to have a building, and the back of it, they used to put some of the floats for the Notting Hill Carnival. And the empty, broken booze bottles this was on Children's Day. Seriously, the empty booze bottles are all at the back of our building on Bramley Road for the Notting Hill Carnival. As I say, Children's Day. There was more booze being drunk on the floats than anything else, and broken bottles. Why they ever served booze in glass bottles, I've got no idea. And another one here that says, I've got a recording of Douglas Cameron reading the news on LBC from sometime in the 80s. Oh, a legend. A legend. Good Lord above, you don't get anybody better. Apparently Ryland's boring the pants off anybody who'll be bothered to listen. He's ready for a new boyfriend. Ooh, can barely hold my breath on that one. And the police treat for a lost lad. This is a 5-year-old boy who's got a little imitation police motorbike and a little imitation police uniform. I don't think you're allowed to wear these things because he's not a police officer. He hasn't passed any tests. And they all went out with him the other day. It was a biker's surprise, and they were cops on bikes. And they all went out with him. He was quite pleased. He's got, like, little stabilisers on it. But, I mean, it looks quite professional, bless his heart. So that was his big thing. It was a nice surprise for him. He was totally shocked. But you could see the look on his face says, like, I'm driving with the big boys. You know, all these cops. He was leading them and all these cops behind him on their bikes. I like things like that. A meat lover has become the first person to complete a pub's mixed grill challenge. He scoffed a 60-pound plateful in less than an hour. OK, now I've heard of these things before. You know about them because we've done them on the programme. And it's a case of, you know, if you really want to be grossly obese, this is what you would have. This is what was in it. OK, this is his 60-pound plateful. And he ate all of this in less than an hour. A 16-ounce steak, 16 ounces of gammon, 2 chicken breasts, 4 pork steaks, 2 lamb chops, 4 jumbo sausages, 4 fried eggs, peas, onion rings, chips and gravy. He ate all of that in less than an hour. I don't know how. I've seen this. Have you seen Man vs. Food on the television where we I don't mind it when he's doing puddings. I quite like the pudding side of it. When he's doing this other thing, this sort of burger arrives. It's like nearly as tall as he is sitting down, and he gets through it. This particular bloke ate this £59.99 meal in less than an hour. You get it for free. So he did it in 37 minutes and 19 seconds. I mean, let me just tell you again, 16 ounces of steak, 16 ounces of gammon, 2 chicken breasts, 4 pork steaks, 2 lamb chops, 4 jumbo sausages, 4 fried eggs, peas, onion rings, chips and gravy. He did that in 37 minutes. You think you could do better? Yeah. Actually, to be honest with you, I think you probably could. I don't know why. But he has his own competitive eating YouTube channel called Beard Meets Food. There you go. You can find him on YouTube. You can sit there and watch him eating this stuff. Can't be good for you, can it? I wonder how much of that is fried. I mean, onion rings I do like, but to be honest with you, I had another thing the other day. I had some onion bhajis, which I found quite nice. I only ate 6. That's all I could get in the frying pan. I didn't fry them. I just turned the frying pan up, you know, top heat. There he is. Oh, right. So it's never been beaten. Look at look at the size of that plate of food. It is just unreal. It can't be healthy, can it, to sort of stretch your stomach, you know, on this. I mean, look at it. It's just... I mean, I should imagine the peas were a bit of a respite. But look how many onion rings there are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There's about 15 onion rings. I like the chips. The chips look nice. But he's mixed grill in Wales. Wow, look at that. He seems to be eating fairly slow. No, he's speeding up. Oh, sorry, you speeded it up. I thought he was eating just a lot faster. But there you go. All that just to get a free meal. All that to get a free meal. It's not worth it, is it, really? Well, I don't think it's worth it. I think it's way too much. I found this bloke The drunken air passenger who grabbed an EasyJet attendant by the throat has been jailed. Colin Smith, otherwise hereinafter known as that complete idiot, flipped when Carly Griffith stopped him going to the loo as the flight was about to land. Because they say, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming into Heathrow or Budapest, wherever it is, you please fasten your seatbelts. And he gets up and starts going to the toilet. She's going, you can't go to the toilet. We're landing. He looked at her, then he grabbed her round the neck with both hands. She tried to push him off and he fell onto a seated passenger because he's a drunk. He's a sad, sick drunk. 2 other holidaymakers waded in and restrained him on the flight from Malta, arrested in Manchester, told police he bought 2 bottles of whiskey at the airport and had downed most of one. He's a crane operator from Hull. He'd been on his 50th birthday trip. He admitted being drunk and beating by assault, and they've sent him to prison for 6 months. Just remember the name Colin Smith, OK, hereinafter was known as that idiot. What a stupid person. What is it about people who can't handle their booze? You see, I don't get violent on drink. I just become a bit tactile. You know, I don't know if it's the lesser of 2 evils. You know, either be throttled by Steve Allen or hugged. You know, it doesn't kind of make any difference to me. I can't help it. I just sort of get very affectionate, which actually some people say is quite nice. Other people go, I think not. You know. Well, exactly. You wouldn't want angry, would you? Because you don't know how far angry goes. This is a woman he grabbed round the throat. I bet he's not married. He can't be, can he? He's obviously far too stupid. And he's only 51. He looks about 70. Looks really old, but there again, never seen a young crane driver. I wonder if you have to pass the test to be a crane driver. Will you be getting a ticket for Madonna's concert at the O2, says Sarah. Get a ticket? Are you serious? I'll be on a backstage pass. I've known Madonna for many, many years now. Our careers crossed a long time ago, and so she'll phone me. And she'll go, DB, a bit like that. Want to come see me? And you go, yeah. And she'll go, backstage pass, free parking for the Bentley. You know, because it's good to have the car there. It makes it look good. And then people think, as I drive out with darkened windows, people think it's her in the back of the car. Which is, you know, that's the way it goes. You know, you're either lucky to know celebrities or you don't know anybody at all. So, of course, I'll be getting tickets. Sarah, goodness sake. Jay says, beard meets food. You know you've made it when Steve Allen show talks about you on LBC. That's him. Oh, that's beard. That's him. Is it? It's not. Why don't you get excited then and say it's him? I have to be honest, though. I do think that if you get mentioned on the Steve Allen programme, you almost achieve immortality, I think. Because, you know, people go, oh, I heard you mention me. We had it the other day, didn't we? In fact, we've had it on quite a number of days. Steve, we have a castle in Dorset called Corfe Castle. Yes. And you wouldn't want to stay there. Look it up, says Gary. I've seen Corfe Castle. I think I've been to Corfe Castle. Then we went on holiday to Dorset some year. I think we had a look at Corfe Castle. It's a ruin, isn't it? I think so. I thought it was really nice, actually. Nice village, Corfe Village. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, Corfe Castle. Look at it. You see, I love. We had them all over this country. Look at it. Don't you want to live in Corfe Castle Village? I would. I love places like that. I think that's just amazing. That's still it. Why they've never rebuilt it back up again, I've got no idea. But I wouldn't mind. You imagine owning a pub down there. That'd be nice. Look how close. Yes. I mean, if you lived in that castle and you had that village view, that would be something, wouldn't it? I like St Michael's Mount, which is down in somewhere, and it's an island with a big house on it, like a castle, and when the tide's in, you can't get to it. When the tide drops down, there's a road that becomes visible. So I'm late again, honestly. I'm trying to do my best. You didn't do the thing, did you? You didn't do it. You forgot that time, wasn't me. It's 5:17, very nearly. Let's get the LBC travel headlines with Joanne Webb.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
I've got everything sequined. Believe you me. Ask anybody who's been to any of my shows, and they'll tell you Steve Allen's got the complete set of all the coloured sequins. We used to go to a shop in Soho called Borovitz, and you go to the back of the shop and they had rolls and rolls of sequins on rolls, and you could get blue, black. And my friend Paul used to go out to Thailand. He had a property out there, and he would take out, first of all, he took out one of my jackets that I liked the look of, and they would use that, measuring it, to make the sequin jacket. So we had green, red, black, gold, silver, mixed, and then we've also got black shirt, sequined, green, yellow, red, blue sequins. It's amazing, really. In fact, I gave one of my sequin jackets, my red one, to Mark Armand from Soft Cell, because he came to one of my shows at the Leicester Square Theatre, and I said, would you like the jacket? And he went, yeah. So he now owns my red sequin jacket. They're beautifully done, lined, pockets and all the rest of it. Because Jack was telling us he likes the group AC/DC. Don't read anything into it. Okay, he just likes the group AC/DC. And he said, have you ever interviewed the group? Like you would. And I said no, because Martin Fry was, I quite like that. Shoot that poison arrow to my heart. But he wasn't blessed with height, but he did have a gold jacket. And that kind of endeared him to me. My friend Charlie Girling says, I'm loving your Madonna impressions this morning. Oh, you see. Actually, I need to phone you, Charlie. Don't worry about it. It's nothing. It's just I want to inquire about something. OK. St Michael's Mount is near Penzance. I stayed in a wonderful shipping container overlooking the bay. And St Michael's Mount is beautiful. It is very nice. It's very nice. What? What's the matter with you this morning? Oh, he's ABC. Not AC/DC. I love the way you didn't know. And so which group were you talking about? You were talking about AC. Oh, that's Angus. He's another one not blessed with height. Little Angus used to wear short trousers and a school uniform. Yeah. Yeah, they're Australian, aren't they? Yeah. We've done this before. We've been down this route before, because I said I know who they are, but I don't know any of their songs. I don't do thrash. Well, you see, you could tell me what they were, but I wouldn't know whether you were right or not. You could be saying inky dinky doo. It would make any blooming difference. Steve, there is a woman competitive eater, Leia, says Chris in Cornwall. Oh, I should imagine women do it as well. Steve, I'm going to Vienna for 3 nights in April for the first time. What are your top must-dos and must-eats, says Steve. Well, there's no sort of must-eats in Vienna. You'll find it the same as Germany. It's Wurst and Knödels, and they do terrible salads. All their salads are dripping in oil. You won't find a dry salad over there. You've got to go to the Prater. There's a place called... When are you going? April. I should just about be open then. You're going to the Stelzer House. It's in the middle of the Prater, which is the fun fair, permanent fun fair. Big, big, big. Don't go at night. It's full of prostitutes. And they do this knuckles of pork. And they come on a wooden board, and you drink it with beer or steins and stuff like that. Apart from that, what do people go to Vienna for? It's pretty. And there's churches. And you can get on a train and go outside of Vienna. And it is very, very pretty out there. When it snows, it's picture postcard. It's just really like somebody's dusted it with icing sugar. It's quite beautiful. But I do like Vienna. But I could go there now and I could take you around all the places. And I've not been there for donkey's years. I spent 9 years going backwards and forwards to Vienna. And I used to do the tourist things. So I went to Schönbrunn, which is the zoo. I did the palaces. I did the shopping in Marie-Hilfer-Strasse and Kettnerstrasse. And I had my coffees outdoors, and I discovered the Edu shows. And I just thought it was nice. But it's got a seedy side to Vienna. There's a lot of drugs over there. And I say the Prater in the daytime is fine. It's a fun fair, and it's permanently built. And they've got the Riesenrad, which is the big wheel that they used in the film The Third Man. You can go on that. But at night time, it becomes a bit red light district, like a lot of Vienna does. It's odd, isn't it, really? You go to a European city and you wouldn't have thought that they'd have stuff like that, but they have. They had girls standing outside buildings in hot pants. He's all excited now. How much is a ticket to Vienna? Yeah, I'm not going to tell you. Hot pants and thigh-length silver boots. And I remember thinking, that's a good outfit to wear for my next show. I could wear hot pants. But there is loads of things. You can walk most places. But buy a traveller card. So take a picture over with you, a little passport picture or a couple of them. Get them done in one of the booths. They're not as fussy as they are over here for your passport. And when you go there, go and get a travel card. You get them from any of the tabacs. And you take it in there, they stick the photograph on there, and that means you can use it on the U-Bahn, which is their underground, and on their buses and everything else like that. So it saves you having to buy a ticket, because they do it on a trust basis. they assume that when you go onto their stations, you've got a ticket, but there's no barriers you went through. It was straightforward onto the train. So they started putting ticket inspectors on. And if you're very clever, after a while, you can spot who they are. They'll be huddled together on a station, and they literally get on. One gets on each door of the carriage, the door's shut, and then out comes the badge. Farshine, and woe betide you if you don't have one. They'll take you off the train. It's an instant fine. It used to be 50 shillings, so it wasn't cheap. So go and get a little travel card. So much easier. Steve, try this to keep your legs nice and cool and very comfortable. No, my legs are really nice. I like them being warm. I think it's a personal done deal as far as I'm concerned. Steve, the Bentley, manual or automatic? Oh, come, Lawrence. I mean, you can't be that ignorant, surely. Come on. I'm not even going to bother justifying it. When did they make them in manual? They've never made them in manual. What, a Rolls-Royce in manual? I don't think so, dear. I don't think so. I love it when people don't know these things. I got stopped by a policeman once, and he said, is the car manual, sir? I went, they don't make them in manual. It's an automatic. God in heaven. Charlie Girling is now intrigued. Oh, it's nothing too intriguing. Okay? I'll just say the word Elliot. Okay? Just say the word Elliot. Look at the world. Oh, interested now, aren't we? Perking up on that one. What's going on? What is going on, Steve? Do let me know. Steve, I love the song that Mark Armand sang with Gene Pitney, which is an old one, Something's Got Hold of My Heart, which was done by... It was done by Gene Pitney, wasn't it? He did Something's Got Hold of My Heart, and then he did it with Mark Armand. It's lovely. Actually, Catherine Rhodes, the Magic Circle, a very, very good friend. She's the... I can't remember actually what Catherine Rhodes' title is, but she's sort of like second in command to the president. First time we've had two ladies doing it, and she's a very good magician, and she's very, very good friends with Mark Armand. Very nice man. So nurses strike today. Is it nurses strike? They've said, can people go in and sort of help out on the wards? I see no reason why you can't. You can go and make cups of tea for people. As I say, they're not going to be allowing you to do things. That would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? So strike update. So nurses walking out. This is today and tomorrow. 55 trusts in England, and the advice is go anyway unless you've been told otherwise if you've got a medical appointment. Which reminds me, I've got to make a medical appointment as well. I'm due a checkup for diabetes, which I have to have. In fact, we talked about it the other day. I have to have it twice a year, where they sort of slip the needle into your arm and then take 3 syringefuls. I hate it. It's the only thing I really hate. I'm not big with needles. I can do it myself, but I don't want someone. The needles seem so big. They're like 4 feet long, these needles. It goes into your arm and it comes out the other side. It's, ghastly. I feel very sorry for anybody. Apparently a trick to eating competitions. If you spend a few days eating watermelon or a lot of low-cal meals and water, it stretches your stomach. Yeah, I can't eat watermelon. It's not good for diabetics. I don't know why. I thought it was all water as well. I mean, somebody used to tell me, cut a hole in a watermelon and pour vodka in and let it just soak through until the watermelon has absorbed all the vodka. Yeah, it's supposed to be really, really good. You eat the watermelon. I had a watermelon vodka some years ago. There was a restaurant in Twickenham that did it, and he said, "Do you want a watermelon vodka, Steve?" And it came in. It wasn't particularly big. It was sort of like in one of those nice, pretty glass, but only a small amount of it. And I tried it, and I thought, I could sit here and just get happily smashed just drinking watermelon vodka. So I didn't. And 84850, and a ceramic heater doesn't have a fan in it. I think it does. Yes, it has a fan in it. It's sort of blow the heat out. Otherwise, it just sits there, doesn't it? So it blows the heat out. You ever been to Abu Dhabi? Says Phil. And no, never interested me. I've never been to Dubai. Never interested me. I've got a friend of mine works out in Dubai. He's a real estate agent, Chris Allen. But I've never been there. It's never been. Apparently, ever since the crowd from Essex started going out there, that was another place you had to cross off your bucket list. You didn't want to go out there, did you, at all? And influencers love going there. I know, but it's a bit sad, really. It's a bit like Nicola McLean. The former I'm a Celebrity campmate with a foul mouth told how Harry was like an animal as he drank the bar dry. She must be getting so desperate in her life for sort of pumping out stories about this one. His book's been out for ages. But apparently She was at a party with her husband, who's an ex-footballer. She said, I got very drunk. No surprise there, dear. No surprise at all. Should we take the first time ever, I'll try and do the news on time. Well, as near as damn it. It's 5:30. The LBC News headlines for you this morning with Simon Conway.
Jimmy was chuffed with his new Italian scooter. However, he was even more chuffed that he bought it on his Barclaycard. Because when things didn't quite go to plan, he had protection and could claim back on his purchase. You'll be up and running in no time, Jimmy. What you buy is your business. Giving you purchase protection is ours. Search Barclaycard Protection to find out more about how we protect your purchases. Barclaycard. Make money work for you. 28.9% APR variable, subject to application, financial circumstances and borrowing history. T's and C's apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, Austria, Steve, would be my dream holiday. Wouldn't it be something to visit the mountaintop that Julie Andrews sings on? Yes, you have to read Julie's book about it, and she'll tell you all the stories of The Sound of Music and the problems they had making the film and the people they fell out with. The people of Salzburg hated them. The hierarchy or the bureaucracy there hated them. Now they milk it for all it's worth. They do Sound of Music tours. You can go to the house, which is featured, which was the captain's house, which was only the exterior shot, and that's where the kids all fell in the lake from the boat, which apparently they thought they'd lost Gretel during that one, because I don't think she could swim. And then at the very end of the film, I mean, there's so many different things at the end of the film where they walk up and you go, and you can see how windy it is because they were being shot from a helicopter. So the downward draft was literally blowing all the grasses all around them. And they walk up to the sound of da, 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 you can live every day of your life. And the captain had to carry Gretel, and she was carrying a bit of weight. And they did the walk up the mountain, and there's no doubt about it. The scenery in Austria is breathtaking. It's so beautiful. It really is beautiful. It's just mountains and forests and lakes, but don't go in the summer. It's full of ticks, full of it's ghastly. But sort of just slightly off summer. It's very good indeed. And they get to the top, and the director goes, "Okay, we do that bit again," and the captain went, "I think not." Because he was so exhausted carrying her up the mountain. But it was their walk to freedom. And, of course, I mean, there really was the Von Trapp family. There really was the family of singers. There really was the children. And, I mean, there are obviously bits of it which were made into a film to make it more appealing. And you can go to the place where they had the music competition. That exists. That's a proper place. They literally used normal places. They didn't sort of build anything that they had to, apart from the interior shots of the captain's house and things like that. But most of the time, it was just sort of scenery that you can go and see. So they do the Sound of Music tours now, and they would take you to all these different places. So I like it as well, if only for the fact that when you see the opening shots in The Sound of Music, the camera pans in and there's a beautiful lake, and they're way up in the mountains. They must have done it on the helicopter. And there's a little tiny boat. You could see how tiny it is because they're so high, but it's just beautiful. And the music is beautiful, and you could watch it for ever and a day. It was just one of those things that you liked. But as I say, when they were doing the opening shots, Julie Andrews used to complain bitterly because she would run up the hill, and as she turned round, the helicopter blades flattened her to the ground because of the downward force. So they had to sort of say, well, listen, can the helicopter stay a bit further away from us, because you could see the way that the grass was moving, and she couldn't stand up with the helicopter blades above her. Absolutely exhausted. She would stand up, fall down, stand up, fall down. And they built a stream, which they talk about in, the opening song. And the farmer hated them being there. And so he would come in every morning and make a hole in the rubber so all the water would drain away. So they had to keep filling it in. He hated them. Didn't mind taking the money, though, I should imagine. You know what farmers are like. And Steve, I went to Richmond yesterday. Couldn't help but think that the rugby stadium could do with a good jet wash. See, I don't get that one because Richmond doesn't have a rugby stadium. Twickenham's got the rugby stadium. It's not really in Twickenham. It's in Whitton. And it's brand new. Doesn't need a jet wash at all. In fact, it couldn't be any cleaner. So I'm not sure where you were coming from that one, actually. Lawrence says, cars really aren't my thing. I can tell. He says, I can tell you a lot about bicycles. Don't, please. 2 wheels? Handlebars? Dingy ding bell? Probably. And for you're a listener, a must-do is pre-booking the exercise at the Spanish riding school. Well, don't go there in the summer. The horses aren't there. They're only there in the winter. In the summer, they're either out on tour or they're out in the fields. So you won't be able to book anything to go and see the Spanish riding school. Steve, somebody else asked about Abu Dhabi, actually. And Lawrence says Mahler, well-known composer, is quoted as saying that if the end of the world should come, he would move to Vienna because it's 20 years behind everything else. It is. I can confirm that. They say... good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're just about to land at Vienna Airport, Schwekat, and set your watches back 100 years. Because nothing changes. It is exactly... I could go there tomorrow, having not been there for 10, 15 years, and I would know where everything was. I would know the tram stops. They don't change it. They don't change it. Shops don't change. Like over here, you could go down Oxford Street one day, and you'll have all certain shops. Next day, you go back, there's another blooming phone shop there. They don't have that in Vienna. It's just the same. And you do see people in national costume. The girls do wear, and the women, dirndls, these sort of dresses, and the men do come in, the Burgenlanders from out of town, wearing their lederhosen. I mean, Jack could fit in a treat over there. You'd love it. Lederhosens with the big leather straps and, your little... you'd love that. Look at it. They do actually wear it. It's sort of Bavarian... Yes, they wear it on the streets. They wear it... No, not dressing up. No, they wear it. You see the Burgenlanders, they come from Burgen, and they sort of come in, and they're all... This is what they wear all the time. They don't think this is anything unusual. We sort of go, oh, it's a bit fancy dress, and you go, not for them. This is what they think. It'd be like somebody sitting on the underground over here wearing a bowler hat and carrying a copy of the Financial Times. You don't really see that very often. We call it dressing up. But over there, this is what they wear. I used to work, in the ORF. And a lot of the girls who worked in the office, on certain days, they would come in wearing their dirndls. And you can go and get fitted. I think Jane McDonald went to Vienna and they fitted her up with a dirndl. They're very expensive, but they're very proud of their national costume. You do see people do these dances where the men sort of line up and then they turn around and they beat each other's bottoms and things like that. Very, very popular in Vienna. Very popular. If you want to go home with bruises on your bum, that's the place to go to, because they do... Yeah, you do literally have umpire bands, they have everything. In fact, there's a programme on Austrian television, and it's a bloke yodeling. He yodels. And, and you sort of sit there and think, they think this is entertainment. And you'll see people sitting in the audience in the ORF wearing national costume. They don't think it's anything unusual. I think it's quite... That's why I think it's quite sweet, but it's like... It is steeped in history. It's odd, isn't it? You'd never think so, but you see, look, there you go. People wearing... And little kids wear it, and they look really cute. And the little girls wear their dirndls. They don't know anything else. They're very proud of it. It's like going to Scotland and seeing people in a kilt. We wouldn't think that would be unusual, would we? You'd be happy to see it, but I bet you anything, the people you'd see in Edinburgh and places like that, mainly Edinburgh, not necessarily Glasgow, I think would be tourists. They'd be Americans. The Americans go over there, and a lot of the tartan shops will find your family tartan. It can be made up or something like that. There's books and books of tartans, and but I've never put a kilt on. There's so much material. It's like to go to the toilet must take forever and a day. But I love watching pipe bands. I love pipe bands. They're just absolutely the most exciting thing to ever see, to watch them doing it. There's a guy who's on, they're doing, it's a track called Cathedral. And he's one of the pipe majors, stands at the front, and he looks the part. He's got the big bushy beard, he's got the sporran, he's got everything. He's got his big staff and everything. It's just really fantastic, and I love stuff like that. I'm not surprised the Edinburgh military tattoo is incredibly popular because it's clinging on to something. We used to get something in London. We used to get the... what was ours called? Not the military tattoo, it's called something. And all the forces used to do it. The army used to do the running with the guns and reassembling them all, and then knock the place down and put a housing estate up. Just what you need in Earl's Court, another blooming housing estate. Houses everywhere. I was saying to my driver this morning, who came from Brazil. He'd been here 15 years, and we were talking about Brazilian restaurants in London and what they have for breakfast and apparently there are certain restaurants in London. I think it's like a rotisserie. He said, and it's really, the last time he went to it was 22 quid for him. He said, in the end, you had to say, stop, no more meat, no more meat. And I've been to places, you go to a kebab place, and they bring you a tray of meat. And you think, I'm never going to eat all of that. Never going to eat all of that. But you manage it. It's quite good. I sort of I like a mixed grill. But I do like a good portion of chips. And I tend to find the kebab shops do the best chips. They're crispy. because they're frozen. They don't sort of make their own chips at all. They're very nice. My mother used to make her own chips, so they were okay, but, nothing too exciting. The Royal Tournament, that's what it was called. That was really good, actually. And Peter says, not a bad idea, build a rugby stadium in Richmond. Well, you could. You could. You could. I mean, we got loads of room by the river. Unfortunately, it floods, which doesn't really help. They used to have a horse show there every year, and then you come past it like 2 days before it's due to open, and the site would be flooded completely because the Thames overflowed its banks. Steve, seeing you're on the subject, I have a Samsung watch that displays my blood glucose minute by minute with Freestyle Libra. Oh, right, yeah. I've got Libra. I don't have it on at the moment because, but I've got about 6 of them. They're really expensive, about 115 quid. It's either 1 or 2, I can't remember, and I've got the reader as well. You shoot it under your arm. It's a round disc with a needle in the top of it, but a plastic needle, which is really bizarre. You fit it into this little machine, you put it under your arm and then push the button and it shoots it into your arm and sticks on your arm. It's got like a sticky pad on it, and then you leave it, you click your little machine, wave it under your arm, and it tells you what your blood glucose is. Very expensive, though. But it's cheaper than doing the... it's more expensive than doing the pricking your finger to do the blood, which I hate doing anyway. I'm not very good with things like that. Well, the best way for me is doing this Libra, but you have to buy it. If you're type 1, you get it for free. If you're type 2, like me, even though I'm on insulin, you've got to pay for it, which is blooming expensive. It's very expensive to do. It's cheaper to start smoking again and take in lots of sugar. As opposed to having to buy these blooming things. But it's much... I used to do it all the time on the programme and became addicted to it. You'd sit here and you go, I wonder what it is at the moment. So you'd eat something and then you'd wave this thing under you and come up 16.5. And I just think, I don't think we'll be showing that one to the doctor. Thank you very much indeed. Ricky says the temperature on the train is set in the depot by the train maintenance guys, not the driver or the train guard. Well, whatever it is, it wasn't even on. It wasn't even on, and they put the air conditioning on. I mean, how stupid is that? That's got to be the dumbest thing ever. Dumbest thing ever. What have we got here? Do you know, I didn't know Queen Victoria was an artiste. But they've got 2 paintings dating back about 170 years. They were found in a family cottage. They think they're worth about £20,000. They were stunning, the antique experts, bought decades ago. And it was a sale of items from Osborne House, Queen Victoria's holiday home. They're going to be sold by Hanson's in London, and the sellers said they deserve to come out of the shadows. They reckon 20 grand. How do you actually have something that was painted by Queen Victoria? That's something to say. I never knew she painted at all. I knew Churchill painted and various other people. I think Charles as well has had a go at it. But Queen Victoria was very good. Very good. And, Steve, I wish that men wore hats on the tube. So because all those men in the black and white films could come and tip their hat to a lady, except, you don't get that anymore. Really, you don't. Roger says, I like the fact that Vienna doesn't change. Parts of London have changed completely in the last 50 years. Yep, completely. Unrecognisable. If our parents came back and went through the East End, they wouldn't recognise any of it now. Most of it's either fallen down or it's been graffitiised. It's just awful. Oh, look, 6:45. Let's get the LBC travel headlines with Joanne Webb.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Everybody's suffering at the moment. I was talking to somebody the other day about glasses, because I think glasses are the sexiest thing going. I remember the first time I walked into a chemist, and they had reading glasses, and I picked up a pair of reading glasses, never having picked up glasses before in my life, and I put them on, and all of a sudden I thought, hello? Dame Edna used to describe it as face furniture. And I thought I looked great in a pair of glasses. And then I sort of turned up and I could read the back of a packet of cigarettes. I could read the bit that says these will kill you. And I remember thinking, this is brilliant. So I started getting reading glasses, and it was cheaper to buy reading glasses than go and get prescription reading glasses, because I don't need them for anything else apart from reading. Without them, I struggle a little bit. And Dan was saying that he went home, ordered his prescription glasses, because he's got contact lenses in, but you can't leave them in for too long because it, ruins your eyes and all the rest of it. He hasn't got any other glasses because he's broken them, because he's silly. People who break glasses. Whereas I've got glasses all over the place, but varying. They're either 2.5s or 3 or 3.5s. And it does vary, because I can look over the top of my glasses and I can't really read the screen. With my glasses up, I can see the screen. So in the big boys' studio downstairs, special pass key and everything. You've got to be in the Masons and the whole lot. It's amazing. I can't see the screens. They're too far away from me. But anyway, he gets his glasses delivered to London. And so he opens the box, and there's the glasses, and he puts them on. That's a bit odd, isn't it? These are prescription glasses. They've only made up his brother's prescription. So, as opposed to his prescription glasses, he's now got his brother's prescription glasses, and he never even ordered any. It's just so annoying. So what have you got to do now? You've got to send them back, or they're going to redo them? Why don't you give them to your brother? Because you've got to sell them to your brother. It would make sense. Sell them to your brother. I love wearing glasses, though. It does make it so. But the worst thing is that, if you go out somewhere, if I'm going to the supermarket or something like that, I put my sunglasses in my pocket and I put on my reading glasses, and then I can see what's going on. I can read the labels on the food. Not so easy. Now, don't forget, if you are listening to this programme at the moment via an Alexa smart speaker, you can send a message to me. All you have to say is, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. It's as simple as that, and Alexa will send a comment. Seriously, it's instant. It's very, very clever. Very, very clever. So, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. And then, because all of a sudden I get different colours. I quite like the variation. I've got yellow at the moment. I wouldn't mind actually getting some orange messages in on Alexa, because that's the colour that they actually come in at. It's such a clever system. Seriously, technology has moved on apace. Albert says Reg Varney was a good artist. He emigrated to Australia. Did you meet him? No. He was the man. Well, you know what he's famous for? Apart from on the buses, Albert, he was famous for opening the first cash point, I think, which was opened down in Woolwich. He opened the first cash point. He was a big television celebrity. And I used to love On the Buses. They had a couple of changes of his mother. But he was the first person to open the world's first cash point down in Woolwich. It's an awful long way to go to get some money out, but we hadn't been able to do that before. And that's what he was famous for. He opened the world's first cash point. There you go. First man to use a UK ATM. And this was in 1967. Officially, he was opening the ATM, but as he made the first cash withdrawal, I think that's his honour. And so you've got a picture of him standing there with his flat cap, and he was using the ATM. First time. I think that was also, I remember the first McDonald's had opened. And my boss at the time said, we're going to go to this McDonald's in wherever it was. I can't remember where it was, actually. And he said, you'll love it. He said, they do this Big Mac. I thought, what's that? He said, it's 2 burgers with cheese and everything. So this thing arrived. So it's like the size of a tower block. Woolwich, it opened, 1970s. The head office was in Hampstead, I remember at the time. And we had fries. I'd never had fries before. We had chips before, but never had fries. And he'd obviously experienced this before in America or somewhere else. And so we went there, and we had a triple thick milkshake. And it was just like, it took forever to suck it up the straw. That was the worst nightmare for me. I didn't have enough suck in me to actually sort of, get the full benefit. So I had to take the lid off. It was lovely. And you get a spoon as well if you wanted to spoon it into your mouth. Very nice. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And another one here says, bang the top of the jar. No, you can't do it banging. You've got to stop the pressure in it. So that's why you've got to put a hole in it. That's how it works. Thank you. And Nicholas says, Steve Allen's my favourite radio presenter. Me too. Me too. How uncanny. How uncanny. And hope you get an orange message, said Steve. I did. Thank you. And Gary is in Bristol. Thank you. And then John says, I'm not sure this Alexa thing works, Steve. He's in Pimlico. I know Pimlico. No heating. No heating anywhere in Pimlico. It's just devoid of it, really. And somebody says Steve must have the worst diet. I don't think so. I think it's absolutely perfect. Otherwise, I'd be as big as you. But I'm not. I'm a skinny little thing. And Steve, Stanley's in Edinburgh. Somebody says, I enjoy your It's amazing how this works, actually. It's very clever. Have you ever seen the film In Bruges, or have you been to Bruges? No. In Liverpool, Bruges. What is it? Bruges. It's a dark comedy film. I don't really do dark comedy films. Is it good? Oh, right. Oh, the producer's heard of it. Dan knows what it is. It's got Colin Farrell in it, and Ralph Fiennes, Oh, right. So it's a black comedy drama directed and written. So it's a guilt-stricken after a job gone wrong. Hitman Ray and his partner await orders from their ruthless boss. Oh. That's good? You like that? Oh, right, okay. I'll have a look. Shoot first, sightsee later. That's how it works, isn't it, really? First McDonald's was Woolwich, says Gordon. Yes, thank you. And somebody else says, hope you end up getting an orange message. Oh, yeah. It's working beautifully. Absolutely beautifully. So somebody says, I'm just testing to see if Alexa's working. Of course it's working. Of course it's working. That's what's so clever about it. That's what I like. That's what I like. What have we got here? The victims gallery that shames a rogue nation. This is Iran. This is Iran, who've just executed a man who was proclaiming his innocence. They've got all sorts of people up on death row, and then they've got people who've been executed, died in custody, executed, death row, executed, died in custody. It's amazing, actually. It's claimed that she'd, certain ladies, women, it's claimed that they took their own lives, and the family said no, they didn't. This is Iran. And also another one. This is despite protests calling for his release, protester Mohammed Barakani has had his execution approved by the Iranian Supreme Court. He'd been moved to a solitary confinement in the tough Raja Shah jail near Karaj, near Tehran. I mean, what a filthy regime. What a filthy regime. There was one arrested, because she protested about something. Seriously, it's absolutely appalling. You can't believe, can you, that they still carry out executions. In some places, public executions. People go and sit in a stadium and wait for the poor person who's going to be executed to come out there, and they have public executions. You can't believe it, can you? Not as bad as China. They do all theirs in secret. In secret. Madonna's going to tour, featuring her greatest hits. Why don't you just buy the album? It's so much cheaper. Get the album, and then you've got all the hits. You don't have to sort of suffer with the show. She's going to visit 35 cities. She says, I'm excited to explore as many songs as possible. They do come up with rubbish, don't they? Going to explore it. They've already been hits. So she's marking 40 anniversaries. She was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. She's sold, they say, more than 300 million records, but the lure of performing live is too much. They can't get. That's why Elton John is still touring. That's why the Rolling Stones at combined ages of like 900 or something are still out there, which is amazing. Cheryl in Farnborough. And the first catch point was in Enfield Town, Barclays Bank. And Reg Varney opened it. Says Sue in Perthshire. It wasn't Enfield. I don't think it was Enfield, was it? Where was that Reg Varney thing? I don't think it was Enfield. First cash point. It was Enfield, was it? Did I just say Enfield? Oh, right. OK. Forgotten already. And Jamil is in Colchester. Do you know, I've never been to Colchester. It's an army town, isn't it? Garrison town. A lot of problems in the pubs, I'm told, but that's another story. And Teresa says, I'm just testing Alexa, as sometimes she completely ignores me. No, working fine. It's clever, isn't it? I think it's really clever, all this modern technology. I don't have it. Have you got an Alexa at home? Yeah. Really? Oh, right. Of course. I don't have it. Have you got a... No, you see, Dan and I don't have Alexa at home. How can you afford an Alexa? 6 years? That's a relationship. Goodness sake. Same one. Can't hear you. Most reliable piece of technology you've ever had. Really? They're too expensive for me and Dan. We can't afford things like that. We have enough trouble. How much? 50. Well, we can't afford things. Where do you think we're coming from? Honestly, we can't afford stuff like that. We're poor, humble workers. We can't afford... I mean, put it this way, it's bad enough having to find the money for Prosecco down the back of the couch. I became paranoid the other day. I took some money out of the bank to go and buy something, which they want cash for. And I remember ordering it. And as I walked out, there's a bloke standing just outside the bank. And he looked a bit shifty. And I had the money in my wallet, and I thought, oh. So as I walked down the road in Richmond, he started following me. So I stopped and started looking in a shop window to watch him go past me. I thought, I'm not risking that. Oh, dear me. Oh, should we take the news at 6 o'clock? Back with you in 3.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Did Reg Varney start in the rag trade? I believe he might have done. Lots of people did, actually. It was very popular, very, very popular. And Steve, in 20 to 30 years' time, when you pass on, will you be expecting the producers to do a Steve Allen pilgrimage to all the different places where you've lived? Well, I don't really know. Actually, you can't encourage. I've already told them, when the funeral's going to be. I've booked it now because it's a lot cheaper to book them now. Then you don't have to sort of worry about it nearer the time. But no, I mean, I'm sure there will be these Steve Allen. They'll be on the anniversary of Steve Allen's death. There'll be sort of people, gathering for a candlelit vigil somewhere. McDonald's or Joe Allen's or Little Italy in Frith Street. I can just see it, actually. Karen in Merthyr Tydfil says, just recovered from flu since visiting me in London at the Magic Circle. I'm off to Windsor Castle Tuesday. My son is getting his MBE for his military services overseas. He's a Chinook pilot in the RAF, based at RAF Oldham in Hampshire. Dress and hat ready. The investiture is Tuesday morning in the King's Room. Wow, that's lovely. Very nice. Very, very smart. Very, very smart. And another one says, please let me know if my Alexa is working. Yeah, it appears to be working, which is very good news, isn't it? Very good news. And Steve, I'm testing Alexa because it just seems to be ignoring me. No, it's definitely working. Definitely working. Otherwise, we wouldn't be getting anything through. Wait a minute, 84850. Still love the old Wimpy bars. Very difficult to find. Not many of them left. Not very many of them left at all, which is a bit of a shame. So Jamil, we mentioned. I've got to get this film, Bruges. Everybody telling me how sort of good it is, really. So it's called Bruges. Pronounced Bruges. I wish they wouldn't do things like that. It's so annoying when it's sort of written Bruges, and then they go, it's pronounced Bruges. And you think, oh, goodness sake, honestly. And Steve from Allison in a very chilly Northumberland. I bet it's absolutely freezing there. Steve, I hope I'm not too late. Austria recommendations. I went to Zalamzi some years ago. And another one here, which says, a lot of people talk about Reg Varney. All of a sudden he has immortality, which is very nice. And a lot of people talking about where it was, the very first McDonald's. A lot of people worrying about their Alexa, but people say they seem to work. But I'm not going to spend 50 quid. I don't know where people expect you to get money like that from. It's ridiculous. There was also one in Kensington High Street. A regular hamburger was 32 pence and a Big Mac 99. Says Roger. 99 pence. 99. What are they now? I think they're 99 pence for a cheeseburger. They do sort of different deals all over the place, which is nice. And you got cheeseburger, 99 pence. Yeah, there's never enough in it though, is there? Never enough in it. You think perhaps I should buy a double cheeseburger. So I'm assuming they must be $1.99 or something like that. I bought their breakfast burger thing the other day. That was like nearly £4 for a very scrubby little burger, and I was a bit disappointed, actually. There you go, quarter pounder with cheese, $3.49. So I've never heard of this one here. Vegetable Deluxe, $3.39. I wonder what that is. They've got a McPlant as well. See, I like the idea of bacon double cheeseburger, $2.39. That sounds quite nice. It's hamburger and hamburger and mayo chicken, $1.49. Mayo chicken is 99. I haven't even had a McChicken sandwich. I want a McCrispy, but it's nearly a £5. I can't afford a £5, honestly. What do they think we're earning nowadays? It's ridiculous. Somebody was telling me the other day about something they did in Marks and Spencer's, which is apple in a little sort of pastry type thing. And you sort of, I don't know if you deep fry them or do, it sounded delicious, whatever it was. Mike says there are lots of wimpies in South Africa. It's a long way to go, though, isn't it, really? Just a long way to go for something like that. But not too bad. I suppose it could be. Yeah, that looks nice, doesn't it? Ready to eat. Marks and Spencer's, hazelnut and almond croissants frozen. Well, I mean, that's just calorie-laden. No, it's not the same one. No, my one's just apple pieces in, like, balls, I think. Well, that's the way it was described to me. Well, I mean, it might be completely wrong, but it sounded delicious because I said that with ice cream sounds like a gift on a plate for me. I don't know whether or not people... I mean, especially... You know, as all the kids are getting ready for the teachers to go on strike, it may shut schools. In fact, I think it's highly likely it's going to be shutting schools. And, of course, they don't care. Kids pray for snow. You know, we're going to get snow today. Yeah, school's closed. Is it? Whee! There's nowhere you can go because you're falling over all over the place. Jeremy Clarkson facing being cancelled by the TV industry. Unlikely. ITV have said they have no intention of replacing him for Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. He's still doing that. And they haven't made a decision at Amazon. I suspect they'd be very unwise to cancel him because, you know, he writes a column for a newspaper. It's not like it's a big surprise that he's written something controversial. I should imagine they'll have to pay his contract off, which could cost them a small fortune. But Anne Widdecombe has leapt to Mr. Clarkson's defence and bemoaned the disturbing rise of cancel culture, saying she's got a very low opinion of people who reject apologies. Oh, these are trolls. I mean, to be honest with you, one person, who's nothing to do with this country, really, complains, and Harry throws another little tantrum, and they go, oh, he's got to lose his jobs. What for? It's ridiculous. But he's still got the Diddley Squat Farm Shop, and he's still got the Grand Tour, and he's got all these other bits and pieces. I mean, it was December the 17th, this. I mean, it's nearly a month ago, for goodness sake, and now they're still going on about it. And it's a case of, he did do an apology. They said they didn't get the apology, but since when was an apology not counting? You know, you say something that offends one person, and then you go, you've got to apologise. And so you apologise, and then they go, well, it's not enough. And you go, well, what do you want? What are you looking for? Looking for money or something? Because that's what it seems to come down to, doesn't it? Meanwhile, Iran has accused Prince Harry of a war crime over his disclosure he killed 25 Taliban. He, of course, has done one of his quick U-turns, very smart, and said, no, people have misinterpreted what I was saying. No, we didn't. Up until then, I didn't know how many Taliban you'd killed, if indeed you'd killed any at all. But the foreign ministry in Tehran has accused the UK of double standards. Yeah. Well, I mean, Harry, you know, never a fan of, but you don't have to be a fan of somebody. It makes no difference. You know, just another person in the royal family. You know, it's as simple as that. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Yes, we know about the Morrison's cream-filled hot cross buns, but do you know that hot cross buns are unbelievably fattening? Unbelievably fattening. Avoid like the plague. I mean, I love the idea as well, that it sounds absolutely brilliant. Homemade ones are nice, are they? Who makes them? Your mum makes hot cross buns? Really? Actually, do you know, come to think of it, my mum might have made hot cross buns. She might have. I mean, she seemed to make most other things. I see no reason why she shouldn't. Steve, children won't get snow days nowadays because teachers can switch to remote learning. Oh, right. And somebody says a chicken sandwich from KFC is the best one. Loads of salad and mayo. I bet you feel really guilty. You go, but now it's taken away the guilt because it's got salad in it, so that makes it healthy. People go, has it got salad in it? You go, a party or 5 a day. The fact it's deep fried chicken is neither here nor there. But that's what people people worry about nowadays. But cream-filled hot cross buns. Oh, somebody had something the other day. I don't know. Who was it telling us? They did. They got this thing. It looked like a sausage roll, but it had cream in it, and it was like Christmas mince pie mixture. Mince pie, and it looked delicious, actually. And I remember thinking, that's lovely. And then I thought, heart attack. That would absolutely be a heart attack on a plate for me. All of this stuff, if it looks bad for you, it's bad for you. We can't win, can we, at all, I'm afraid, really. Andy in Dorset says, I don't have an Alexa. Join the club. I don't have one either. So I'm dictating this message to my Siri. Oh, you can do the same, can you, with Siri? I think I've done Siri before, I'm pretty certain. 20 years ago, Steve, I went to Salzburg, says Jane, for a business, and my colleagues arranged for a walking tour of the town. Beautiful. Oh, it's picture postcards, Salzburg. Salzburg is more picture postcard than Vienna could ever be. It's because it's smaller, and it when it snows there, it just looks beautiful. I think that was where they had the puppet show came from in Sound of Music. I think it was from Salzburg. I'm pretty certain that's where they sort of got the idea from, because they're quite big abroad, puppet shows. You know, we have the Little Angel. Well, we did have. I hope it's still around. The Little Angel Marionette Theatre, which years ago, because I was into marionettes, my parents got me a membership, and I remember going there. It was in Dagmar Passage. How I remember that, I've got no idea. I haven't been there for about 50 years. And I used to love going there. That was a place to go to. My goodness me. Very nice indeed. There's a Wimpy in Swanage. Blooming awful, Steve. Well, there was one in Teddington. They closed it down. Not surprised, actually. I went in there once. Oh, dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. And Mike in Mount Nessing says, we've got a brand new Wimpy bar in Brentwood High Street. Good Lord, they're still franchising them out. Wow. And Mark in London says, you're making me feel hungry. I know. That's the fatal thing, isn't it? Talking about food, people go, no, don't talk about food at this time. Especially if you're lying in bed and you think, what do I've got in the fridge to eat that I can prepare quickly? Yesterday, I bought 2 apple crumbles, put them into a saucepan, and added cherries, cooked cherries. It's delicious. And I did it with, not cream, I did it with, what's that other stuff which isn't cream? It's not sour cream or something, I can't remember what it's called now. No, not double cream. No, it hasn't got the word, I don't think it's got the word cream in it. Creme fraiche. It was delicious. The creme fraiche was delicious. It melted all over it, and I thought that was, hope that was very nice indeed. And, Steve, have you had to say sorry for anything you ever said? No. 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 No, 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 no. No, no, good Lord above. What do you think you're listening to? And somebody still talk about the slurping, which, you know, I do, but they do it if you taste wine. They do it all the time. It's amazing, isn't it, really? And if something's very hot, you have to slurp. People don't like... I'm always amazed. It's the same person who writes under about 5 different names. Paranoid schizophrenic. It must be madness. Absolute madness. 6:15, news headlines, Simon Conway.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 6:20 is the time. Another freezing cold day, but it doesn't matter, because I think eventually, we're going to be losing the freezing cold and we go into sunshine again, which would be quite nice. Quite nice. Steve, I drive 30 miles to work in a school, and I've never missed school due to snow, says Jamie. Schools closed due to the heating breaking down or being dangerous for the kids, not due to staff refusing to work. Well, there you go. Interesting. Steve, we have the smallest Wimpy in the UK in Stafford. It's basically a shed with a car park. Also, Beard Meats Food went there and ate one of everything off the menu. Wow, says Johnny. He's rapidly turning into somebody very famous now, isn't he, really? Definitely. Our thanks to Ice Cream Ian. It is so hard, Ian. Literally, I put it in my hands to... It's just not physically possible, is it, to do it? I've put it in my hands to warm it up a little bit. The boy said, it'll warm up in a minute. I said, I don't think so. It didn't warm up during the last ad break. I mean, you must have some new deep freeze on board or something that takes these things into a sub-zero temperature. Oh, it's got a bit soft. I've squeezed a bit of it, and it's soft at the bottom. And unfortunately, the top bit means I can't get the spoon into it. But it's very nice. And today I have strawberries and cream, which is very nice indeed. The boys have got... I don't know what the boys have got, actually. We've got a Jack. Jack's got strawberries and cream, and I bet which leaves you with vanilla. It's nice, though. Vanilla's nice. It's very nice. I mean, put it this way, this time of the morning, anything's nice. You know, I could do with one of those things, you know, where they pull the handle and it all turns out whippy-like, you know, Mr. Whippy ice creams. But we have Ice Cream Ian, and very grateful we are too. It's very nice, honestly, seriously. It cheers everybody up. I didn't think it was, you know, you could actually cheer somebody up with an ice cream, but this one works a treat. Steve. Ever been to Liechtenstein? No, I haven't. I don't know why I haven't. I just don't suppose it features in. We went to Berchtesgaden, Hitler's hideaway in the clouds. We went to that years ago when we were touring through Germany in Berchtesgaden. We went to a castle where the man who owned it was mad as a fruitcake, and he had all these water features built in to frighten people. And so people would sit round a stone dining table and water jets would shoot up from the middle of the seat. You had all these water features. You go into a cave and all of a sudden you'd be cut off from the outside because of the water, which was good. You could microwave it, says Mr. Neil. Yeah, but then I think the middle of it would go all soft. You know, whereas at the moment it's hard. But if I squeeze it and run my fingers round it, it gets sort of soft enough to sort of. I managed to find a little tiny bit. Oh, good heavens above! Look, nearly an eighth of a spoon. But I'm getting there. Let's try it. Oh, it's delicious. Seriously, you can't. That's the first time I've heard of anybody breaking a spoon. Jack's so heavy-handed, so butch. You know, he's going to join the army. Wooden Spoon Jack, they called him. See, they're called small apple fritters from Marks and Spencer's. Where'd you get the small apple? Well, I've never seen the blooming things, Michael. And I did have a look around. Seven Oaks Sarah says, I'm putting on weight. Just you talking about food. I need to go to the gym. I know. Sorry about that. The trouble is you talk about food and immediately people start salivating. But I like the sound of these small apple fritters. My mum used to do apple fritters. And they were lovely. So they just slice an apple, core it, and then you'd put them in batter and then fry them. Shallow fry. Delicious. We never had deep fat frying. We didn't know anything about that at all. But very nice. Karen from Merthyr Tydfil says, just letting the listeners know, lots of snow in Merthyr Tydfil. Looks very pretty. Do you think Ice Cream Ian could drive down the M4? Well, I should imagine he can probably drive anywhere, but he's not going to. He's got his work to do. I mean, heavens above. I mean, he had to do a detour to come to us in Leicester Square. They've still got blooming traffic lights at the end of our road here, so it's very annoying because you have to sort of wait. We've got a Brazilian restaurant in Romford. Yeah. Called Brasa. I know. My driver this morning knew all about it. He said they give you a paddle to indicate if you want more meat at any time, with the servers constantly coming out with steaks, lamb and chicken. That's what he said. That's what he said. Phil in High Wycombe says Beard Meats Food must have got a lot more subscribers because of you. I've just subscribed to the channel on YouTube this morning. And Jackie, who doesn't know where she's from, says, ask Steve Allen why he eats ice cream every day. I don't eat ice cream every day. You must be incredibly stupid. Why do you think I eat ice cream every day? Certainly don't eat... Oh, bent the spoon. I certainly don't eat ice cream every day. And also, what's it got to do with you? Oh, sorry. Are you a registered doctor or something? And Mark from Swansea says it's my birthday today. Many happies of the day. And you mentioned Churchill's paintings. He used to paint in a seaside village in Madeira called Camara de Lobos. Very picturesque place. But he used to paint at his home. And the little pond where he used to sit and paint, surprisingly, was even smaller in real life than I ever imagined it could be. Because I used to think it looked a little bit bigger. 13 French nationalists have gone on trial for trying to assassinate President Emmanuel Macron. Chris Lowry says, my mum used to cook... Chris is over in Spain, as you know, and the boys are over there. Apple fritters too, and banana fritters. You know where you used to get those? Chinese restaurants. They used to do bananas in batter, and they used to do apple fritters and banana. They were delicious. Seriously, there's something... Oh, you've changed the spoon. Right. Now you've got the metal spoon. Is that the big metal spoon, or is that the little one? Okay, just checking. So yeah, I mean, apple fritters. Do you know the funny thing is, years ago, you know, your mother made desserts. Nobody ever thought it was unusual to make apple fritters. I don't remember my mum ever made banana fritters. I don't remember that, but I do particularly like them with either cream or ice cream. They are particularly delicious. Do you remember the old Kentucky Pancake House, especially the pineapple ice cream soda? No, I can remember one called Old Dutch, which was a pancake house when they were very popular in London. And ever had anybody sabotage your show? No. They're far too on the ball for things like that. Happened to Gary Lineker on Match of the Day. Somebody hit a phone on set and was playing X-rated material. He thought it was funny, apparently. Interesting, isn't it, really? The things that amuse certain people. M&S crumble heated up with custard is amazing. Well, that's what I had. I had the apple crumble. I had 2 lots of crumble with cherries from a company called Bon Marché, and they come in a jar, and they're already pre-cooked. And you just pour them in, use them as pie fillings and stuff like that, but very nice indeed. Roger says, 60 years ago, my wife and I used to go to the Whitby bar in Luton for a nice Horlicks. Nice Horlicks. I used to drink, what did I used to drink, actually? It wasn't Horlicks, it was Bournvita, which was particularly delicious. And Anil says, Steve, I'm a blind person listening to you on Alexa, big fan of ABC and your show. There you go, see, I told you. Told you, it's happening all the time. We're getting a bit confused, though, with sort of not only ABC, but what was the other one? AC/DC. I wish they'd all give up on these stupid names, actually. Drive you mad, doesn't it, really? So what else we got? Mr. Neil says you can also microwave all of these different bits and pieces, which actually be great if I was anywhere near the microwave. I could let my ice cream out of my sight to get the boys to go and put it in the microwave, but to be honest with you, I don't think we'd ever see it back again. They were a bit naughty. The football fan charged with assault. I mean, I find it absolutely... This person also charged with throwing missiles. What a stupid person. Limited intelligence, obviously. And it was just... You just wonder about the mentality of some people. Quite ghastly. Quite ghastly. And Pele always denied that Sandra Regina was his daughter, but he left her a share of his millions. Sandra, who was born in 1964, you might have read this story over the years, was named in his will alongside his 6 acknowledged children. She died 17 years ago. Her share of Pele's estate will pass to her sons, Octavio and Gabriel. Now, how much they get, I've got no idea, because I don't know how much money Pele left in his will. I'm assuming it must have been enough. But they met their grandfather for the first time, this is Octavio and Gabriel, on December the 28th, which was the day before he died. Gabriel said, "I thank God for providing this moment. It was what my mother dreamed of." But isn't that amazing? Sandra was born after Brazil star Pele had an affair with his cleaner, Anazia Machado. But so he left her a share of his millions. I wonder what the share would be. I'm always interested in wills, finding out what sort of people would leave to people. You know, also it becomes a big surprise. At least he acknowledged, but sadly only in death. Only in death. Steve, apparently Casa Brazil in Southampton does Brazilian over an authentic coal-fired barbecue. Very popular they are. It's unlimited with the traffic light system. We love going because it's easy to split the bill, says Chris. Well, it's unbelievably cheap. Apparently all this meat that keeps arriving, which is very good. Whatever happened to Spadoulique, says Jonathan. They're still there. They're all over the place. It was basically they did baked potatoes. Baked potatoes. You could get them in all the markets. People would buy this little machine, which you towed behind the car, and it was an oven on wheels, and you plugged it in at home, and you cooked the baked potato. You just shoved the baked potatoes in overnight. By the time you got to the market in the morning, they were all ready. All you had to have was the fillings prepared, which would be cheese, beans, chili con carne, and some vegetable concoction. And it was quite... They said, if you sell 100, spuds every day, you can make so much money. And I thought that was quite a good idea, actually. I do like baked potatoes. They're quite good. Dirt cheap. Well, they are in Costco. They're about £1.25, and you can have any filling. So I always have beans and cheese, or sometimes when I'm feeling a little bit pushy, go for the chili con carne. But that's a bit spicy for me, But beans and cheese is fab. It really is. But baked potatoes. I'm late. Should we get the LBC News headlines at 6:30 in a bit with Simon Conway?
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, Sarah says in Teddington, I was wondering what job you would have liked to do if you hadn't been a radio presenter. I trained, I was going to, as a speech therapist. I don't know why. And it was really bizarre because at school they went, so what sort of career do you think you want? And so, first of all, I thought an estate agent. And I remember thinking, that'd be good. And so I went out with an estate agent where they were going out valuing pubs. So lots of pubs came up for sale and you could go and buy a pub. It was freehold and free house, sorry. And that was quite good. And then I discovered actually that maybe not so good. And now there's a proliferation of these things everywhere. And it's a little bit high pressure as far as I was concerned. So then I thought I'd be a speech therapist. And I looked at the training, and even after you'd done 4 years of training to be a speech therapist, the pay was ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. So I remember thinking, no, I didn't want to do that either. So in fact, the thing I did first of all, I worked in a pub, and I went from a pub to a department store selling carpets, and then I sold soft furnishings. And I have to say, I was quite good at selling things because I was genuinely interested in what I was selling. You could tell, but that's why, I said, oh, I haven't said it yet, but I will be saying it on my podcast. I went the other day to Greggs in Richmond to go and get a sausage roll with an extra sausage. And she said, we haven't got any. I mean, she was so matter of fact, I couldn't believe she was even allowed to work in Greggs. It was so dismissive. And so I said, oh, I'll have a bacon roll with extra bacon then, please. And she went, Mary, or whatever the other woman's name was, are you saving this bacon for some... Yeah, we haven't got any bacon. I thought, what's the point of you being open? There's no point. She was so dismissive. Really rude. Really rude. I was quite disappointed, actually. I've been a big supporter of them. Not anymore. Steve, my mum made pineapple fritters, which we had with treacle. God, that sounds a little bit too much, actually, but quite nice, I should imagine. But it's her 82nd birthday today. So, and Pete says, you must be telepathic. I had a baked potato and chili last night in the gym on the treadmill, and he said it just doesn't, just note to self and running the following morning, it doesn't work. Because Pete, the pool man, he says more freezing pools to service today and a pump to replace. Pools, who'd have one? I don't know. You must be making a living at it. Must be making a living. But I agree with you. I agree with you. In this kind of weather, putting your hand in freezing cold water, not for me, thank you very much indeed. And you've got to put a pump in. Ridiculous. Angie says, I've only just woken up. A reason to get the internet for the podcast. It's free. It's free. Thank you. Simon says, if you buy a packet of custard powder, add some cocoa, stir it up, add boiling water, and you've got instant chocolate custard. Never thought about it. I wasn't even aware that we used to get chocolate custard at school, but I never thought it would be as simple as a packet of custard powder and some cocoa powder. Because I used to like chocolate custard. And they do the banana custard. They do all sorts of things. I used to love... In fact, a simple pudding for us years ago was bananas just chopped up and put into a bowl of custard. And that was it. Banana custard. It could be hot custard. And it was nice. My mother used to slice a banana up and that'd be it. And it was delicious. We never thought about, proper puddings. We didn't afford stuff like that. Heavens above. Preservatives that are in everything nowadays. There's not much that you eat that there's no preservatives in, like ham, sausages and bacon. Because I've told you before that I went out and I bought some ham the other day. And I always turn the packets over because I want to know exactly whether it's proper ham or whether it's formed ham. If it's formed ham, I don't want to buy it because they literally use water guns and they get every bit of meat off something and then it turns out like a paste and they form it into... And I didn't want anything like that. I wanted proper stuff, proper ham. And so I picked one up. It looked delicious and I thought, no, looks like it's got preservatives. And so I then put it back down again, picked something that was proper ham. Because otherwise you get fooled by this sort of stuff. But they reckon here that the preservatives in ham, sausages and bacon specifically, and colour, can cause type 2 diabetes. Nitrites, which occur naturally in soil and are used to prolong the shelf life of food, raise the risk of the metabolic disease. The additives, not to be confused with nitrates, have previously been linked to tumours. So they think that things with controversial additives such as sodium nitrite should be avoided. Do check. Mark says you could sell me a cherry pie. We used to have those individual fruit pies. Do you remember? You just suck the filling up through the holes in them, which was lovely. And Frank says, you remember the Laurel Chinese restaurant in Cheap Street? No, but all the Chinese restaurants did banana fritters. I don't think the Chinese eat banana fritters or apple fritters. I think they just eat lychees. But banana fritters were great. The August Moon used to do them. The August Moon did them, and they were particularly good. And Stefan, do you remember chocolate shortbread and mint custard? Sadly, no. I've never even heard of it, actually. I mean, I've heard of chocolate shortbread, and I don't think I've ever heard of mint custard. We were very plain at our school. We didn't have anything like that. They'd have thought that was luxury. We had chocolate custard, and we had pink custard, and we had custard. But what we had for main meal, I can't remember whether it's fish fingers or meatballs. I can't remember any of those sort of things. Isn't it funny? Perhaps I should have gone back, actually. Ham off the bone is best, no nitrites, says Niall. Absolutely. You don't want you don't want anything that's got, formed. If it says the word formed, it's like I went to buy some chicken Kievs and it was made of formed chicken. I don't want that. What I want is chicken breasts with a hole in them, and then they put in the garlic butter and everything else. It's the only way to have them. I don't want anything that's formed. Thank you very much indeed. 1 in 10 pet owners. Could be you. Obviously not pet owners, can they really be? Or not people who love their animals. Are thinking of giving them up due to the cost of living crisis. 18% of owners are falling into debt to pay for their pets' care. Well, that's ridiculous, because all you have to do with pets is get insurance. You get pet insurance. I don't know anybody who's got pets who doesn't have pet insurance. It's the only way you can get through it. Vets, charge an absolute fortune, especially if you buy a puppy. It's got to have its inoculations and things. I see people in Twickenham, with little tiny animals which are too young to be outside in this weather. People are really dumb when it comes to buying little dogs. Somebody I saw the other day, a little tiny puppy, shouldn't even have been outside. You feel like saying to them, I'm sorry, you're an animal hater. Certainly don't like them. English National Opera, they're going to get 11.5 million from the National Lottery. Ever been? No, I don't know anybody either. And the car battery firm, which has collapsed. I mentioned this to my driver this morning, and it's British Volt. They were planning a £3.8 billion gigafactory near Blythe in Northumberland. They'd been racing to secure additional funding or sale of the business. Joint administrators EY called the collapse disappointing. And so they've gone into administration with a loss of 300 jobs immediately. There was no sort of hanging around. It wasn't a case of, well, we'll see what happens after a few months and stuff like that. Also, Paperchase are on the bridge at the moment. They're looking for funding and everything else. It's a bit difficult, really, at the moment for companies to survive. And they did a whole list of all the different companies. Café Rouge had closed down some companies. Byron, are they the burger people? I think Byron were the burger people. I think they also, Byron Burger, which I thought they did the best banana milkshakes ever. I mean, really good banana milkshakes, and they went under. And you think, I don't know what the secret is of running a business nowadays. I mean, you think, that people want to enjoy burgers and banana milkshakes and fries and everything else. So when these places go under, we had one in Richmond. I used to go to it fairly regularly. They used to do milkshakes with booze in. Booze. They used to put brandy in their milkshakes. And I used to think, this is decadent. This is the kind of thing we want. And so you'd have that banana milkshake with sort of brandy, and it was like, that was like manna from heaven. It was absolutely delicious. Funeral costs are going to fall. That's good news. Most people dread it, don't they? They start thinking, have I got enough money to bury myself and all the rest of it? An average funeral, how much do you think an average funeral costs nowadays? Average funeral. Not sort of, super duper, top of the notch. How much do you think? How much? £2,000 would be a good guess. £4,000? £4,000 would be an average price of a funeral. And they've fallen. That's a drop of 2.5%, because nobody ever complains about the price of a funeral, because, if you're burying your Auntie Winnie or a loved person, you're not going to start quibbling over the money you're going to spend, are you? You're going to go, well, if that's what it costs, that's what it cost. But of course, most people, the funeral directors, will argue that they don't get the money straight away. They've got to wait for the will to be read. My mother was quite good before she died, she found out the cost of her funeral and she put that money in a separate bank account so that after she died, we could pay the funeral director their fee as opposed to them having to wait till the will was read, which is by far the easiest way to do it. But now you can pay for your funerals up front. You can you pay this company who do cremations. I don't know where they cremate people. I've no idea. But you pay so much money, like 1,800 or whatever it is, and they will come and collect you, which I always think is a nice service, opposed to popping you on the bus. And they take you away, and then they return you later in a much reduced form. And I thought, that's quite a good idea for people who worry about things like that. I've always said to people, don't worry about the cost of a funeral. People will find the money. People will find the money, I tell you. 14 minutes to 7 it is. Let's get the news headlines with Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 10 to 7 is the time, in case you're clock watching. Just in case. A lot of people talking. Nick will be talking about the nurses beginning their 48-hour walkout. And he'll be talking about that. And Cass says, I just dropped my friend off for her shift in Twickenham. And notice Sandy's still have their Christmas lights up. Oh, absolutely. Oh, yes. I don't think he dreamed. I don't think they come down till February. Sandy's is our fish shop in Twickenham. I don't think they'll be coming down for ages and ages. They like leaving them up there. And seeing as, nobody complains about it, keep them up as long as possible, as far as I'm concerned, which is nice. Steve, when I was a primary school teacher, I used to tell the children that the pink custard at lunchtime was made of Barbies. They knew I had a very strange sense of humour, says Marnie. Penny in Henley-on-Thames, Dutchy ham in Waitrose is real ham. Also ham bought from a butcher who's boiled it themselves is proper meat. Yeah, you don't want anything that's got the word formed on it. Okay, that's the clue. And you get it on all sorts of things. Formed chicken drumsticks and stuff like that. And you say, what did it look like before? And the answer is it looks like goo. It really is. I've seen them doing it before where they spray it off and then they gather up all this gunk and it's formed on a machine into different bits and pieces. But it'll say formed on it. They have to say that legally. Why is your cough still lasting? There's millions of you who apparently have got these coughs lasting for weeks. It seems that even those lucky enough to have escaped a lingering monster cold will know somebody who's been struck down. So that's it. As I said yesterday, I've been really quite lucky, actually. Really quite lucky. More on this David Carrick, this predatory police officer, obviously a man who's sick as anything, who's admitted 24 rape charges. And the papers are asking the same question, which we asked yesterday. How many more people? The answer is about 900 people are currently being investigated. This is people in the police force. And a Scotland Yard officer who oversaw schools has been found dead, just as he was due to be charged, over a stash of child pornography and boys' pants, allegedly found hidden in a secret room. This man failed to report to a police station. He was due to be charged. And he had a secret room in his house hidden behind a trap door. Lord above. I mean, you can't believe some of these things, can you? And the Met was now facing questions about safeguarding last night because it can now be revealed that the 49-year-old, this is Richard Watkinson, was a prominent officer in its West Area Basic Command Unit where he was the school's portfolio lead for neighbourhoods. Don't they do any vetting in the police forces nowadays? He lived in Prince's Risborough in Buckinghamshire, and he was director of a residents' association. Investigators were stunned by the most serious of the material found on his phone and on his computer, which was category A and B, which is two of the most serious bands which feature children being sexually abused. I find it absolutely unbelievable, but as I say, and they reckon there are more. They reckon there are more of these people out there. Lots of people talking about Ken Bruce in the papers this morning because he's very famous in the radio industry, and he's another one who said that the radio station he works for, they don't want them over 50. That's good. Come one, come all. Because over in the commercial sector, people don't discriminate against people because of an age thing. As I say, it comes down to, can you get an audience? Can you raise money? Can you do all sorts of things? You're nice to work with. Are you pleasant? Of course, now I'm told I'm a feeder because I bring in sweets and it's like passive smoking. But the good news is I bring fruit in at the same time. And that kind of cancels one thing out of the other one. The Iran Foreign Ministry complaining in all the papers today about Harry, who sold loads of copies of his book, which is lovely. It's great. Couldn't give a 4x. Didn't make any difference to me. But now the military chiefs say the Duke's Afghan revelation exploited for propaganda by Tehran over the UK spy that it executed. I don't think Harry gives a flying 4x about it. I don't think he cares. He's quite clearly troubled. And I think Jeremy Clarkson we now sort of bring into the equation as well. They say his television career is hanging by a thread, which is a load of old rubbish. It's a load of old rubbish. The head of ITV has said, no, we're not dropping him from Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Have the Sun dropped his column? I don't think so. Is he still with Amazon? As far as I know. So I don't know how they see that, And it's very interesting. Sarah Vine writes in her column today, don't let Harry and Meghan cancel Clarkson. I would think it would be a really sad state of affairs if one person who doesn't even live in this country and somebody writes something about them and they deliberately have a column which is designed to sort of make people think or kick them up the rear end or something like that. They could actually be responsible for somebody losing their job. I mean, that's what, it's the woke brigade. I mean, even Anne Widdecombe thinks it's a bad idea for him to lose his job. I don't know. And, Steve, your description of formed meat is exactly the way frankfurters are made. Yes. Yes. It's amazing. Talking about being cremated when you die, says Jeremy. Where will you want your ashes scattered? I was born in Kent and I now live in the Yorkshire Dales, so I'm having half my ashes scattered in Kent and the Dales, not sure which half. Well, you just take some out, don't you, really? I don't know, actually. I don't think I've got that far. I did originally think Richmond Bridge, but I think you have to tell them. I don't think you can just go out there and scatter ashes. I think you have to get permission. You can't just do it, can you? I forgot to do a birthday. I forgot to do 2 birthdays today. One of them is an actress from Lancashire, and she lives down the road. Well, she used to live down the road from us, and she played Bubble in Absolutely Fabulous. She voiced Babs in the animated film Chicken Run, and last month she turned the love letters she received from Hit Me With Your Rhythm Stick singer Ian Dury into a Radio 4 drama, and it's Jane Horrocks. She celebrates her birthday today. She is 59. We turned on the lights in Twickenham a few years back, which was very nice indeed. Also, Sir Rocco Forte, the king of hoteliers, was worth 345 million, according to the rich list, but said he lost 100 million during the pandemic. He's 78 today. So many happier. Why have you popped back in again? You've done the coffees. Oh, Speedy Gonzales today. Those coffees are just flowing. It's unbelievable. So happy birthday to Rocco Forte, and if you're celebrating your birthday as well, I wish you the very happiest of days. Danny Kaye, starring in The Secret Life of Walter Mitty and White Christmas. He exhibited his tongue-twisting vocal talents as the court jester, delivering the line, "The pellet with the poisons in the vessel with the pestle, the chalice from the palace has the brew that is true." I think I managed to get through that. Not as fast as he could do it. Also in 2009, Tony Hart, children's TV presenter and designer of the Blue Peter Ship, died aged 83 and used to bring us all sorts of television programmes, which was fantastic. And as I say, if you're celebrating your birthday today, many happy returns of the day. Morning, 6 degrees. I tell you, positively a heat wave compared to what we've been having recently. I mean, and those of you who've had problems with the electricity and gas and stuff like that, and you don't have any heating, I don't know how you're surviving. I really don't. You know, you must spend your entire life wrapped up in, blankets, and it just must be a nightmare. Absolute nightmare. Anyway, it's nice to be company. Welcome to Thursday, January the 19th. Morning, Elliot. Elliot's still sending texts about, up to 10, 15 minutes ago. I can't believe it. I said, what on earth he's still doing up? Because he's normally an early to bed. He's an early to bed, early to rise, is Elliot, my former producer. They're all former producers now, actually. We've got Dan back on the programme for only the second day. He's only doing 2 days because he's now on other things, experimental programmes and all the rest of it. It's all very exciting. They never tell me what they do. They just sort of come back every so often and sort of go. And so Jack's with us tonight, but he won't be here tomorrow night. We've got tomorrow? Erin tomorrow. It's like Ring a Roses. It's fantastic. Anyway, it is another cold morning. I didn't feel so bad this morning, actually. The car arrived on time, which was good news. I like it if they arrive early. In fact, I'm much happier if they arrive early, because then I can get there. But as long as it's not a bloody electric car. Somebody was telling me the other day they're a nightmare, these electric cars. If you book one as a minicab or a private hire vehicle, because they won't put the heating on because it drinks the battery. Somebody said to me, and also if you go on cruise control, drinks the battery. Using the lights drinks the battery. So consequently, you sit there, it's warmer outside of the vehicles than it is inside. And I think one particular car company that I use, they're going to turn them all over to electric vehicles. So it'll be freezing our bits off, as far as I'm concerned. There's a student in the paper today. You won't know them. I don't know them either, but they got bitten by a common spider. I didn't know spiders bit you. I really didn't. But he was saved by emergency surgery, which is good news. Snow covering vast areas of Britain yesterday. Not London. Not London. Sandwich nice? You like it, do you? Yeah, you seem to be going through it in a fair rate. He's never had pastrami. He's never had pastrami as Dan. And I said, you really get it in New York. They're sort of big into pastrami sandwiches, and they generally slice it while you're there. And they pile these things about 3 foot high. Seriously, people love pastrami. But he's never had one before, so now he's chomping through it like his world depends on it. You'll be having more of those. won't be getting them during the daytime, I'm telling you. Because I popped up on Tom Swarbrick's programme yesterday talking about the fact that I bring sweets in. But the subject turned really to cake. Well, I don't bring cakes in. I have over the years, but not recently. I bring Marks and Spencer's sweeties, which are all different ones, which they like, but not this morning. This morning, they've only got Satsumas and Nardicots. They haven't got any sweetie things, just in case somebody is sort of going, oh, it's too much of a temptation, Steve, to have sweeties out. How these people survive on the high street, I'll never know. But James O'Brien was making a big deal about it, which was interesting, because then he spent about 15 minutes plugging the snaffling pig and the pork scratchings they've sent in for him. And I'm thinking, I'm sorry, which is worse? The little toffees that I bring in, or this lovely stuff from the snaffling pig? He didn't kind of get that, at the same time. But no, so we're doing Satsumas and Nardicots today. Our Nardicots are the same as the Satsumas, just they're a better class. But they're quite nice, so it's all healthy. Not on this programme, because I brought them in sandwiches, and so they've got pastrami. And what else they got? Nothing. They'll have to go and get Satsumas from outside while they're there. Rise of the mega farms. And the mega farms are producing chickens. And they used to run outside. But chickens don't do that anymore. These chickens, I think it's something like from birth to table, it's about 8 to 10 weeks or something. It's really fast. They fatten them up very, very quickly. So they're in the barns, and they can all move about and all the rest of it. It beats the battery hens, which are still available abroad. Most of the chicken you buy abroad is battery hens. They don't have things running around, and they're very sad. They're just there to produce eggs. Because I remember a short while ago, somebody was saying there's a shortage of eggs. Well, we go out, friend of mine and myself, every Sunday for breakfast in town, and we go to this farmer's market in Marylebone. What have they got? A whole stand selling eggs. No shortage of eggs whatsoever. Go to the supermarket, tons of eggs. Can't move for eggs. I really don't know, why people are going on about it. I think they just create things, don't they? They sort of go, oh, shortage of eggs, And so we all go, we had to go out and buy some eggs quickly. Shortage of petrol. Quick, queue up. Egg sales gone right back up again. They can't move for this stuff. But they show a picture of how many chicken farms there are in this country of a mega size. There is a factory, is there not, that can process 2 million chickens a week. That's chickens that come in plastic boxes. They take them out. I mean, to be honest with you, I do eat chicken. In fact, I ate chicken yesterday. But I'm not sure about the method of disposing of them, because they come in these plastic cages type things, and they take them out. They hang them upside down by their feet. Their feet slot into this thing, and they're off on a funfair ride. They have no idea what the end result is going to be. They think it's like, whoo-wee, we're at the funfair. And so they go round and round and round, and then they go through a bath, which is electrified. The water is electrified, so that stuns them. So it doesn't kill them, it stuns them. The next bit kills them because it takes their head off. And they've got a machine, it's just a whirring blade. And then people have to pick all the feathers up, which I think a lot of it is done by hand to finish off. And you look at all these people working, what on earth makes sense? I can understand people working in a shop. I can understand, to a certain extent, people working in a funeral directors. I can't understand why you'd want to work in an abattoir. Why would you want to go work in an abattoir? Absolutely, I mean, I've seen cows going in and stuff like that, and you think, oh my God, and sheep and pigs and everything else, because we only see the end result, don't we? In the butcher's shop window, you tend to forget that piece of meat you've just bought formed part of an animal. Church of England refuses to lift the ban on same-sex weddings. I don't know what's the matter with them, honestly. I should imagine the Church of England is as gay as it gets. I mean, it's always the way, isn't it? Wherever you say, oh, you can't do that, people do that. In fact, we do have a story a little bit later on of a devout Christian harassing a church worker after she calls off their romance. And, of course, then you've got Chrisley in New York, the bent man who used to have a reality show. Chrisley? Oh, Chrisley, we love him, actually. Tells everybody he's a devout Christian, together with his bent, crooked wife as well. And then it turns out that Chrisley, not that you'd never know, is a bit of a gay boy. Had an affair for a year with his partner in his business, which is not very successful at all. In fact, it's not successful at all now, because he's been tax avoiding for years, borrowing money and basically living beyond his means. When I first saw him on television, I thought there was something the matter with him immediately. I looked at him and I thought, I don't trust you. You see people and you can just tell. But anyway, he sort of used to sit there and go, he was all girly and all the rest of it, and this is my wife and these are my 5 children and all the rest of it. And then it turned out that Crisley was just robbing everybody blind. And his partner turned him over to the FBI in exchange for immunity. He didn't get prosecuted. And he turned in Crisley and his wife. And so Crisley in prison now for 12 years, wife 7 years, because they're crooks. They're crooks. And but yet they're still protesting their innocence. We're good Christian folk and all the rest of it. Well, you can't use that anymore because God hates a sinner, and you are a sinner. Apparently, Steve, Kat's Deli in New York is the place for big hot pastrami and corned beef sandwiches. I love corned beef. I must admit, it's really bad for you. It's so fattening. You only have to open the tin of corned beef to realise all those white bits in it are fat. But I do like corned beef. I'm a bit of a fan. Corned beef hash. They do it at the Ivy. Well, they used to do it at the Ivy in town. And I remember thinking, that's the place to go. All it is just corned beef mixed up with potatoes and a few other bits and pieces. Delicious. It's what I used to call comfort food. I used to advise Phil Vickery. He'd sort of say, I'm going to do so-and-so. I go, oh, that's nice. That sounds like a winter warmer, a comfort food. And there it is. Classic. Corned beef hash with fried eggs. Woo! I mean, that's just as good as it gets. New potatoes, light olive oil, thinly sliced onion, corned beef diced, and Lee and Perrin's Worcestershire sauce. It's delicious. I mean, it even looks delicious. Oh, dear. Don't show me things like that at this time of the morning. We've only got Satsumas to go on, which is what I think we shall call the little bit extra today. What have we called it? Only Satsumas today. Only Satsumas today. I love it. I love it. What else we got? Iran. There's a place you don't want to go to. Not if you're gay. Don't go there. Or if you demonstrate. You know why? They execute you. But the good news is that they give demonstrators a 15-minute window to plead their case before they're executed. But it doesn't make any difference because they're sick people, very sick. The people in charge, they execute left, right and centre. And you think to yourself, one day God will come down and drive a thunderbolt through these people. It's just too bad. There's a father got injured on an e-scooter. He had a crash. Good. It was his own one. Just been prosecuted by the police. You know why? Didn't have a licence. He was disqualified as a driver, so he couldn't take one of these things out. So he's been prosecuted. That's good news, isn't it? I hate it. If I see anybody at the stations with them, I always look at them and go, boo! Because you're not supposed to take any of these e-scooters on the trains because there is a danger on many an occasion of the batteries bursting into flames and things like that. People bring them on all the time. They're not supposed to. But I don't think the train staff can really be bothered to say you're not allowed to take that through the barriers. But the good news is the barriers do have this thing that you can spot somebody using a child ticket. It's amazing how many crooks there are out there. People who go, oh, why should I bother buying a ticket? I can get a child's ticket and then use that and nobody will ever catch me. I do. I point them out. I point them out at Twickenham. I go, crook! I always have to tell them things like that. It always makes me feel a lot better. Frasier's Kelsey Grammer finds peace of mind. He's bought a place in Bristol. The world's oldest person dies aged 118. Not a good day for her, I don't think. And they're only just talking about it now, and yet I bought them more than a week ago. White strawberries. White strawberries. And they're very nice. Very, very nice. So it's not just any strawberry. It's a white M&S strawberry. That's good, isn't it? There you go. You must go and try it. They're not cheap. They're about £3.50 a box, I think. And you get, 12 or something like that. But very nice they are too. Very nice. And also, don't forget, if you're listening to this programme via an Alexa smart speaker, you can send a message to me. All you have to do is say, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. You'll gradually get it into your psyche. And it'll be a case of, oh, I like that idea. I like that idea. And, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. And it comes straight through to the studio. And I know that you've done it that way because it lights up as orange, which is great. Look at the time, 4:15.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Still no snow in sunny Malden. No, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think there's much snow. Not down here, there's not. Nothing at all, I'm afraid. And Steve, says Jim, you're so greedy, you always talk about money. Are you deaf or something, Jim? You sound like you're ancient. I've just got a feeling you're probably very old and a bit past it. But never mind. Never mind. Steve, says Maureen, I listen to Steve every morning. I get up at 4 every morning to listen to him, which is great. Steve, have I lit up as orange? Yeah, if you sent it on Alexa, Karen, that's what it comes in as orange. I don't understand the other colours. I haven't fathomed them out at all. I love it. Sir James Dyson says stupid policies are holding back the economy. And I watched Prime Minister's Question Time yesterday. I love a good argument between Rishi and Sir Keir, you know, and then Rishi sort of accuses Keir Starmer of siding with the unions. Small wonder we're getting nowhere, he says. And then Keir throws it all back again, and then you get a few other people, and then it turns into a right old fisticuffs, which I like, actually. P says, how's Harry doing today? Well, he's failing miserably, I'm afraid, as you probably know if you can read. I'm not sure if you can read, but anyway, he is. His popularity in America has dropped substantially. But there again, they're thinking of making a movie because they love the publicity. He suddenly realised that he's getting more publicity being a snitch than he is ever being a useless member of the royal family. So, you know, might as well go for it, really. As long as he's happy with the 25 Taliban. We should be okay, actually. Steve, I love corned beef and tomato sandwiches. Not totally bad for you. The fat in corned beef is really bad for you. It's like pita bread, which is terrible. So I don't do that at all, actually. A certain Mr. Ian Dale said some presenters have a moral duty to supply the satsumas for the whole team there. Well, I think so. So today it is just satsumas because it's Healthy Thursday. And we like Healthy Thursday, which means that you can have a satsuma and they're nice. Oh, they're good. Have you had a satsuma yet or a nardicot? Yeah, Dan's on the pastrami. He loves pastrami, you see, which actually Jack had never had until the other day, and he now likes pastrami, but it's just a bit expensive. And so it's a case of he can only get it from me. Can't get it anywhere else because it's one of their more expensive sandwiches. But nice. You know, the first time I had pastrami, I'd never had pastrami either. And I had it, and I remember thinking, oh, quite nice. I could survive on that quite well. But the other one I like is they do ham and coleslaw. And that's quite nice. And Marks and Spencer's do a coleslaw with cheese in it, which is really nice. It's obviously got some liquid squirty cheese in it or something. That's particularly nice. Very, very good. What else we got? Another dreary member of the Beckham family makes the papers. You know, the family that thrive on publicity, and yet she's got the biggest disastrous company in the entire universe. 66 million quid in the red. Not so good. The Billy Smart circus heir sleeps in a car. He's gone bankrupt to the tune of about £4 million. I remember years ago I got invited because they brought Billy Smart's circus back. Because there were Chipperfield Circus, Billy Smart Circus, and quite a number of other circus, the Russian State Circus, and things like that. And they were very good indeed. But in fact, the family who brought back Billy Smart Circus, they got a new tent, a new big top, but they had a new caravan as well. And it was £150,000, this caravan, and you pushed a button inside and it moved out. So it effectively doubled the size of the caravan, and a balcony came out at the end of it. Because if you're touring and you're living in this thing, you want a bit of comfort. It had a double bedroom, it had a shower, toilet, you know, kitchen, fully fitted, lovely furniture. They bought it in Spain, and they said, oh, beautiful. They said, come and have a look, Steve. And so I went on this thing, and I thought, I love circus. Oh, I was wrong, actually. The grandson of the legendary circus showman Billy Smart racked up £9 million in debt. How do you rack up £9 million? He's a failed business investment. He owned homes worth $20 million, but he settled his debts with sale of the family home, and so he had to sleep in his car after being evicted. He's got this beautiful house. But you can imagine, I mean, I used to get worried if I went 100 quid overdrawn. When you get to be 9 million overdrawn, that's really not your problem. That's the bank. That's the bank's problem. They always, you know, had that been 9,000 quid, big problem for you. If it's 9 million, that's the bank's problem. They never should have lent you anything like that. So that's the way it goes. But he did sell the family home, which is a shame. His name's Billy J. B.J. Smart. You know, B.J., Billy J. All good stuff, isn't it? And Terry says, what the Americans call corned beef is what we call salt beef. Is it? I don't know, actually. We'll have to check on that. We shall check. And 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Hazel says, now this even works from California. And works from anywhere. Works from anywhere, seriously. Yeah, the closest American corned beef in Great Britain is called salt beef. The closest American corned beef in Great Britain. Corned beef in the USA would lead to something like salt beef in the UK. It's beef that's been cured in brine. Oh, I do like it though. I do like. But I would in this country having salt beef would be completely different from corned beef. It looks different. It looks completely different. Doesn't look at all like corned beef. The corned beef you get in a tin might be a similar process, but it doesn't look the same. You have a look at salt beef, then you have a look at corned beef, and they just look completely different. It's like saying somebody from Grimsby is going to fit in London. They're absolutely not. They're from Grimsby. You know, it's grim in Grimsby. Why do you think they say that? Have you ever been? There you go. So there's traditional corned beef, and then next to it, salt beef. It's completely different, isn't it? Corned beef or salt beef in some of the Commonwealth of Nations is a salt-cured brisket of beef. So it's treated with large-grained rock salt, also called corns of salt. Sometimes they add sugar and spices. Blooming nice, whatever it is. I didn't realise they do it as well in Waitrose. Slow-cooked salt beef. I might have to start taking a trip round supermarkets looking out for salt beef. I do occasionally buy little bits and pieces. Sainsbury's do it as well. £6. £6. How lovely. It's got to go, though, hasn't it, really? And so what's pastrami? You've got a Jamie Oliver recipe. Delicious, they say, with bagels, mustard and pickles. Ooh, it is very nice. That's only just gone up. No, it hasn't. It went up last year, which was very nice. Sean says corned beef and onion toasties. Oh, never thought about that one. But Brenda says, I love my corned beef hash dish. Cut up roughly and mix in a tin of beans, put it into a low-heat oven to heat up, gently stirring whilst boiling the potatoes, and then mashed potatoes. Delicious, isn't it? Absolutely delicious. Shane says, I think I started listening to your show in 2016 when I bought a smartphone. It becomes addictive, doesn't it? The rate you don't like to miss anything. That's why the downloads are so important. So important. And that's why we get 1 million downloads a month. You know, for the two programmes, Steve Allen's Little Bit Extra and Steve Allen's The Whole Show. All very nice indeed. Braverman says, check every police officer. I mean, I don't really think we have the time. They need to have a better vetting service for police officers. But how do you find out? It's like, you know, trying to find out, you know, people who sort of murder children. Is there a look or something? No, of course there isn't. I was listening very bizarrely last night. I was sort of half sleeping on the settee. I'd woken up and I felt quite bouncy. And I was listening to the television because I like closing my eyes and listening to the television. And it was a programme on the killer of John Lennon. And he was talking. They had recordings of him talking to his wife on the phone from prison and interviews and stuff like that, where he claimed that it was basically the voice of the devil. This is Mark David Chapman, who had a wish to kill John Lennon. And John Lennon lived in the Dakota building, which is where the wife still lives in America. And he used to come outside. He could have come outside the front door and got straight into the car, but he didn't. He used to pick the car up at the pavement. And Mark David Chapman had been there for quite some time. He'd waited all day. He decided he had a gun. And he'd already got, earlier on in the day, John Lennon's photograph with him. And he got him to sign an album as well. And then he hung around, waited till he came back, and then he called out to him. It was dark, about 10 o'clock at night, I think. He called out, John Lennon, and then fired 5 shots into his back, just because he decided that because Mark David Chapman was going to amount to nothing. He was total talentless, no hope, no nothing at all. And that's what he hated about John Lennon. He hated the fact that he was hugely successful. It's a bit tragic, isn't it, really? It's a bit tragic to actually want to kill somebody because they're successful and you're a complete and utter prat. Yeah, got his autograph. Yes, just a few hours earlier. Interestingly enough, Andy Peebles, the former radio DJ, I might have got that wrong, actually, he might still be a radio DJ, but he had just come, he was flying back from America, having done a 3-hour interview with John Lennon and Yoko in, I think they were in a restaurant. And he didn't know. He was halfway across the Atlantic when the news filtered through, not to him on the plane, but on the ground, people saying John Lennon's been killed. And he gets off the plane at Heathrow Airport and somebody says to him, John Lennon's been killed. And he's got the tapes that he's just finished recording with John Lennon. Amazing stuff, amazing stuff. And John Lennon, he said, was in a ridiculously good mood. He was, absolutely on top of everything, had a new album to promote, and he said he was in a really, really good place. And then Mr. Chapman decided to take that away from him. See, people like that, I think you bring back the death penalty. I'm not remotely interested in whether somebody's got voices in their head. I couldn't give a flying forex. Didn't make any difference to me. Jane, yes. Also, says Tim, at least the circus chap had the decency to settle his debts, unlike Katie Price, who's just returned from yet another holiday. The trouble is, whenever they say it's holiday, I don't think it's a holiday. I think she goes for more surgery. She's become an addict to it. There's something the matter with her. I mean, you've seen the way she looks at the moment. Oh, she's got a new boyfriend. Because she does get through them fairly quickly. It's like every man should have the opportunity of sleeping with her. And at the rate she's going, you won't have to wait too long. Because she only finishes... She goes out with somebody, and then they go, oh, we're going to get married and all the rest of it. And you know it's a load of old baloney. She lives in a total fantasy world. It's a little bit like Gemma Collins. They're both in a little bit gaga land, I'm afraid. And so she goes abroad, totally against her mother's wishes. Totally against her mother's wishes. It says, don't have any more surgery. And she goes to Turkey and she has more surgery. And you think to yourself, what can you do about it? The answer is nothing. Absolutely nothing. In Jamaica, says Richard, they call corned beef bully beef. Oh, right. Pastrami, Steve, is salt beef. Corned beef is the tinned one with the bits of fat. That's what I thought. Angel. But corned beef on toast. That'd make it very soggy, wouldn't it? That's like putting beans on toast. It does make the toast go soggy, but I do like it. I do like it. I had sticky chicken yesterday. It comes from Marks and Spencer's, and you get chicken drumsticks, and I ate about 8 of them because they're only little. I mean, the drumstick was only about, what's that, about 4 or 5 inches. I just cooked them on the hob. I put them on the hob with a lid on, turned it up heat, and it cooked through very quick. They were already cooked, I think, and you just sort of heat them up so you can have sort of hot chicken legs. They were particularly delicious, actually. Particularly delicious. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Roger says, I bought a huge bag of carrots from Sainsbury's for 40p. Why so cheap? Loss leader. Loss leader. A loss leader is where they want you to go to Sainsbury's. You'll see something and you go, 40p for a bag of carrots? I'm going to get that. I mean, if they're selling for 40p, how much do you think the farmer gets paid? Practically nothing, but they hope that while you're in there, you'll see something else, and you'll buy that, and that's why it's sold as a loss leader. That's why books are sold cheaper. Harry's book is practically remaindered at the moment to try and get the sales up, and then you'll go into the bookshop and you might see another book you want to buy, so you bought 2 books, whereas in fact, really, you only wanted 1 book. But that's what it is. It's called a lost leader. Let's sort of reel you in. It's like fishing. You throw out the line, then you reel in slowly but surely, and in you come for a 40p bag of carrots. There is no way that anybody is just going to walk into a supermarket and buy just a bag of carrots. Because then you'll see potatoes, who are roughly the same price, and then you might see leeks, the same price, packet of peas, and before you know where you are, you've spent 3 or 4 quid. That's how they get you. So, carrots are cheap. Carrots are cheap. 84850... steve@lbc.co.uk. Try mackerel in tomato sauce. No, thank you. I hate fish. Mackerel. I wouldn't touch mackerel if you paid me. You would have to pay me. You like it? Do you? Oh. I couldn't eat that. No. I only have to open up a tin of pilchards and I'm being sick. I can't eat anything like that. I don't know. It's just looking at... Oh, no, definitely not. Oh, ghastly. I told you years ago I bought fried whitebait in a restaurant, which sounded delicious. It comes with all the heads and eyes and everything else, and you're supposed to just eat it. I had to send it back. I said, I'm sorry, I can't eat that. And she said, oh, what's that? I said, don't feel very well. Anyway, let's get the news headlines, shall we? At 4:31 with Charlotte Morgan.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, Steve, says Roger. You're quite right about the carrots being a loss leader because the bill for everything else came to £16.74. That's what they do. You see big adverts on the front of the window or in the newspapers. Probably find some today, actually. In fact, I'm pretty certain you will. And it'll all be different supermarkets. And they'll take out a full-page ad. There you go. We've got one here. Tesco. You know, for a packet of fajitas, Old El Paso, an enchilada kit, £2 each. Meatballs. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 24 meatballs, £4. I like meatballs. Love meatballs. Good. And they've also got McCain quick cook French fries, £1.50. Normally £3. If you've got a club card and things like that. Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of cards you can have. They always ask me whenever I go to supermarkets, you know, do you have a so-and-so's card? And I go, no, I don't. I really can't be bothered. It's too much faffing around. The father, seriously injured in an e-scooter crash, was prosecuted for driving whilst disqualified. Idiot of the day is Daniel Green, who didn't realise it was classed as a motor vehicle when he nipped to Asda. What do you think it was, dear? What do you think it was? What do you think it was? A sort of a robot or something? Oh, my God, he hit a car at 15 miles an hour. He broke ribs and needed surgery on his leg, which may never recover. Well, more fool him. More fool him. Cops found a month left on a driving ban. Carlisle magistrates were told that you can't legally ride an e-scooter on a road or a pavement. He admitted driving whilst disqualified and with no insurance. He got 6 penalty points and was told to pay back £260. That'll teach you, won't it, thicko? God in heaven. Don't these people realise? And, of course, he was riding his own. If you ride one that you rent, it's got insurance. You shouldn't be on the roads with anything that isn't one of those that's insured, because they're not legal. You can ride them on your own property, but you can't ride them on the road. But you see such idiots out there. You're almost willing them to have an accident, really. Here we go. Handsome, peacemaking footy player is Golden Ball's golden child, and his girlfriend Mia loves posh. She won't be looking at any of those designs. Romeo has a big name, but he's here for a reason, because we think he's a good player, says the boss of Brentford, if you please. You know, nothing major, obviously, in his life, which is a shame. Regarding bringing in sweets and satsumas, I think you're being absolutely lovely. Well, I said yesterday, I look on it as, you know, you buy people chocolates at Christmas, don't you? If you go round somebody's house, you take them, you know, some kids' chocolate Father Christmases, or, you know, the Lint bunnies, and all the, you know, you can get all this stuff. What, the Lint bunnies? They are amazing. It's good chocolate. It's really nice chocolate. It's made by the Lint chocolatier. And you take those around. What's the difference between bringing something into work and saying to somebody, listen, thank you, this is a bit of a treat? It's not, admittedly, I do it every single day. But today, there's no sweets. They've only got the satsumas, because I'm looking at them and I'm thinking, I think they need to look healthier. I don't want them to start getting old tubsy-wubsy. You know, because once they go tubsy-wubsy, everything collapses. You know, nobody finds them attractive. Nobody wants to go out with them anymore. And I like to pride myself on the fact that we have the best-looking team in the business. Well, I say we have the best-looking team in the business. I'm the best-looking team in the business. You know, and because it's my programme, that's the way it works. You know, and I look at dreary old Romeo Beckham, and I think another one who just kicks a little football. They don't really do anything, the Beckhams. She doesn't do diddly squat. He just goes around taking money from homophobic countries. And Brooklyn still managing to, I don't know whether he's mastered a sandwich yet. We're not sure. I think it's a little bit unlikely, but, you know, we do live in hope, don't we? We do live in hope. There's also another stupid woman in the paper today. Her name is Rhianne Hughes. Rhianne Hughes took her 2 kids out in her Audi 4x4. Whoa, very good. Unfortunately, she was 3 times the legal drink-drive limit. She's that thick. She's that thick. Totally inexcusable. She'd taken one of her children to a boozy event with a friend who also took her child on July the 9th last year, stopped by an off-duty special constable because she tailgated, and she'd been slurring her words. Then she became volatile and argumentative, so she's a bit thick as well as stupid. She also had no insurance. So, in other words, if she'd had the accident, nobody'd be paying out anywhere, you know, and she could have killed the children. It was later found her insurance has expired, so she's been found guilty. Driving without insurance, and being drunk and disordered. What is it with these people? Are they really that thick? Is she really that stupid that you would go out there and put your children's life at risk? God in heaven. I mean, it's like we had a bloke the other day, didn't we? We think it was a bloke. And he bought a Lamborghini for 200,000 quid. He's 18, and he was allowed to drive it away from wherever he bought it from without showing a document. If I buy any of my cars, well, which I do, I have to show to the garage that's selling it to me my insurance certificate. They're not going to let me take a car out with no insurance. That would be stupidity, rank stupidity. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But he was anyway, the car's been confiscated, thank God. Can't imagine what sort of family would let somebody go and buy a car of £200,000. I don't even know where they get it from at that age. Got a rough idea. Steve, I watched It's a Royal Knockout the other day on YouTube, 1987, with Andrew, Fergie, Anne and Edward. What would a remake look like? Oh, carnage, I should imagine. You never saw the It's a Royal Knockout. That was unfortunately Prince Edward in his junior days, where he put this thing together and they all dressed up, and it was just a bit prattish. It really was. Sarah Ferguson, waddling down the lines and all the rest of it, and Diana and everybody else. And so when Andrew went back to the press tent to go, what do you think of it? The press, being particularly cynical in those days, just went, is that right? And he went, well, thank you very much. He threw a tantrum. So no surprise that it's a case of, people are like that, aren't they? But it's an interesting watch. Kathy says, all this talk of food has made me hungry, so I'm currently eating profiteroles with cream. Are you sure? Profiteroles? I've seen them in Marks and Spencer. I've never bought them. Actually. And, Steve, could you start your show at 6, says Phil. No, we can't, actually. I get paid from 4. They say, in fact, it's written in the contract. I set a precedent in this building. All those years ago, my show used to start at 5 till 7. And I can remember one of the hierarchy came up to me, and we'd been out for drinks and all the rest of it, just purely social. And he said, show's sounding really good. He said, what time do you get into the building? That was it. I said, well, I'm generally in. I said, by about 3:30, sometimes a little bit before that. He said, oh, right. Within a week, the show had been punched back to 4 a.m, and they did the same for all the radio stations in the building. I was like Mr. Unpopular, because all the early breakfast shows started at 4. And they were all going, thanks, Steve, thanks very much. I said, well, I didn't know. To be honest with you, I like starting at 4. I think it's fantastic. I love it. Sitting here in Brisbane, 31 degrees. It's not lost leader, it's loss leader. Listen, if you want to be a pedant, that's your business. That's why. Hopefully you'll roast in 31 degrees. I don't believe you're in sunny Brisbane. I think you're one of those people who's a fantasist. Oh, I think I'll pretend I'm in Brisbane. You know what they're like. Are you still eating that sandwich? Oh, have you made it last that long? I was going to say you can't have made it last that long. Oh, we got one for Jack. Ooh, look at that, eh? Very cool, very cool. Steve, up all night with a hiatus hernia. Any tips or advice? No. Actually, I don't have a tip for something like that. I don't know. Doctors? A&E? I would think normally they'd be helping and things like that. There's a lovely picture of 7 generations of koalas who are lifted up for a family portrait. And this is in Guangzhou in China. Numbers were bolstered by 13 koalas imported from Australia in 2006. And they look lovely. But by God, you've got to be really careful with koalas. Have you seen the claws on them? They rip your skin. They cling onto trees. They rip your arm to pieces. Got to be very careful with them. The Chinese are, they're very strong. The Chinese are very good at animal breeding. Pandas in particular. Pandas, whereas we have great difficulty in getting pandas to breed. Over there, all the people who work with them have to dress up as pandas, so that they don't frighten them, so they grow up thinking that their keepers are pandas. So they put these white suits on with sort of like a panda face. The videos are hilarious, aren't they? But then that's what you take. But mind you, my favourite are these, I can't remember what they're called now. Oh, they're very hairy, ginger hair, and they're like monkeys. Yeah, animals, ginger hair. They're not sloths, but they're something like sloths. And when they're babies, they've got the most adorable faces, and they cling in trees and everything else. They hang upside down most of their life. Useless, aren't you? Absolutely useless. Not a clue. No, not right. It looks like a baboon kind of thing, but it's not. And it hangs up. Somebody will know. Yeah, it's an orangutan. That's it. The baby orangutans, they move them around in a wheelbarrow. You get like 6 or 7 in there, and they're all looking like, where are we going today? It's like brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I love it. And I have trouble falling asleep at night. Any advice? Stop eating food and smoking and drinking. That's the 3 main causes of people who can't sleep at night. I should imagine you're probably overweight, because that's really bad for sleeping. And if you smoke, drink, coffee is really bad. You know, if you think you want to get a night's sleep, don't drink coffee before you go to bed. I mean, have a hot chocolate or a cup of tea or something like that. I mean, you don't need to go all poncy on it. You know, well, you can get... Oh, tea's got caffeine. Yeah. No, I mean, you can get a nice herbal tea, which is sort of quite... Like chamomile tea is quite soothing. I can't stand it, but I have no trouble sleeping. I'm sickeningly embarrassing. I climb into bed... I'm out within seconds. I don't, you know, some people, they lie there and they go, oh, I can't sleep. And I remember years ago, I didn't sleep very well, but I remembered I was eating a lot of fried food and smoking and drinking. So that was, but now I don't smoke and I don't eat fried food very rarely, very, very rarely. And I sleep like a top. I really do. You know, by the time it gets to sort of 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm falling apart. But still here every morning at 4 a.m. Why? Because I'm bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. Let's take a break, shall we? It's 5:45.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Roger says, regarding the 18-year-old driving a £200,000 Ferrari, I bet his insurance would be at least £5,000. He hasn't got any insurance. That's why they took the car away from him. He's one of those people who thinks he can drive around without any insurance. I mean, you have to sort of try and work out what sort of person would be allowed by his parents to have a £200,000 car and drive it with no insurance. He has no insurance. I mean, a complete idiot, the first order, obviously a bit thick. It's a bit like Love blooming on the island. Yes, Love Island. They managed to find 2 people prepared to sort of, you know, give up any hope of the future career. And this is a biomedical student called Tanya. Tanya's 22, so obviously not a very experienced student. And an airport security worker, Shak, was seen snuggled up in bed together. An airport security worker. She set her sights so high, hasn't she, really? But he's always been, the Londoner's been smitten by Tanya since first clocking her in Cape Town, but until now she's resisted his charms. So they've been going a week and she's now decided to give in. Fantastic. And such classy acts, aren't they? They really... Why don't they just have the word easy written all over their forehead? It makes it so much easier. Don't try and pretend you're something, dear. It's ridiculous. Cuddling up earlier in the night after the recoupling, he said, that was intense. And Tanya says, you what? He says, I just want to keep you close. And, of course, she's obviously desperate for the publicity. Although, yeah, it is cringe. It really is. You sit there and you watch it and you think, God, have you got no shame? I mean, she's a biomedical student and you're throwing your life away for a bit of cheap tat, you know, on Love Island. I can't believe it. You must be really dim. Anyway, she swerved his kiss until they were in bed together. And then the next morning she told the girls he got so excited. She wasn't telling the girls, she was telling the television audience. The kiss, she said, was unreal. I mean, honestly, I bet your parents must be delighted with the way you turned out. Honestly, what is going on with these people? There was also a businessman who grew enough magic mushrooms at his castle to last 14 and a half years. He ordered some spores, and they just grew and grew and grew. They were worth up to £10,000 in the bathroom. I'm surprised he could get into the bathroom. £10,000 worth of mushrooms. I've never done magic mushrooms. I've never done anything. I'm really boring. You know, I've never done anything like that. I had an aero bar once, which was in peppermint. That was quite nice. A mint one, a mint peppermint aero was really particularly nice. I was just crazy pushing the boat out. I mean, I was just wild in those days. What are you drinking? Is that water? Is it the water? Because you brought it back with a spoon and I was worried you were going to be like James O'Brien and put some peculiar old herb. He says they're herbs. I don't know what it is, but his programme changes from when he comes in the office looking all miserable to he goes on and he's like, woo, here we go. And you think, what the heck is in this thing? It's like a root ball, and then you put it in water and it opens up. I saw it moving the other day. I don't know what land you get them from. It's like, have you seen it, Jack? Yeah, it's like a root ball thing. And he puts it in water and he thinks it makes him healthier. Not a bit of it. It's another one of those balmy things. You get those, it isn't a kale smooth. He just puts it in hot water and it just, I mean, the other day it was trying to get out the glass, so I'm assuming it's obviously whatever's in it is living. It looks a bit like, something you would see in, Village of the Damned or Day of the Triffids or something. You have a big glass. It's massive, isn't it? I mean, but it's not made any difference to his life. Seriously, not made any difference to his life at all. But what can you do about it? Trendies are wearing Crocs. No, they're not. No, I'm sorry, they're not. No, Crocs have never been trendy. They're cheap rubber shoes, okay? Anybody who wears... I mean, I don't have anybody on this programme, firstly, with tattoos. Secondly, we don't have anybody with Crocs or things like that, and nobody in shorts. We have certain standards that we adhere to on this programme, and I'm afraid Crocs would not be it. These ones... Justin Bieber's even released his own signature Crocs, which promptly sold out. Of course they would, because people would buy anything. If I released Steve Allen Crocs, they would sell out. But, I mean, I couldn't see myself in a pair of Steve Allen Crocs. No, I can't see anybody wearing Crocs. I've never seen anybody at any of my shows wearing Crocs. Mind you, I've never thought about checking people's feet. I might have to start checking their feet. But definitely no tattoos. We're not having that. No. What are you wearing? What are the shoes? Oh, no, that's all right. That's okay. What you've got, Jack? Oh, Jack's got his little trainers on. Your feet must freeze to death in those, in this dreadful weather we've been having, and also the puddles everywhere. And you're in a flat with no heating. You've got 2 pairs of shoes. Is that it? Really? Isn't that funny? I've got about 20 pairs of shoes. I feel a bit guilty now. And I've just bought another pair the other day, mainly because they're quite nice, but they're quite nice. They're just only 60 quid, which I thought was quite enough. Oh, right, you wear till they wear out. Oh, you're probably the same with vest and pants, aren't you, I should imagine? Just keep wearing and keep wearing. Eventually, they're all right. No, it doesn't. No. That's why I said, when he came in today, he was wearing this sort of like rugby shirt. And I said, you're playing rugby later on. And then he told me what position he played on the rugby. I'm a total fantasist. Total fantasy. He said, I played this. What part did you play in the fly half? Oh, and played for the county. You see, that's what I'm resorted to working with. Seriously, it was so much easier when we gave them sweets. Now it's a pastrami sandwich because I play fly half. Yeah, he doesn't really. He plays by himself. He said, I've got a lot of friends out in the countryside. I said, listen, soft, cuddly toys don't count. They're not really your friends. He didn't believe me. He will. You watch. He will believe me eventually. Another one here, Piers Morgan. He's saying what everybody's thinking. And they haven't got rid of him yet. So, and the papers are still speculating on whether Clarkson goes. I don't think he'll go at all. I think they will just carry on. They've got some MP saying, oh, we don't want that sort of talk and everything else. You think, you're a bit late to the table, dear. This is an old story. Davina McCall has admitted she hasn't got time to follow her old workout routines these days. She's too busy. She made a fortune out of fitness DVDs in the noughties. Now she opts to fit ordinary exercise into her everyday schedule, even between meetings. She's very fit. Very, very fit. She eats healthy. She is healthy. I went out for lunch with her a while ago. And and I kept thinking, perhaps if I eat, better things, I'll be a healthier person. But I don't know, actually. Oh, look, Danielle Lloyd. I remember Danielle Lloyd. Was Danielle Lloyd the Shilpa Shetty girl? Was she the one who was with Joe O'Meara and the ghastly Jade Goody? Was that? Wait a minute. Danielle Lloyd, English model and personality. I don't think so. She first rose to prominence. She's 5'7". She's not the tallest, is she, really? So did she... I think she did... Wait a minute. English, she rose to prominence. Find that story. Former Miss England. Did she feature on the abuse of Shilpa Shetty? That's what I'm trying to find out. I couldn't remember. I know it's somebody like her. Because they put Joe O'Meara on Loose Women the other day. Another one who abused Shilpa Shetty in The Big Brother. I know it was years ago. But it's a case of you don't do things like that. Danielle Lloyd went through hell and back during horrendous abusive relationship, blah, blah, blah. And, wait a minute, talk about her experience, so-and-so. But where is she with Shilpa Shetty? Who was the one with Shilpa Shetty, though? Put in Shilpa Shetty racial abuse. Because I always get this wrong every time, actually. I remember Joe O'Meara was very much... She thought it was funny. She thought it was funny when I was watching it back on YouTube. And I remember thinking, oh, dear, honestly, how these people can sort of think this sort of thing. Mind you, they might bring S Club back. Not sure whether or not they can still do Reach for the Stars. It looks a bit sad when they're the ages that they are now. But it's like Madonna bringing out... No, it's not. Who was that person who was bringing out a greatest hits album? It was... she was in Eternal. Louise Redknapp. She's bringing out a greatest hits album. I wasn't aware she'd had that many hits. Mind you, the Boomtown Rats brought out a greatest hits album. People are going, what greatest hits? You know, some of these things barely made the charts. So who was the Shilpa Shetty racial abuse? You can't find. God, it was so famous. So famous. Just put in Big Brother Shilpa Shetty racial abuse. That'll find it immediately. Because you can certainly find it on YouTube. I mean, it's been on YouTube for donkey's years now. They had to call them into the diary room and have nobody waiting outside because that was that big thing with Davina. And they would come outside the house and the crowd would boo and cheer and clap and all the rest of it. Shilpa Shetty suffer, blah, blah, blah. Wait a minute. Development, so who is it? Wait a minute. It was broadcast on. It's amazing, actually. They asked questions in the House of Commons about this. This got so far, but they're investigating. Legal experts say the 3 white contestants from Channel 4 could have committed offences under the Public Order Act. She suffered really badly. Really, really badly. It was so dreadful. But we can't find the names of the people. But I'm pretty certain that it was Joe O'Meara, but I can't remember who the other one was. Can't remember. But whatever it was not pleasant watching. Wait a minute. Jade Goody, Danielle Lloyd. It was Danielle Lloyd, a racist of the first order. They thought it was hilarious that Jade Goody was bullying Shilpa Shetty. And I remember Shilpa Shetty was quite gracious about the whole thing. Jade Goody thought she was being really clever and started calling her all sorts of names. And because they'd used one of her OXO cubes. Or it was such a stupid thing. Such a stupid thing. But, then they all try and push it under the carpet. Not on this programme, we don't. Not on this programme. I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's take a short break for the news at 5. The Church of England refusing to lift the ban on same-sex weddings. What was the other one? Oh, the James Dyson story I quite liked. And the Kings, this is Charles's wind farm, generating $1 billion for Britain. He's going to give it so that we can do all sorts. You can't get enough of the royal family at the moment. Wills and Kate are off out all over the place.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome along. It's Thursday, January the 19th. Still cold, but still no snow in London. The rest of the country has had their little sprinklings and blankets, and you sort of get it and then it disappears, and it's just it's pretty to look at, and they make lovely photographs. I was watching a guy on the telly the other day. There's a programme, and it's a bit like Paint Along with Nancy Kaminsky. And they start with a blank canvas, and it was to keep people, painting and stuff like that. We've got an art shop just at the very back of our building, and it says, let's fill this town with artists. And this bloke yesterday was painting, and he showed you every process that he was doing, painting waves crashing onto a beach with rocks. And he made it look so simple. I was nearly tempted to go out and buy an easel and get some things and start learning how to paint. And he did something. I remember thinking, now it looks like a rock. And it was just unbelievable. It was really, 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 really brilliant. Very good indeed. It was Jade Goody, thank you. Yeah, I remember Jade Goody. It was just absolutely awful. And Danielle Lloyd and Joe O'Meara just sort of, they didn't, even Shilpa Shetty said to Joe O'Meara, she said, Joe, what is going on here? And Joe O'Meara just laughed in her face. It was really embarrassing to watch. Really, really dreadful. But it was Danielle Lloyd as well. Johnny says, what's your opinion on sweets and cakes being banned from the office? They're not being banned from the office. Why do you think they're being banned from the office? They're not being banned from the office. They're not. Oh, no, absolutely not. No. Why would they be? I mean, it's like saying, what's your opinion on cheese found on the moon? There's no cakes and sweets banned from the office at all. They're sitting out there now. I don't know what you've been listening to. Oh, wait a minute. You probably listened to James O'Brien yesterday talking about, he was getting all these callers up who were going, it's too tempting if somebody puts sweets out. And you think, well, you need to really grow a pair. For goodness sake, if you cannot walk past a bowl of sweets without going, you shouldn't. You shouldn't. It's like giving up smoking. If I put fags out there, would people go past and go, I'll just have a quick cigarette? I mean, that wouldn't happen either. People know. And if you're somebody who's addicted to sweets, then, them just being out there is testing you. And you just go, I won't have that. It's called willpower. It's like, you go to a fish and chip shop and you go, I'll have fish and chips and sausage and batter. And they always ask you if you want anything else. I love a sausage and batter. A sausage just for the trip back to wherever you're going back to with the fish and chips. But the sausage and batter, I bought it about a week ago. I went to a fish and chip shop near the hospital and I went, sausage and batter and chips. And he said, it's on a lunchtime special. I thought, well, looky here. But I still only had the one, and it was £3.60. And I thought, you've got to sell a lot of sausage and chips to get your rent, haven't you, really, nowadays? But it was delicious. I sat in the car, the rain was hammering down, and I'm sitting there with a sausage and batter in my mouth, enjoying every minute of it. Because occasionally I like to do something like that. I don't do it very often. But, when I do it, I enjoy it. Mariner says, wouldn't it be funny, Steve, to promote Steve Allen Christmas Crocs? I don't think so. I just can't imagine Steve Allen... Sorry, I'm talking about myself in third person. I just can't imagine me ever wearing Crocs. At what point in my life, when I've lost the will to live, would it be, I'm not going to be wearing Crocs? But as, my AP has only got 2 pairs of shoes. He's got sort of cashy shoes and posh shoes. So, I can't imagine what colour... So, are they black or are they brown, your sort of posh shoes? Black or brown? Beige? Camel? Oh, in God's name, is that all about? Camel shoes? They match the coat. That's what you think. So you don't have any black shoes. So whatever you wear, you have to wear it with camel shoes. You have black shoes as well, but you don't have brown. Oh, right. No. I don't know. You've got through life this far. I mean, I tell you, it's looking more, you're broke. Oh, honestly. Nothing worse than students, is there? Oh, I ain't got no money, Steve. I can't afford it. Well, what do you expect me to do about it? Blimey, I'm feeding you, for God's sake. I can't do anything else. Can't pay you. Do you have to pay rent? You have to pay rent? No. There we go. Right, I'll rest my case. There you go. I think you've completely lost that argument. No, he doesn't have to pay rent. Still moaning. Honestly, you might as well just give up now. Fancy lying to the presenter. So I'm broke. Okay, do you have to pay rent? No. Not a penny piece. Not a penny piece in rent, and he's only got 3 pairs of shoes, but he doesn't wear the black ones, because basically he's got no trousers to wear with them. Somebody says, I always put Crocs on. They are the most comfortable things I've ever put on my feet. Ian Dale says, Trevor says, you bring too many cakes into the office and make them all unfit. Well, quite clearly, that's a lie, Trevor, isn't it? Because, in fact, you won't find a fitter office, and I don't bring cakes in. So I think you're lying on 2 counts. 2 counts. Sweets we bring in, and satsumas, and it's not making everybody unfit. They're really fit, I'll tell you, there's nobody who's not fit in this office. Most of them, they do walking, they do running, they go to the gymnasium, not on my programme, but, other people out there. So we don't bring cakes into the office. The cakes are provided by the management for people's birthday. Many's the time I'll see Colin the Caterpillar sitting out there and slice it. They get through it like there's no tomorrow. Not from me. Not from me. Steve, I've just jumped in a black cab and I'm on my way to Manchester. Where are you? You've got a 4-hour drive from London. You're in a cab and you're on the way to... How much is that costing? A cab, that's going to be serious money, isn't it, really? He says, I've got Colin the driver to put LBC on, and we've got a 4-hour drive from London. Oh, it's Bosch, isn't it? Oh, of course, he's got loads of money. Thomas has got loads of money. He says, the only downside is I'm not going to be able to get into Dino's Cafe this morning. So, can't you drive yourself? 4-hour drive, what's that costing? That seems like an awful lot of money. Loads of money. Even the producer, Dan's a bit like, don't even mention it to Laughing Boy over here because, he hasn't got any money, he's broke. So the very idea of even getting in a cab, and going even 10 minutes would just freak him out. He doesn't do things like that. And the idea of if he got in there and somebody said, come on, let's take a cab to Manchester, Jack would be going, I haven't got any money, Steve. But I bet he's got a credit card. You haven't got a credit card. You've got a debit card. Yeah, you've got a debit card. And how much money have you got in your account at the moment? Come on. 73 pence. 73 pence. What are you going to do with that, Poppet? What are you going to... 73... Is this until you get paid again? Are you hand to mouth? Yeah. Not going to be a lot of mouth, is there, on 73 pence? Do you want me to bring you in a food hamper tomorrow? Would that make it better for you? I feel a bit guilty now. Perhaps I should bring in... Because they have a thing in our Waitrose where you put things in for people who don't have very much money, and so you can give them tins of soup. I've never had to do it for somebody on the programme before. I'm more than happy to bring you in soups and beans and stuff like that. It's just... What else have I got? Oh, God. Oh, I'll tell you what I've got. Look. Mini eggs. Do you want those? Good. Okay. Oh, thank God for that. And you must take some satsumas from outside. And I've got a ham and coleslaw sandwich. Would you like that? Can't believe you got 70. You really got 73 pence. So you'll have to go into overdraft before you get paid. Oh, dear. Oh, Jack. I feel almost guilty, actually, now. I feel almost awful about the whole thing. I don't know what, well, he's not even here tomorrow, so I can't bring him in a food parcel. God, I didn't realise it was that bad. I mean, that's not even a portion of chips. Lord above. God. I bought some stuff on Amazon the other day. I can't begin to tell you what I spent. It's too embarrassing. I bought loads of hankies. They do a pack of 12 handkerchiefs. I like handkerchiefs. I've got a thing about handkerchiefs at the moment. Years ago, it was just a sleeve of your arm, but you do it. But nowadays, I sit there with so I've got a handkerchief in each pocket, and they're all, big, 18-inch square. I can't. 73 pence, honestly, Jack. That's absolutely shameful. I'm not surprised you don't drive a car. God in heaven. And can you afford to get on the bus? Do you have a? No. But you did get on the bus, didn't you? You used to get on the bus. You get on the bus usually, just not this week. Have you got a travel card? No. How do you pay for on the bus then? You've got Apple Pay. Oh, right. I don't even know what that is. I've heard of it, I think, because a friend of mine says, why don't you use your phone for paying? Do you have... Right. But you have to put money into Apple to pay for that. You've only got 73 pence. You're not going to go very far on a bus, are you? Oh, my goodness. You serious? You can't go on the bus this week because you've only got 73 pence? Oh, Jack, that's awful. I think that's... We're on Poverty Street, ladies and gentlemen. We are seriously on Poverty Street. We've got to sort this out. We'll definitely sort it out. I think you should go on strike or something. Hold out for a bit more money. Have you ever been in that... I've been in that situation, actually. I remember having so little money, donkeys years ago, that I used to order stuff from the milkman, like milk, but he also did bread, butter, bacon, and I'd order it all, and then when he came round to collect the money on the Saturday, I'd hide behind the settee, thinking he'll ring the doorbell, and then he'll sort of obviously work out So I had to remember to turn the lights off and things like that, and I could keep it going for weeks. I ended up with so much milk. I'd 3 pints of milk turning up every 2 days. And in the end, I was pouring it down the toilet. I had so much milk going on, and I thought there's a limit to what you can do. And in the end, I opened up my cupboard, and all I had in was a packet of cheese sauce mix and some spaghetti. And that was it. I didn't have the money. I didn't have anything. I was sort of scraping by on the rent, and that was just about it. It's a terrible thing. Why didn't you say something? Honestly, we can't have somebody on this programme who's in these dire straits. We'll sort it. We'll sort it before the end of the programme. So nurses and the ambulance striking on the same day. And they're getting lots of support. And let's hope we can sort it out. That would be quite nice, wouldn't it? I'm not holding my breath anytime soon. We'll just have to wait and see. But they were all out there the other day, and they want talk, pay now. I don't know why it's taking such a long time. I really don't. Should we take a break? 5:15. Should we get you to work nice and quickly? And with the travel for you this morning, it's going to be Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Goodness sake, honestly, we're sorting out the world today, which is fantastic. So I'm still trying to work out that Thomas, Bosch, is in a black cab going to Manchester. He says, I was going to get a train, but there was disruptions when I checked. When will there be a day when all the trains run normally? Hopefully today. But I don't think it is today. But we're all right today, aren't we? There are no train cancellations or anything like that. He said, so I've done a deal with a black cab driver. I've talked him into stopping at the next McDonald's we see for a Mackie D breakfast. Oh, pop it. I think that's it. I mean, seriously, that's going to cost something, isn't it? That really is, actually. And somebody says you're like a dad to these young producers, fattening them up and advice on shoes. Well, yeah, but you don't realise how it works in this business. It's a team, you know. Put it this way, if they go down, I go down. It's as simple as that. Try not to, but it's a team. You know, we work as a team. You know, if you help people out, you help people out. Other DJs, says Howard, we don't have any DJs, love, we have presenters. So you bring sweets, cake and fruit in. I definitely bring sweets and fruit in. This morning they've just got fruit, and it's always Satsumas. I tried them on other fruit, but they're not willing to change. So we did try apples, and that didn't go down too well. But the Satsumas, every day they clear us out of about, 60 or 70 Satsumas, which I bring in. You know, I could probably save a fortune by not bringing the sweets in, but honestly, it's got nothing to do with anybody else. It's to do with me. If I choose to take them out for lunch, I would sort of, you just accept that that's what it is. I take Corey, my ex-producer, out for lunch. Elliot's got to go out for lunch soon, and now we know. As far as you can't take Jack out for lunch. I mean, he would see a menu and he'd just collapse. You know, the idea that this is all food. Yeah, it's all food. All food on there. All these things, all individual. Really? I'll have all of it. I'll have everything and have it all to take away. Yeah. Honestly, amazing, isn't it? Now, another one that says, I can really relate to your milkman ordering. I did the same thing, says Angie, in Orpington with the kids at Christmas. Everybody did it. The amount of, because at one point, I think milkmen, Kevin will tell me whether I'm right, they were given their own round. And so it was a case of, you owned your round, so you needed the money on the Saturday to make up. Otherwise, you weren't going to survive. Ice Cream Ian says, "Can we have a whip round for Jack?" It's not that bad. I'm sorting it. Don't worry. And somebody else says the same. Steve, you just made my mouth water with your description of enjoying a sausage in batter. I don't know what it is about sausages in batter. There's just something very appealing about them. Yeah, oh, do they love them? Oh, I didn't think there was... Oh, right. But that's always the thing they've always got ready. Luckily, a sausage in batter. So while you're waiting for the fish, you can have a sausage in batter. Or just for the journey home. It's like when I used to do the Chinese takeaways, I would always have a pancake roll. Just for crossing the road. So it kept me going. And then you get in. I remember once... Never go to the Chinese takeaway when you're hungry. It's fatal. Absolutely fatal. And I ordered a whole crispy duck. A whole crispy duck. And to be honest with you, it filled me up so much, I gave up with the pancakes and the hoisin sauce and the other bits. You won't have had this, Jack. It's food. It's, so you've had a what? You had a wrap. My wrap. You have had a wrap. Honestly, I feel quite awful about life at the moment, but it's getting better. Don't worry, we'll sort it out. And I would always, so I ordered this whole crispy duck. And in the end, I was just eating the duck. And it blew me up so much, but it was absolutely delicious. Absolutely delicious. Ukraine's First Lady wept on hearing a top minister and a child were among 14 killed when a helicopter crashed next to a nursery school. And this was Vladimir Zelensky's longest-serving aide. When these helicopters come down, and we've had a couple, haven't we, over the years, they literally just burst into flames, and they come down quickly. I've seen them. And it just looks absolutely frightening, absolutely frightening. So don't forget, if you're listening via an Alexa smart speaker, you can send a message to me. Just say, Alexa, send a comment to LBC. Alexa, send a comment to LBC. Now, I've also got something for you. I've got a very nice little competition. Very nice little competition, because, you know, everybody's thinking at the moment about holidays. OK, how do you fancy kicking off this year? I know we're into the 19th of January, with 7 nights of beachside luxury in the Maldives. You and a friend or partner will stay at the Kuramathi Resort in a beautiful beach bungalow with speedboat transfers and return flights. You could go snorkeling to spot turtles, take a swim in a beautiful oceanfront infinity pool, or enjoy sunset from your very own hot tub. All of this thanks to Kuoni Travel. Now, for your chance to win, all you have to do is text the word holiday, HOLIDAY, and you send it to 84850. Holiday to 84850. There's a voluntary donation of just £3 from every text supporting Global's Make Some Noise. Now, you've got until 8 p.m. on Tuesday, the 28th of February to enter. That's why I'm spreading it out a bit. You can enter numerous times. It makes no difference. It's entirely up to you. Standard network rate supply. You've got to be 18 or over, please. To see the list of participating Global stations and the full terms and conditions, go to makesomenoise.com. I mean, how lovely is that? Imagine enjoying the sunset from your own hot tub with maybe a bottle of bubbly or something like that. I think that's very nice. Very nice indeed. Johnny says, I did a Manchester cab drive 18 months ago, Steve. On the meter, Johnny's black cab driver, 685 quid. See, that's why you have to, I think Thomas has done a deal. So it won't be on the meter. 685 quid. That's nearly as bad as my cab on New Year's Day. £177, thank you very much indeed. So, £685. That's a lot of money. Elizabeth says, I love your programme. You cheer me up every morning. I cheer myself up. I mean, put it this way, there's no chance if you work in radio of ever getting sort of like a bit or something. You don't have that opportunity, because otherwise you just give up. You just give up, whereas, you know, you just chat away. Somebody said to me, you know, how do you know what to talk about? The answer is I don't, if you've heard the programme. I've got no idea. It just happens. We go through the papers beforehand. It depends what I've watched on YouTube. If I watch something that's sort of very emotional, I get very emotional about something, and I just find the stories that seem to affect me, which I quite like. But I've never had a day where I've sort of worried about what I'm going to talk about, because then I can spend 15, 20 minutes telling you how I couldn't think of anything to talk about. So it fills it anyway, whichever way it is. And because of the amount of stories we get through on the programme, on an average programme, we're getting through 50 stories in 3 hours, because there's so many stories. At the moment, it's Love Island, which I know you all think is a bit dreary and boring. It'll probably do quite well. I mean, they should drop it. It looks dated. It just looks terribly, terribly dated. Steve says, Rashmi, my brother's listening to you in Toronto. There you go, you see. You can listen to this programme anywhere. Anywhere you... I feel sorry for that poor Ed Conway on the television at the moment. It's snowing where he's doing his report from Sky. And look, it's landing on his hair. You think he'd put a hat on, wouldn't you? Yeah, well, they sort of stand there. They've got their light on and everything. And they go and stand out there. Be a reporter. And you think, why? Why would you want to do that? So. It's another one here. Jason says you're a living legend. Oh, God, that makes you sound really ancient, doesn't it? Oh, you're a living legend. No, Michael Crawford is a living legend, and it's his birthday today. It's his birthday. He's 81, which is fantastic. And Adrian in Manchester suggests something for James O'Brien. Yeah, he was going through pork scratchings yesterday, because he got sent the same box that I got sent. And look at this poor reporter out here. Another 10 minutes, he could be a snowman, couldn't he? He hasn't even got a scarf around his neck. He must be really butch. You need a scarf around your neck. I discovered that this morning. Steve, and I'm very sorry, says Shane in Sydney. I've been drinking, and I'm drunk. Well, at least she managed to type something. I mean, that in itself is an achievement. Oh, here's the story. I was going to bring this one. I'll bring it to you just for the news. This is a devout Christian who harassed a church worker after she broke off their romance. Alan Austin is 70. He sent flowers and biblical references to Margaret Kitchen last August and then turned up at her home. Not so good. Mrs. Kitchen, in her 60s, changed her routine over fears for her safety. Warrington JPs, heard they met in 2017. She stood by him when he was jailed for secretly filming a woman undressing, and they later dated. The ex-company boss admitted harassment and got a restraining order. See, the trouble is some people just don't take no, do they? It's a case of, you can get these T-shirts now with, what is it about the word no that you don't understand? It's like, no. And yet still people do it. So he's already been to prison, so he's obviously not the most popular person, is he, really? The Tom Daly story I'm going to leave for my little bit extra podcast, because it's quite a nice one. And Lee Francis has got a company. I think he's got two companies, Pretty Good Productions and Bang Tidy Productions. And he's worth, they say, just over £4 million. Pretty Good made 1.42 million last year. He's hoping to bring back Bo Selector. I don't hope not. I don't like Bo Selector at all. I thought it was somewhat peculiar. But I did meet Lee at a birthday party for Mr. Moyles a while ago. And he was perfectly charming. In fact, the person I was with said, "Oh, Lee, you don't know Steve Allen." I said, "I bet he knows exactly who I am." And I was exactly right. He knew exactly. We got the same with Boy George. I said to when he was again doing an interview with Mr. Moores, and he was coming in to do me, and I waited for him, and he sort of came out and said, "Hello, I'm Steve Allen." He said, "I know who you are," which I quite like, actually. Kylie Minogue is still the princess of pop after sales of her Prosecco helped drive her British business fortune up to 9.3 million. In fact, she's now worth 8.1 million. Now, whether that's just through the drink, I've got no idea. So her touring firm, 10 Minutes Touring, is now valued at 1.2 million, having raked in £700,000 over 1 year. And so she's done, but she's got, this Benchmark drink company have also got Gordon Ramsay's range of wines and Gary Barlow. They've all got them, haven't they? But I have got a bottle of Kylie Minogue booze. I haven't actually got round to opening it yet. I'm going to save it for a special day, I think, a very special day. What's this one here? Oh, Ekin Sue. They're still going on about this one, Dancing on Ice, hit with Ofcom complaints because they said she's wearing an unsuitable outfit for a family-based programme, which of course she is. And the Crawling on Ice dear just looked a bit cheap and tarty. But so we'll wait and see. Her boyfriend backed Ekin Sue to bounce back again. So the trouble is, she's not really done anything. That's the problem, isn't it? And then football pundit Alex Scott revealed how she was almost kidnapped by a rogue Uber driver in Russia who told her, "Girls like you, I kill." And she said she managed to escape after convincing him she was a friend of Vladimir Putin. So the trouble is, how are you ever going to prove that? It was in Russia. What are they going to do? Go and find the Uber driver? Or is it just a nonsensical story? Because, so she convinces a Russian Uber driver that she's a friend of Putin. And yet she's sitting in this bloke's car. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, well, I mean, perhaps she speaks Russian. Perhaps we're not aware of it. And, news. Goodness, I don't want to be too late, do I? So let's get the latest news headlines from Simon Conway.
Our minds can wander while brushing our teeth, thinking up weekend plans, considering what's for lunch in the work canteen. But have you ever wondered if you could be brushing better? Achieve an exceptional clean with Philips Sonicare without any extra effort. That's up to 20 times more effective than a manual toothbrush. Find out more at philips.co.uk/Sonicare. There's always a way to make life better. Innovation. And you. Philips.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to be company. 26 minutes to 6 is the time. What was another story I was looking at, actually? Oh, this man, Michael Holmes, who was trampled to death by these cows in this field. He was walking through it with his dogs. And a coroner has said farmers should be allowed to ban dogs from public footpaths because an average 6 people a year are killed by cows. And this is people taking their dogs. It's like when the sheep come into lambing time, people take dogs into fields and they worry the sheep. And then sometimes the dogs get a taste for blood. I mean, ridiculous though it might seem. And again, these people are just idiots. We had somebody in Richmond Park a while ago, it might have been a year ago, a couple of years ago, and he had his dog off the lead and it was chasing the deer. And the deer were in rutting season. And I remember thinking, you really are thick, aren't you? It's like we had a woman pictured, what was it, 2-3 years ago, on a pond up at Highgate, frozen, with a pram. She's got a pram on the ice on the pond, and you think, my God, they make some stupid people nowadays, don't they? Alexandra says, we drink Kylie Minogue's pink Prosecco every week, and it's delicious. There you go, look. Here is this woman, you know, skating across the pond with their children, and she's got a pushchair. She must be the thickest person going. Really? They've said here, that's her child in the background standing on the ice. If the child fell in, this woman's got a pushchair in front. I mean, she must be really dim. Mind you, she's probably one of these people who has no idea how she got pregnant. Not a clue. But she's got a little child on the ice. Frozen pond. This was 2010, actually. One of them was in a buggy. So if this ice had cracked and this child falls into the water, what's she going to do? Leave the pushchair and then run to go and get the other one, in which case the pushchair could disappear. People like this should be prosecuted. They're just absolutely crazy. She's not the first person. I've seen quite a few people doing this. Frozen ponds. And there was one last year. Child in pram pushed across frozen pond in a Scottish park. And you think to yourself, my God, I tell you, when they were giving out brains, love, it certainly wasn't to you. Sue Cleaver shows there will be fewer wobbles on the cobbles. She's lost weight. And I think she lost 3 stone. She changed her diet and adopted a new fitness regime, because that's how they make money out of people. They say, if you want to lose weight, look at her, she's lost weight. And all it is, it's so simple. You do it yourself. I'll give it to you for free. Little and often, and exercise. That's all it is. That's the only way that you can lose this weight. There's no magical mystery cure. There was nothing that is going to make you, you know, have the weight fall off and stuff like that. You've got to do little and often, eat more sensibly, cut down on fried food, cut down on things like pizzas, KFC. You know, all of this stuff, not good. Good in moderation, but not good, you know, most of the time. Steve, dry January going okay, says Jeanette. Last night I had 4 packets of crisps and a full packet of digestives whilst watching TV. So you're doing they say if you give up booze for a month, you'll feel a whole lot better. Whole lot better about things, but it sounds like a nightmare to me. I'm not sure if I could do a whole month on. I have done it before. I felt quite sort of quite pleased with myself about it, actually. Brick Lane, the Bagel Bake, or Beigel, offers a salt beef bagel with extra mustard any time of the day. Yes, I think it's a 24-hour shop, isn't it? I saw a shop the other day. Where was it? Oh, it's Piccadilly Circus. I was coming into town, and it's open 24 hours. It's, I think, 2 families that operate it. One does during the daytime and one does the nighttime shifts. Although why you'd want a badge saying, I love London, bought at 3 o'clock in the morning, I've got no idea, but you know what people are like. They're all a little bit strange. There's a lovely story of a war veteran who was left with fear of water after his ship was torpedoed, has gone for his first swim in 80 years. Roger Roberts is 97. He'd been determined to one day take a dip and finally overcame his dread. He was 17 when his ship was hit in the English Channel. He worked in the engine room, dived into the freezing water with comrade and clung to a plank of wood. But when the staff at his care home in Kidderminster learnt of his past, they arranged a visit to the local pool. He said the water was a lot warmer than it was in the English Channel. Good for him. 97. You know, it's when you look at a picture of him, he was sort of... He was a sort of a fairly fit person, but he was working in the engine room of a ship. Then it gets torpedoed. The idea is you get out as fast as possible. You don't want to be stuck down there, do you, really? Not very good. Steve, I see people letting their dogs off the lead and going into the river and chasing swans, which get really aggressive when they've got cygnets around. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I wouldn't want to tangle with a swan. Have you seen? I mean, I've seen swans, you know, attacking people. They're quite strong. Steve, says Craig the trucker, it's my birthday today, 51 years. Oh, God. What a dreadful birthday to have, 51 years. Might as well give up now. What's the point? There is no point, is there? I mean, how long do you want to live? 51's not bad. I often wonder whether we should all do a bucket list. On sort of things you should achieve before you pass on. And to be honest with you, I don't know if I could ever think of enough things to do on a bucket list. You know, people say, I want to swim with dolphins. You know, or I want to, sort of climb Kilimanjaro, or I want to, have sort of this beautiful beef and things like that, or a sausage in batter. Because some people never have this stuff. Do you have a bucket list, Jack? What's going to... No, to skydive. We can arrange that. Just push you out of a plane. Can't be too difficult to do. Climb Mount Olympus. What, to meet the gods or something? Yeah, sit on Zeus's throne. He's living in a dream world. He went to university. They feed him all sorts of nonsense. Mount Olympus. I mean, I ask you. You'll be saying next, I'd quite like to see, Steve, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. The lighthouse at Alexandria and all those other mythical places that never existed in the first place. I don't think the Hanging Gardens of Babylon ever existed. And they certainly weren't hanging. That was a fact. They were just, I think it was just sort of one of those things, weren't they? Were they part of the, is it 7 wonders of the ancient world? I can't remember what they all were, actually. I know that there was the Colossus at Rhodes, Hanging Gardens of Babylon, Great Wall of China. I don't think that features, no. Isn't it said that the Great Wall of China, here you go, the Colosseum, the 7 wonders of the world. Now, these are recent ones, because this is the Colosseum in Rome, the Taj Mahal, the Great Wall of China, Christ the Redeemer in Brazil, that's the one which is very popular, Machu Picchu, Petra in Jordan, where they've cut into the cliffs, and Chichen Itza in Mexico. Isn't it funny? But these are modern ones. The old ones, the pyramids of Giza, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, the Temple of Artemis, built in the 6th century, the statue of Zeus, the mausoleum at Halicarnassus, the Colossus of Rhodes, and the Lighthouse of Alexandria. The Colossus of Rhodes, I believe, was a huge statue with his legs wide apart, and it went into the harbour, and you went through underneath his legs to get into the harbour. That's what I thought it was. So they say, how many are still existing? Well, none of them. Yeah, Colossus of Rhodes. We've got a picture of it. I'm sure it was absolutely huge. But they've all faded to dust and memory, but we still talk about them. Yes, the Great Pyramids of Giza are still there. We used to live within sight of the Great Pyramids of Giza. I'd love to go inside a pyramid. I've done it on YouTube. I've been in when they say, do you want to go inside one of the Great Pyramids? And you can go inside and you just look at it and think, that's right. There you go. I told you it was huge. People went in underneath his legs, the Colossus of Rhodes. I mean, to be honest with you, look at the size of it. They haven't got any photographs for some strange reason. The camera had not been invented. So we have no idea what it looked like, really. But, because of line drawings and everything else. But I used to think it was quite good. I've got pictures at home of something, and it was something that was built for a Maharaja in India. And it's a mechanical toy. And I believe it's an elephant. The Great Wall was declared as one of the new 7 wonders. UNESCO have acknowledged it as the largest man-made structure on Earth. Apparently, it's one of the few that you can see from the moon, the Great Wall of China. It's not all accessible. There are certain bits you can walk along. And a friend of mine went over there, also did the Terracotta Army, which was very good indeed, where they found this fantastic array. It was on a farmer's land, and they started uncovering. And so far, they've got about 7,000 warriors who've been uncovered, and they've got chariots and all the rest of it. They've yet to find the emperor's tomb. They say it's protected by, all sorts of strange bits and pieces. Like, I think, the Great Pyramids. It's like booby trap, but after all these years, it must have given up. Strings on bows and all the rest of it must have expired. But I think in the Great Pyramids, once they put the coffin in, then they slid blocks down inside, so you couldn't get to the coffin. There were certain entrances into it. But if you go on YouTube, you can go inside the Great Pyramid, and it's just they put walkways in, and you think, my God, people built this. People built it, which is lovely. Steve. Tim says, top fact, cowboys used to hang lanterns on horses to help them find their way through the desert. It was called saddle light. Never heard of that one. I've seen loads of cowboy films. All those ones with John Lennon and everybody else. It's 6:15. Should we get the LBC travel headlines for you this morning? Why not? Let's get you to work nice and quickly and efficiently with the help of Joanne Webb.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Hello, nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday, January the 19th. And somebody says, I discovered your show a few weeks ago. A few weeks ago? Good Lord above, we've been going for years. We've been going for 44 years. Alexandra says, my parents worked for the British consulate and I was born in Egypt. I've got pictures of me with my parents at the bottom of the pyramids. Well, we had the pyramids in our, in our garden. We could see them from the garden. I've got pictures of me on a camel, which is very exciting. They did not, I tell you, you've got to cling on if you're on a camel. Mary says, you are sparkling this morning. I think it's the only way to do it. It's so cold outside. You know, I feel a bit sorry for people that sort of aren't keeping warm at the moment. M&S sell a pack of sliced corned beef. They also sell salt beef, which is delicious with mustard and pickles. If you've got a Gales Bakery, yeah, we have. We have got a Gales Bakery. I went in there. I've never been in there since. It was just a lot of people going, they've just opened it, you know, within about the last year or so. Hello, hello. Oh, God, it's like going to McDonald's, isn't it? Hello, can I help you? Hello, can I help you? Can I help you? Anybody? Can I help? Hello, over here. And you think, yeah, all right. I haven't decided what I'm having yet. I like to look at it. And Gales was a little bit too much in my face. But they do a pastrami bagel, which is delicious. But my much-loved Auntie Rose is listening in Turkey, where she had her birthday this week. I'm just watching Michael Palin in Turkey. He got taken around all sorts of nice places, and it looked really wonderful. And they have a thing there. It's apparently traditional in Turkey. I cannot remember what it's called, but it's men and boys who wrestle. But they're wearing, like, leather sort of shorts, and they cover themselves in oil in Turkey. It's like olive oil. They pour this oil all over their bodies, and other wrestlers rub it all in, and you're allowed to wrestle with these people, and you've got to get them face down on the ground. To be honest with you, I thought it looked slightly dodgy. And there you go. And it's there. I couldn't pronounce it. It's literally called ground hug. And so you pour olive oil all over your body. You're allowed to put your hand down the back of somebody's shorts and grab their I mean, I don't know what sort of game this is in Turkey. I have no idea. But you can do that, but you can't touch wedding tackle or anything like that. And so you reach down the back of somebody's shorts, and the idea is to twist you and to put you onto the ground. I'd never heard of it before. Turkish oil wrestling. And they do it each year in June. They seem to have loads of them. And kids were doing it as well, because you can earn money out of it. And so you get these kids who looked about 14, and some of them a bit younger, and they cover themselves with it seems a dreadful waste of olive oil. I can't imagine what it sort of celebrates. And then you do belly face up in the sky on the grass. It's open to all sorts of people, but you wear these trousers which are sort of semi-loose, but it means you can put your hand down the back and sort of throw people to the ground. I mean, I don't really understand what the purpose of it is. But mind you, I never understood wrestling at first. It's traditional. They've been doing it for a long time. They must have an awful lot of olive oil hanging around, I should imagine, to do things like that. And Steve, what have we got? Somebody says, somebody else who's just discovered the show recently. Steve, the tunnels under the Thames all have bends in to prevent horses from bolting to the light at the other end. I haven't walked under the Thames tunnels. I've seen them on television, and I've been to places where they are, and I've looked and I've thought, maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, they're very lovely and they're very clever how they're done, but I always think, you know, all you need to hear is that steady drip, drip, and I'm thinking, no, not for me. I get a bit panicky over things like that. It's like, you know, I'm all right at fun fairs, but if you're going, you know, ages and ages, you know, somewhere, and then you go in a tunnel which goes under. Ray says, I was lucky enough to see the Terracotta Army in Liverpool. They were on tour a few years ago. Yeah, they had about 20, I think, that they brought over, didn't they? But there's thousands of them. And they're all supposed to be different faces. And Steve, there's another one here. And somebody else watching people who are letting their dogs off the lead. Well, if they make it illegal to go onto public footpaths through land which has got sheep on or anything like that, I think dogs should be on a lead. I don't know why it's so complicated for people. You know, it makes it so much easier. The oldest person died at 118. What's she seen in her life? I don't know. How much could she remember? If you're 118, that is actually quite old. And somebody else says Turkish oil wrestling, or Yagli Gures. That's probably totally incorrect pronunciation, but I do my best. It's one of Turkey's oldest sports and a historic festival that's been held annually since 1346. Why? I mean, what? I don't quite understand. What does it achieve, apart from covering yourself in olive oil? I mean, you must have to be near... They seem to do it in a field. And so I'm assuming, olive oil can't be that easy to wash off, can it? I don't know. I mean, I'd want to be near a... I thought so, yeah. I mean, I'd want to be near a shower or something, unless they do it near a river and they all jump in the river and then wash themselves off. But it's sort of... But you can make a lot of money at it. You really can. Loads of criminals in the paper today. Famous fugitives who fled the law. And one here who's still at large. There's one in jail, one who was released, one who's died. That was somebody for racketeering. Whitey Bulger, he was called. Whitey Bulger. And one here in jail. Another one deceased. Donald Eugene Webb is a cop killer. Ronnie Biggs, dead. Should have died years ago. Do you remember when Ronnie Biggs, he was part of the Great Train Robbery. Bit of a plank. And then he came back from Brazil, where he'd been hiding out. But everybody knew him there. The Sex Pistols put him in the film The Great Rock and Roll Swindle because they thought he was a bit of a celebrity. And he came back to this country when he was ill. He only came back to this country so he could get the free medical care. And then they put him in an old people's home. And they're going, because he's dying. He lasted 4 years. And then he died. So that was it. Frank Freshwater. He killed a man when speeding in his car in 1957. He was freed on parole in 2016. It's amazing how many people, actually, are still out. Criminals who were at large for years, just like the mafia boss, Matteo Messina Denaro, known as the last godfather of the Sicilian mafia. I'm assuming, actually, but I'm sure he's been into court and he's been sentenced to prison already, so they don't need to have another trial. They're just putting him back in prison. But he managed to get out the last time. There's nothing that says he wouldn't be able to do it another time. More snow today? I don't know. Certainly not in London. And pool man Pete the pool, says, I've only got 4 pools to service today. I was out for 8 hours yesterday. I've only just thawed out. You must be absolutely frozen. Absolutely frozen. And am I right in thinking, says Gillian Ireland, that back in the olden days when you had your afternoon show, you had a regular slot with Margaret Forward. And yes, Margaret Forward was a TV critic, and we had lots of regular people, different people from different things. And Margaret Forward was my TV critic, and she used to come in and talk about television. She had a column in one of the national papers, and she was fab. We had all sorts of people that used to come on. We used to do London Walks with Diane Burstein, as everybody knows, and we did Secret London, and we did, believe it or not, we did Motorcar Maintenance. Can you believe it? Motorcar Maintenance with Gerard Sauer, who was Dutch. I think he was Dutch. He had a garage in Luton, and people would come on and say, I've got a Ford Focus and it's making this noise, and he would know instantly what the problem was. And he would say, when you take your car into the garage, he spoke like that, when you take your car into the garage, ask them to check this, that will be the problem. He was absolutely brilliant. And he didn't have any manuals or books that he referred to. It was all up there. Very clever man. And, of course, the infamous Christine Walkden, the compost queen, who would get through, in the course of an hour, we used to get through 30 calls in an hour. I mean, she was doing gardening questions. And you see her on television now. She's been given her own programme on many an occasion. And she was quite something. Pete says, the pool man, I once carried out repairs on the late John Lennon swimming pool in St George's Hill. The pool was shaped like a grand piano. The new owner filled it in. He says, although I completely agree with filling in pools, in this case it was a shame. He's the only pool man who services pools who can't stand what he does. I think yesterday he had 10 pools to service, and he always writes to us and goes, 10 pools today, can't stand it. Isn't that funny? Never get a pool, he says. Never get a pool. Or if you do, make sure you get him round to service it for you. How a third of us used this particular, I've never heard of this one, to get to sleep. You know, people have a problem getting to sleep. They climb into bed, they can't go to sleep. And what is it that's going to get you to sleep, apparently? Forget listening to soothing strings. That is not going to work. No, rousing guitar anthems. Moshing. That's what it is. Moshing in bed. That's like da 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 da. And apparently that works. I mean, to be honest with you, I've just given myself a headache. There's no point in doing it. It does work. You literally climb into bed and you don't. You listen to heavy metal before bed. Your life is just ending, isn't it? Your life is ending. It's not looking good. It calms you down. How can it calm you down? It gets intense and then you get, well, how long are you doing this jumping up and down bit for? Yeah. Oh, right. I tend to find, having a good life, trouble-free and all the rest of it, and I just climb into bed because I think the only reason people can't sleep is they've got worries. I think they've got worries. I think there's something which is in your mind which is keeping you going a little bit. Not for me. So the strawberries, not just any old strawberry, it's a white M&S strawberry, and this one comes from Florida. They were developed in Japan, and they look like a strawberry, but it doesn't taste like a strawberry. They're very nice, actually. They're a little bit, pineapple-y with notes of vanilla. But I never get that. They tell you about a glass of wine. They go, oh, can you taste the chocolate? No, I can't taste anything. It's just, and they go, oh, the bouquet. I'm like, oh, please, just open the bottle, for God's sake, I don't need to worry about anything. But no, white strawberries. When I bought them, even the woman at the till was impressed. She said, oh, white strawberries. I went, yes, I bought them. Let's take the news at 6, shall we? Back in 3.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve. We're told processed meat is bad. Do you or your listeners have any idea if vegan processed fake meat is also as bad? I've got no idea. I really couldn't answer. I'm not qualified to answer on things like that. George says your AP is a legend. I don't think we'll start that kind of talk. Definitely not. Have you heard of white noise, says Michelle, to go to sleep? No. I've got an alarm clock at home. I never use it. And it plays the sound of waves, which is sort of quite nice. But I just found it made me want to go to the toilet. So I decided that maybe not for me. Steve, what a lovely thing to say. If you want your pool done, get Pete round. I know. It's only because I know it'll annoy you. And another one here, which says, you were on in the afternoon. Thank goodness you're on in the morning. I wouldn't be able to get up out of bed. Olive oil, makes your skin baby soft. Oh, right. Did you see the person who dressed up as one of the Terracotta Army and stood amongst the display? I don't, actually, but I find them quite fascinating, actually. And Johnny says, I'm based in Melbourne, and Ned Kelly, one of the most famous fugitives down under, murdered a huge number of people. He's glorified. Beers named after him, barber shops, and you can see his death mask in the prison museum taken after he was hanged. Oh, the Scotland Yard Museum had exactly the same. All these death masks around the walls. So every time they hanged somebody, they did a death mask. In fact, that's how Madame Tussauds started. The heads would be severed by the guillotine. She would take them and make a death mask of them. She was a slightly peculiar woman, as you can well imagine, but that's what she did. She made death masks, and they used to do them of all the people executed. In fact, I think there's Oliver Cromwell's death mask in a museum. You can see that. So they literally put, this sort of putty on and let it set, and then they take it off, and then they've got a sort of a reversed image. There you go, death mask. The likeness may be mementos of the dead or used for recreation, and you could see all sorts of people. But I think Oliver Cromwell's definitely got one. And, there are lots of famous ones. That's Dante. See, a lot of people won't know about Dante. He died of malaria, 1320, still got it. And then the most interesting one, I thought, was that one there. And I think is that Mary Queen of Scots? I'm pretty certain that's, Mary Queen of Scots. They've got her death mask, and what they've done is they put hair on and everything else. She was beheaded, and that's her death mask. And they still have I don't know why, it was the most peculiar thing that we had in this country, to take death masks and images. So that's what, it does look freaky. Yeah, it does look freaky. It's very, very, very odd. And I think they were done practically as soon as somebody was beheaded. They then took the mask and they took the head. For some reason, everybody's eyes were closed. I thought you could add a bit of life to it, but she was done by beheading. Whose one is that one? Who's that one coming up? Who's that? John Keats? No, doesn't help me. Next one, poet, apparently. Napoleon Bonaparte. And he died of gastric cancer. This was in 1821, and they've got his death mask. They were just a bit popular, weren't they? But it is odd. But I like Mary Queen of Scots because I didn't know what she looked like, and that's why you get an image. That one there. Who is that one? William Blake. William Blake. He's the artist and the poet. The cause of death, they say, slightly unknown. Slightly unknown, slightly suspicious. There's one there which was Michael Collins, and he was an activist, a military leader, political leader. And they've sort of put him on a pillow, which kind of sort of justifies it. But the Mary Queen of Scots one, you'll be fascinated, because they've added the hair to it, so now you know roughly what she would have looked like. Interesting, isn't it? All the stars turned up the other day for the Cirque du Soleil show. Sir David, Jason, and Sophie May went, plus, I think, Brian May, and with Anita Dobson. And Cirque du Soleil, I don't know if you've ever seen a Cirque du Soleil. They're quite spectacular. There's so many different troupes doing the rounds in the world. It's well worth watching. I think this one here, Circus of the Sun, Cirque du Soleil, that's their show, will run until March the 5th. And as I say, they were all out the other day watching it in London at the Albert Hall, because they attract such a huge audience. And it's basically sort of it's extended circus skills into something that's very artistic. Liz Hurley went with Damien, who still photographs like a woman, because he's terribly sort of pretty. He's a model. For some reason, male models nowadays, if they're young, they've got to have long hair. Works quite well. And the other story is from Downing Street. They've rejected claims, which you know about the story because everybody was talking about it yesterday. Rejected claims, Downing Street has, from Britain's top food czar, that bringing cake into the office can be as harmful as passive smoking. So I don't bring cake into the office, you see. I do sweets and satsumas. So that's absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. There was somebody who was sort of saying, we have listened very carefully, but they can't stop people putting out food in offices. They don't have the power to come round and go, we saw the only time I didn't put my food out there, the only time is during the pandemic. During the pandemic, that was the only time. The rest of the time it's been run for years now. But no, there's no sort of government law that's coming in to stop people bringing in treats for people. So I don't know why people are making such a thing about it. Apparently, death masks. Oliver Cromwell's death mask was on display at the Museum of London, says Jeff. Have you ever eaten light cheese, says Stella. Good God, I grew up on light cheese. We lived in Hong Kong for 2 years. Light cheese. In fact, I nearly bought fresh light cheese yesterday, but every time you bring them in, people look at them with bewilderment because they've only ever seen them in a tin. So they have no idea what light cheese looked like when you've got to break open the little hard shell it's in and then you eat it. And bearing in mind it's got a stone in at the same time. I love light cheese. Some people hate them. They say they're too perfumed. Whereas I never thought that at all, actually. And the switch to green energy may be consigning log fires to history, but it appears chimneys we can't cope without. More than 100 properties on a new home development near Wetherby are to be built with false chimneys for decorative purposes. We had a house built in Twickenham about 20, 30 years ago. And what did they put in? Fake windows. Fake windows. It's basically a brick up, because at one point there was a window tax. The more windows you had, the more you were taxed. And so people started bricking up their windows. But this house was built, it's a modern house, but they built it with a couple of bricked up windows. So now you know. all these things. Window taxes. They had window taxes for just about everything. Another story, never getting a lift with Placido Domingo. He's been accused of harassing more than 20 women. So is he the hashtag #MeToo movement, a person he cannot be touched? But a young singer was told about the opera superstar, and whether this one goes away, I've got no idea. But they've got a picture of him with the Rockettes. They work at Radio City Music Hall, but there is no suggestion they're involved in any of these allegations. There's a lovely picture of, there are certain people who've come out and accused him of all sorts of sexual harassment. I don't know. Really, it gets worse and worse, doesn't it? Michael Crawford, as I say, celebrates his birthday today. The actor and singer from Wiltshire played Frank Spencer in Some Mothers Do Have 'Em. He won Olivier and Tony Awards for his title role in The Phantom of the Opera. He said, "I am in the paradoxical position of being in a profession I love, which forces me to confront my worst nightmares, making a fool of myself in public." And he also did his own stunts. He did all his own stunts. And he's lovely. Absolutely lovely. 1967. This is for Noreen. The Monkees were at #1 with I Thought Love Was Only True in Fairy Tales, written by Neil Diamond, actually. Whether it was for them, but that was they did very, very well on that. And believe it or not, Mike Reed's musical about Oscar Wilde lasted... How long did it last? I think it was a few years. No, it wasn't. It lasted a matter of minutes. It went on, it got absolutely blasted, and so it closed on its first night. They opened his musical, and then they closed it. So this is his first news show for almost 20 years, called City of Dreams, which is a great title, but I'm sure I've heard it before. And it's set in 1930s London and features the work of light music composer Eric Coates. It's going to be staged at the Esher Theatre in April. It's very small, the Esher Theatre, I seem to remember. It's new. I think it's comparatively new, but anyway, its premiere will be in Surrey. The West End can be a bit of a poison chalice. Well, you've got to find a show that can fill a theatre. There's no point in putting something brand new on if you can't fill the theatre, because nothing worse. Most of our theatres in London are 800-900 seats, and I think the Esher Theatre is, I think it's about 200 to 300. I think it's much, much smaller. But he said the big critics come out in the West End and say, we'll go and sort this one out. So Wilde was better appreciated in America. When I did Oscar in New York, one review said, despite what you may have read, Mike Reed is the Stephen Sondheim du jour, which was lovely. Whether or not, he's 75 now, by the way, Mr. Reed. Whether or not this one works out at Esher, I don't know. Word will probably filter back. David says the historic window tax is where the saying daylight robbery came from. Thank you. David in Sidcup told me that. And another one here. Do you think you could... do you know you can get hot cross buns with cream at Morrison's? Oh, we did it 3 days ago. You're very late to the party. Listen, if you want to hear up-to-date news, stick with the programme. It's no good coming back a week after we've done it and trying to make it sound interesting, because we knew all about that. It's the same supermarket that did exactly the same at Christmas with Christmas mince pies with cream in. But I never managed to get them just as well, I should imagine. God, the calorie count, can you imagine? 6:15, you want those LBC News headlines? Here they come with Simon Conway.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Coming up 6:20 if you're clock watching this morning. Lychees are good, but have you tried rambutans? Oh, yes, but I'd rather have lychees. I'd rather have lychees. They do them in... I've never seen proper ones. I'll have to check with Paul Cooper. But I like fresh lychees. I really like fresh lychees. Very nice indeed. Steve says, Kathy, I don't do politics, but I'm very sad the New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern is stepping down. She was a breath of fresh air. Yes, I mean, that makes all the headlines, that she's stepping down. I don't know why, actually. Although we were talking about New Zealand, and I said a friend of mine went on holiday there and it rained all the time. That's what people complain about London. They say, oh, we come to London and it rains. I said, yeah, but the British people never complain about a bit of rain. We just dodge in and out of doorways trying to sort of avoid it, like we've never seen rain before. They're also talking about David Carrick, that despicable police officer, and I'm not allowed to use worse language than that, stripping him of his pension. I think they've only done it about 40-odd times before, and I think that would be absolutely a good step in the right direction. And somebody says, I booked Cirque du Soleil in the Albert Hall for my partner's birthday. Don't have the internet, so believe it or not, the call centre's based in Canada. What, for Cirque du Soleil at the Royal Albert Hall? Never heard of that one before. Mind you, I don't know where it would be at the Royal Albert Hall. I can't imagine. I know the Royal Albert Hall, but I wasn't actually sure whether or not there was a call centre there. But then the call centre for my car insurance is in Nova Scotia. I mean, at one time we used to laugh about it. We'd go, oh, the call centre's in India. And you go, yeah, I can understand that. When I checked with them ages and ages ago, she said, oh, we're in Nova Scotia. And there's like 600 of them in a call centre. Shows how much money there is in insurance. But poor old Angie in Orpington says, being based in Montreal, Canada, spoilt the surprise, as I had to give an email address and I could only think of his. Yes, I never understand how these things work. And the historic window tax. Oh, everybody telling me about that one. And apparently, because it led to the phrase daylight robbery, you'll see loads of houses around London with the windows bricked up. That's so that they, dark inside. Didn't seem to make any difference at all, actually. All these people sort of say, I don't know, actually, whether or not, we could have windows. I notice, actually, and a lot of people are watching the Royal It's a Knockout because it's funny. Because you can't believe that the royal family would make such fools of themselves in public. You notice the Queen wasn't there, or I don't think Charles was there either. Diana, I think, did something, and Fergie, or maybe Diana didn't. And there's all sorts of other people. It was just really just a stupid waste of everybody's time and money, and didn't really achieve anything at all apart from a load of bad publicity. But at the same time, it was very interesting. Steve says, Justin, remember popping into the old Caprice in the mid-90s on my own for a quick spot of late brunch, sat at the bar and had some wonderful corned beef hash. 10 minutes later, a certain Charlie Watts came and sat next to me. Is that good? He asked. 2 hours later, several coffees and the best part of a bottle of Armagnac. A truly delightful and humble man. I remember Caprice very well. I went there on quite a number of occasions. I liked it. It was always those sort of places that were sort of tucked away. When it closed, I was mortified. I don't like restaurants closing, because once you get used to somewhere, then you get used to somewhere and it just sort of spoils the routine. Prince Charles, I can't help it. Prince Charles, it rolls off the tongue because we've said it for so many years. King Charles has given up a huge windfall from an offshore wind farm deal, which he wants to be used for the wider public good. Profits from this £1 billion a year Crown Estate energy project might have been passed to the monarchy, but Charles has asked the government to ensure the extra £250 million benefits the country. Because it's not like, as I said before with the royal family, it's not like they worry about things going up in price. They don't sit there and go, I don't know, could we have crumpets today? Have you seen the price of them? They're over 86 pence. They don't worry about things like that. So if he wants the public to benefit, that's enough. But if you notice, they're making the extra sort of 100%. Because everywhere, Kate, the princess, is out at a little school, some of her youngest fans. This was a nursery school, and they're getting out there, basically, because if they get out there, it takes away anything more dreary from Prince Harry, which could overshadow it. So they're not worried about that. They're just getting out there and doing it, and that's all they can do. They can't do anything else, can they? Have you seen Victorian photos where the families used to gather with their deceased children? Yes, the Victorian. They are actually, Taffy Nige, Victorians had a thing, and I forget what they're called, but they are photographs of Victorian families. So, like, people don't do it anymore now because we've all got phones with cameras in, and you can take a picture of somebody and something else. But these are photographs in the Victorian times. You would have the family, and if you had a child who died, she would or he would be included in the photograph, and they would literally have these dead children and they would be propped up standing next to them. They would paint their eyes open, they would dress them, and they were Victorian dead children in photographs, and they did it for many, many, many years. And it's really, I mean, we think of it now as being quite macabre, because we don't deal with death very well, do we? We're a little bit sort of bad. You've never seen them before? Oh dear, poor old Jack's gone quite pale. Yeah, but that's what the Victorians did. They wanted to include their children in their photographs. So even if they passed away, they still did it. And they would do it. You can see the pictures of them, and you would have to sort of work out. They would be propped up by rods behind them to make them look as though they were part of the family. I mean, the other children, I don't know what on earth they thought about it, but they were all there. They were sometimes sitting on their mother's laps or something, because life expectancy wasn't particularly long. And you sort of, I mean, the Victorians had a completely different view on dead children than we do. Completely different. They think that's quite normal, whereas we'd be going, oh no. I mean, I find it quite unsettling, but at the same time, it's very peculiar. But they did it because they wanted to be with their children. I mean, we think it's odd because we don't do it. It seems morbid, but in Victorian England, it became a way of commemorating the dead and sort of blunting the sharpness of grief. Because Victorian life was, epidemics like diphtheria, typhus, cholera scarred the country. And from 1861, the bereaved Queen made the fashion of mourning fashionable. And so people just got used to it. It was. I thought it was really strange, but then I wasn't around in Victorian times, but they would sort of do all sorts of things, and they would keep these photographs, and this was their thing. That it was in memoriam, and they just revelled in it, and they sort of did it. We don't do it very well. Other countries do it really well. We don't do it at all, do we? I remember sort of, other people sort of saying, why don't we sort of honour the dead the same as other peoples do? We don't have wakes. Some people do. We don't. Pele's funeral was a celebration of his life. Yes, a celebration of his life. And in fact, I can't remember. They had an open coffin, I think. So people filed past. I think James Brown, the singer, he had an open coffin, and yet Michael Jackson didn't have an open coffin, and Whitney Houston didn't have an open coffin. It sort of seems to work for some people. I'm not really sure. I mean, when I looked at the picture of James Brown in his coffin, it was a very elaborate coffin, I have to be honest with you. I mean, I think it was, if memory serves, I think it was a gold coffin. It looked sensational, for the Godfather of Soul. Whether it was real gold or just, gold over the top of it, I have no idea. But the Americans do funerals different from us. They're bigger into embalming than we are. What an odd topic to talk about at breakfast. I keep thinking about myself, it's so strange. But when you look at the pictures of him, it does look like a very nice casket. I mean, ours are just plain wooden. Theirs are just, I mean, some of them are absolutely fantastic. Gold and, and they go out of their way to make somebody look as though they're on a fantastic journey. It was plated, 14 karat gold. James Brown's coffin, 14 karat gold, plated. Unbelievable. Other stories in the paper today. The residents of a place called Wennington. Now, you remember Wennington? This was the village which had an inferno. Once one house caught fire, they all caught fire, and the whole lot. They said that they will bring the village back to life. There's a 250-yard trail of ruin featured on TV news around the world. I think there were 19 houses and more than 50 were actually damaged. And the fire spread from one to the other, to the other, to the other. And the people who used to live there have now said that they will rise from the ashes. The worst thing is, when you see disasters like this, the first thing I think of is, have they got insurance? Because some people, end up with disasters like flood, like Debbie McGee's house at the moment. She's got no garden, it's underwater. And you think, well, once the water gets in under the foundations of the house that she lived in with Paul Daniels, what do you do? Has she got insurance? Because that's what you need nowadays. It's because I remember seeing a story about somebody who got their house flooded, and it happened. They cleared it all up, and they decided not to get any insurance. Blow me down, within 3 months it flooded again, and they were back where they started. So insurance necessary. 6:30, the time. Let's get the news headlines from Simon.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
On way.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve, another one here. It's tea time in Sydney, says Shane. And somebody says, I think Whitney Houston didn't have an open casket. That's what I said. She didn't have an open casket. I said she didn't have an open casket. Steve, the government should concentrate on more serious issues than cakes. Well, it's been dismissed by Rishi Sunak. He doesn't believe them. And anyway, as I say, I don't bring cake in. Mainly for the simple reason it's just too easy, isn't it? I could bring in Swiss rolls every day or something, but I don't. I don't do that at all, actually. Never have done. Children were posed in chairs or reposing in beds. No, the being propped up while standing is a myth, says Carol. No, you can see them on some of them. They kind of sort of fix them to a frame so they can stand up. It's quite unique, actually. Another one says, wait a minute, I lost it. Oh, these windows were brick. Yeah, we know about the window tax. But now they do make them, don't they? With bricked up windows, fake windows. So they're not actually a window. You don't get it on the other side. But in some of these big old houses who had hundreds of windows, it seems, in some of the mansions. Park Lane is a great place in London to have a look and try and spot how many original mansions there are still on Park Lane. I know of 3, because at one time Park Lane was full of big mansion houses, and 3 of them still survive. It's either 3 or 4. And you go and you know it's and that would be one family living in it with an army of servants. It was like upstairs, downstairs. It really was. Well done to a D-Day hero. He must be one of the very last few D-Day veterans. He celebrated his birthday, his 100th birthday, with residents of the Dutch city he helped to liberate. This is Joe Catini. He marked the milestone with a party at his retirement complex in Hampshire, made an honorary citizen of Eindhoven in the Netherlands by its delegation. The former bombardier in the 86th Hertfordshire Yeomanry Field Regiment Royal Artillery landed on Normandy's Gold Beach in 1944. His best pal was killed next to him in the invasion of Germany near the end of the Second World War. And Joan recalled, when you're young, you think war is a game, something you can laugh about. War, he says, is very serious. It affects everybody. It does. That's why it's so nice to have these D-Day veterans, which dwindle in numbers every year. But without them, it's that old Battle of Britain film, isn't it? Which I watched the other day. It's another, it makes you feel proud to be, in this country and doing all the things, and never was in the field of human conflict was so much owed to so many by so few. And the film is absolutely fantastic. I love stuff like that. I'm a big fan of sort of war films. I like anything actually like that at all. So as the energy firms force entry into private homes to install expensive prepayment meters, only 72 out of 534,000 court applications have been refused by magistrates. The poorest families are helpless to stop themselves facing higher bills or the threat of being cut off. You see, so it's these people who can't pay their bills and they put a meter in. And so that's how it works. Because we were talking the other day on the programme, because a number of you remembered having had televisions in the past that you put money in. They had a meter on the television and you put money in so you could watch the television, which I thought was sort of somewhat bizarre. But out of all these court applications, only 72 out of 540,000 court applications have been refused by the magistrates. Also, the government, energy regulator and courts are accused of turning a blind eye to forced installation of high-cost prepaid meters, with some courts not rejecting a single warrant application. Dreadful. And they're looking at British farming. Strawberries, they say, should be as expensive as caviar. I don't like caviar anyway, but look, it depends which caviar you buy. There is a caviar house. It's next to the Wolsey restaurant, just up by the Ritz Hotel, and they do all sorts of caviar, from the cheaper end of the market to like super duper luxury caviar. It's worth a small fortune. I can't even imagine how much it costs because I've never been in there. And the only reason I've never been in there is I get frightened in places like that. It's like going into a very expensive shoe shop, and they don't have any prices, and so you trust to the Lord and you buy something, and then you find out it was really all too much. In America, you can buy funeral caskets. Yes, you can. Well, I mean, you can buy them here. They're a bit difficult to get hold of, but you can buy them, and they have completely different ones in America than we have over here. I've never seen some of the exclusive ones that they have. Albert wants to know which part of London is the most interesting. Well, to be honest with you, anything from the City of London, Fleet Street. I like Fleet Street. There's loads of stuff you can see there. If you can go through some of the gates and go and have a look. In fact, just as you go through into Fleet Street, just past the law courts, on the right-hand side, there's a little door set into a big gate. Go through there, and you're immediately back in Dickensian times. You have to go there and see all the offices of all the lawyers. And somebody says, have you seen the fake house where the tube runs behind? Yes, it's just down in Bayswater, and it's so that it looks the same as the houses either side of it. There's quite a few of these around the place, and it's to get all the gases and all the rest of it up from the tube station. But people go and take pictures of it because it's quite clever, actually. Steve, the prepayment meters are a tool to ensure the poor are forced into fuel poverty, if you ask me. Well, it certainly isn't looking very good, is it? Certainly isn't looking very good at all. People don't want them, and now people are having their houses broken into so they can install them. I do remember seeing a woman on the television once, and it wasn't that long ago. And what has she done? Oh, that's right. The electricity people it was gas. The gas people had broken into her house because what she'd done is she'd bypassed their meter. She was a crook. And she'd bypassed their meter so that she put her own meter on there. And he went, you can't do that. And she was effing and blinding and doing all sorts of things. She said, I'm going to call the police. They went, these people are the police. They have to take the police with them, because she was obviously one of these people who thought she could get away with not paying for the gas. But she changed the meter, or somebody in her community changed the meter for her, so she wasn't paying what she should have been paying. And so they changed it back and they locked it all up again so she couldn't do it. Oh, my goodness me, the language. And Steve, I remember putting 50 pence in our meter every day when I was a kid. Yeah. Yes. It's interesting. Steve, I went to M&S to get my wafer-thin ham, looked on the back, and it's formed. Yes, I'm also fooled by this. I don't go for anything that's formed meat. It's got to be, proper meat. Thank you very much indeed. I don't want to see anything formed, so I avoid things like that. I only learnt about it from, I think, a television programme some years ago. And I remember thinking then, that's it, I'd never even thought about it. Now I've become paranoid. If I go to buy brisket, or I go to buy, chicken or whatever else like that, if you see it's round or square or something like that, chances are it's formed. And so you put it back and you get proper pieces of chicken. A little bit more expensive, but at the end of the day, if you'd seen the facilities when they sort of have to do all these sort of things, I don't like it. Steve, following a hectic day yesterday, says Ian, I was due to pick up friends from Manchester Airport. They're obsessed with Manchester Airport this morning. It's the second one. Thomas Bosch was telling us about it. LBC was in the background and I drifted off. When I woke to hear you going on about food for a change, and knowing you're only on after 4 a.m, a massive panic. I know. Difficult, isn't it, when you hear somebody on a different show and you're not expecting them to be on the other show. So I was on with Tom Swarbrick yesterday. Pete says, sauna warming up. I have a coffee and LBC on the headphones. Life is pretty good. Still haven't lost any weight. I've got to stop the chocolate. This is the pool man again. Honestly, in between the pool man and Ice Cream Ian, it all goes quite well on this programme. Thank you very much indeed. Also, the vegan premium supermarkets who charge 11% more for meat-free items. It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, I always thought that if you're going to eat plant food, it's more expensive. They sort of almost think that if you go vegan, then you can afford to spend more money. For some reason, you appear to have more money, but I don't think it works like that at all. I really don't. But they're complaining, and there's a whole chart in the Times this morning looking at how much more expensive things are, and you'd be surprised how much of an increase they actually put on. The same thing, only the plant version. What else we got in here? Saudi Arabia, they're hosting a football tournament for women. I think that'll be the first, won't it, actually? This is the authoritarian nation where women have very few rights, I'm afraid. The 9-day tournament, which comes shortly after Qatar, ghastly place, hosted the World Cup, has brought the national women's teams of Pakistan, Mauritius and Comoros to Saudi Arabia. So there you go. I mean, they're finally changing, but by God, it's taken a long time, isn't it? They're just so slow and so backwards. Also, the mystery. I told you the other day about Gina Lollobrigida, who had died at the age of 95. And there is now mystery over her riches, which have gone missing. She had various relationships. We'll have a look at that one in a minute, but it's coming up to 6:45. Let's get the news headline, shall we? This morning with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. So the strange story of Gina Lollobrigida's estate after she died on Monday at the age of 95. The film star's often chaotic personal life has left several claimants to her property and suggestions that much of her wealth may have been dissipated despite her being placed under a court-appointed guardian in 2021. What they did, they wanted to try and protect what she'd got, and so she got this court order. Now, the will, they say, assets that should form part of her estate include a villa on the Appian Way, an apartment in Rome, a shop on the Tuscan coast, a flat in Monte Carlo, a collection of jewels, antique furniture and paintings. So it's a fair old estate, Among those observing proceedings is her ex-husband, Francisco Javier Rigau, and so on and so forth, a Spanish businessman who married her by proxy in 2010. She said the marriage took place without her knowledge and accused him of trying to take over her fortune. A Spanish court cleared him of fraud in 2017. He told Italian television, "I won't inherit anything, but there should be an investigation into Gina's assets because her patrimony has disappeared." When you look at what she had, a villa on the Appian Way, an apartment in Rome, a shop on the Tuscan coast, a flat in Monte Carlo. I mean, just the flat in Monte Carlo alone would be millions. Plus a collection of jewels, antique furniture and paintings. But because she's been a bit vague over the years, God knows where this stuff might have gone to, and only now, because she's died, can they start looking for it. Because there's going to be a whole list of things, and somebody's going to say, well, where did that go to? Whether or not the trail has gone quiet, I've got no idea. But I would like to think, because I remember seeing her on the television only the other day, and I thought she looked fantastic for 95, and then blow me down, she goes and leaves us. It's not right, is it, really? Here we go, sugar-coated confessions of an office cake pusher. This is a great thing here by Henry Bird, who says, if sharing a cream puff is the new passive smoking, I'm in trouble. We used to have a producer here, used to make cakes and bring them in. And he says, I'm the problem. There's a Taylor Swift lyric for every existential crisis. Mine began yesterday when I read that the chairwoman of Britain's top food watchdog wants office cake culture to be seen as being as taboo as passive smoking, which is the biggest part of rubbish I've ever heard. Honestly, they do come up with stuff, don't they? But then, it gave loads of programmes on LBC the opportunity yesterday to discuss, the stuff that I bring in. But it's not cakes. I don't bring cakes in. I don't think I brought cakes in for ages and ages and ages. I think sweeties are okay. I don't think if you just eat sweeties, you're going to become hugely obese or something like that. It is also, most of the stuff is just sort of very light. And then there's the Satsumas. And they go really quickly, actually, the Satsumas. Very, very popular. They say here that there are plenty of cake pushers. Perhaps you could make things out of bananas and stuff like that. And you think, well, that's cake. It doesn't affect us. If I brought I have brought in stuff from Costco around Christmas time where they do their mince pies, which are delicious and things like that. But people aren't eating loads, they're just eating one. No more than you would eat at home. As I pointed out to Tom Swarbrick the other day on his programme, I said, but you must buy sweets for your children. You buy Easter eggs at Easter, because otherwise they'll be the only children going, well, you got Easter eggs. And at Christmas you buy them the chocolate Father Christmas and all the other things. There's no difference at all. We're also worried about what we're going to put on the fourth plinth at the moment. I can't remember what's on there at the moment. I do try and look and see if it's on. I quite like the thing which had a fly, which sort of moved round, one of those sort of one of those sort of sweet desserts, which I thought was very good. And what they're going to put on it at the moment, I don't know. We've got loads of statues we're not really aware of in the square, and it's not people. I mean, I don't think people take pictures of it. So on the fourth plinth, that's the northwest plinth, by the way, originally intended to hold an equestrian statue of William IV, but it remained bare due to insufficient funds. Who pays for it? I've got no idea. The next one has been chosen. Oh, it's called Antelope by Samson Kambalu, and that's the current one. So that's on it. So that'll be coming off then, and then they will find something else. While Emoji 850 imprints by Teresa Margaret will be installed from 2024. So you've got to wait another year before the next one goes on. Can't be that complicated, can it? I mean, I don't even know who looks after it. Is it looked after by the mayor or somebody like that? Either way, I mean, it's a nice thing to have, but we don't want an empty plinth. That just looks ridiculous. Goodness sake. Steve, I buy my guys skinny bakery range. That way I can't get into trouble. We couldn't get into trouble anyway. There's no law against taking cakes into work. It's just it's one of these woke people. They always think, oh, I'll tell people about this. You can't have that. It's as bad as passive smoking. Well, we don't have passive smoking out there either. But there's no law at all on bringing cakes into work. That's it. But today it's healthy. Very healthy. Steve, if I were you, I would buy the biggest cake I could find and bring it in. It would be eaten quickly. I'm sure it would be. But the trouble is cakes go off a little bit in the air conditioning and stuff like that. They go a bit hard around the edges. But I mean, I do like myself a fruit cake, but I wouldn't bring one in here. That'd be a dreadful waste. They like the satsumas, and they're very healthy. And so today they've got some satsumas and some nardicots, and should do quite well actually. I bet they've all gone by the time we get to tomorrow morning. Stephen says the wife and I have taken you with us to Vietnam via Hanoi, which is very nice. Thank you. I've never actually been to Hanoi. I wouldn't mind a holiday. That'd be an unusual one. Shane says, be careful of koalas and kangaroos. A friend of mine was slashed on the hand by a kangaroo. They used to have in circuses in this country boxing kangaroos, and they were quite big. And there was one on the television, and they put boxing gloves on him, and he would fight people. And I remember thinking, this thing could. I mean, it's if they sort of jump up in the air and kick out that you could have some serious damage. Steve says, Debbie in Finchley, after listening about your early morning start at 4, do you have any really memorable radio interviews? All of them. Every single one of them. They're all memorable. Otherwise, they wouldn't be featured on LBC. They would not be featured. Steve, I vape heavily. Do you think that could be preventing me from falling asleep? I don't know. They haven't actually done enough research on vaping, so we don't know if they're going to find something in the future that's going to go, actually, it's just as bad for you as cigarettes, or it's just as bad as something else. So I don't know, actually. I wouldn't like to comment on that. Steve. So we've decided definitely not Crocs, because we were thinking about Crocs. Somebody suggested Steve Allen Christmas Crocs. And no. But sweets and fruit we do bring in, but the government are only talking about cake. Bringing cake in apparently is really bad for people. But as I say, we don't bring. I can't insist on how many times I have to repeat myself, because yesterday they were all going, "Oh, Steve Allen brings cakes in." I don't. I have brought in some very nice little bits and pieces from Costco in the past, but I mean it's all healthy stuff. It's all very good. What's the time? What am I looking at? What are we doing? It's good. It's good, isn't it? I think Satsumas today is okay. It's healthy. Courtney, of course, going, well, the bloody sweets. Today you don't get the sweets. I might reinstate them tomorrow. I might bring in something quite exotic tomorrow, because it's that the government are only talking about cake. Hence, let them eat cake. But not today. Not today. And then Rob says, you're going to see Madonna. I said the other day, I'm not going to see Madonna. I'll be backstage. Okay, I'll be backstage because we go back a long way. And Steve, you've just made my mouth water with your sausage and batter. I had a craving the other day for fish and chip shop batter. You can get it, Mike, in Iceland. They do chip shop batter. I think it's Young's do fish and bits and pieces in chip shop batter, and I promise you it tastes as good as you think it's going to take. But because I don't know how they make it. It's like the batter in Chinese restaurants. I don't know how they make their batter in Chinese restaurants, but it's quite delicious, whatever it is. Sadly, no more time. No more time. We've sort of run out. But it's another cold day. We don't have any snow. We don't have anything like that, thank goodness, which we don't want. I know in certain parts of the country you've got it a little bit bad, but we will start the thaw very, very shortly, and we'll let you know about it as quickly as possible.